Lamar Jackson. Damn. There's one more. What's the guy? I can't think of his name right now. San Diego. I mean, he played for the Chargers. But other than that, all the quarterbacks suck, man. Most of the quarterbacks suck, man. Herbert. Yeah, Herbert. So you got Herbert, you got Mahomes, you got Burrow, you got Hurts, and you got Jackson. I can't think of any more quarterbacks that I think that are, great, elite. Oh, the one in Buffalo, Allen, Josh Allen. So six quarterbacks that I think are elite, and the rest are pretty much garbage, man. Kirk Cousins, golly, man. Daniel Jones, Dak Prescott. I mean, what are we talking here? Even the one in Jacksonville, he's all right. He's okay. He's all right. Trevor Lawrence, he's okay. He's all right. Um, Aaron Rodgers, I think he's from the old school, man. I mean, he's more of a the past, NFL's past. I don't think Aaron Rodgers is. They didn't even make the playoffs this year. He had three straight 13-3 seasons. Three straight 13-win seasons where he didn't win a Super Bowl. And then he comes back with this, not making the playoffs. I don't see how Aaron Rodgers. I mean, I don't know. Russell Wilson fell off. Kirk Cousins is Kirk Cousins. Yeah, six quarterbacks in the league that I like. Purdy was looking good, but he got hurt. He said, you keep showing up early, they're going to have to revoke your Sunman card. You on glider supremacy BS. Yeah, man. I'm repping that 2% glider jeans I got, man. I'm 2% glider, man. Can't you tell? Sean Payton to Denver. That doesn't move the needle, though. I mean, Russell Wilson fell off so bad, man. It has to be a fluke. I would hope Russell can come back next year. I hope, what's his name? I hope Deshaun Russell and Kyler Murray can come back next year. Deshaun Watson, Russell Wilson, and Kyler Murray. I hope those three can come back next year and have a good and return back to their high level of play. We'll see. Deshaun, you got to watch out for him though. He's young. Deshaun is still young. And then you got the boy Pritchard in Pittsburgh. He a wild card. I don't know how good he's going to be, but Pritchard is pretty decent in Pittsburgh. Um, but yeah, man. Nah, the Eagles are a good team, man. I followed them all year because I live in Pennsylvania, so I get most of their games. Even though I can't watch the games, I get a lot of the coverage, like their channels and shit that cover that stuff. And the Eagles a good team, man. Eagles ain't no fluke. It would have been sad if they didn't make it. If the Eagles wouldn't have made the Super Bowl, that would have been a sad thing because they were the best team in the NFC all year. So them being in the Super Bowl, if you follow football this year, they the team out that's supposed to come out the NFC. They were the team that was supposed to come out of the NFC. They were the best team in the NFC all year. Now San Francisco came along late, but as far as from day one, from week one on, Philly was the number one team in the NFC. They was the most consistent from week one through week 17. But yeah, man, enough sports talk. Yeah, no, I agree. If they would have challenged that catch that Adams had, they should have challenged that catch. It was early in the game. I would have challenged that. They didn't challenge it. Philly went on to score. Then Brock Purdy gets hurt. And once Purdy got hurt, it was pretty much over, man. I think San Francisco could have even been good if they hadn't if it was 0-0 when Purdy got hurt. Because they could have played the field goal game. But once Philly got up, it was like there was no way they could come back. They didn't have you can't and that shows how good Philly is. You can't even score with a backup. You can't even get a first down with your backup against Philly, and that's the mark of a good team. When they get you down, they step on your throat. Salute the Philadelphia Eagles, man. I'll be making my prediction on the Super Bowl next week, man. I'll make my prediction on the Super Bowl next week. Yeah, Dak's horrible, man. Dak is it's all downhill from here. Dak's lost his confidence. The only thing Dak had going for him is he's a very confident guy. He's never been a really good quarterback. He's always been Dak is the black Kirk Cousins, man. Dak and Kirk Cousins are the same guy, except one's black and one's white. They're okay. They're good. They're all right. Kirk Cousins will go to Canada and win the fucking championship, win the Grey Cup every year. If Kirk Cousins was in the USFL or the XFL, he'd be the MVP. If Dak Prescott was in the USFL or the XFL, he'd be the MVP every year. No doubt, man. They're good players. Dak and Kirk Cousins are good. But that's it. They can't. They don't have the ability to take it to where you need to be great. They're just good. They're good enough to get you to the fucking playoffs every other year. And sometimes they might get you to the playoffs 2 times in a row, 2 years in a row. But they're never going to get you to the championship game. They're never going to get you. They're never going to get you to the championship game. And if you can't get to the championship game, you can't get to the Super Bowl. Mahomes is great. He's annoying. He's so great. He's annoying. Now you're great when you're annoying. When you're annoying, that proves that you're great. Because Patrick Mahomes is annoying. He's like Peyton Manning. I would compare Patrick Mahomes to Peyton Manning in his prime. Because you know you're gonna lose, man. If it ain't the playoffs or the Super Bowl, if you're just a regular team, you're gonna lose. You gotta be a great team to beat them. And that's how Peyton Manning was. Peyton Manning could beat everybody. Only time Peyton Manning ever lost was against really good teams. Or in the playoffs. Peyton has 2 Super Bowls, man. He won his last game. His last game of his career, they beat the Carolina Panthers, man. Peyton has 2 Super Bowls. Peyton's a great player, man. Phenomenal player, even better human being, man. Salute to Peyton Manning, man. Make sure you hit that PayPal, Cash App, Super Chat. Support the channel. Oh, yeah? So we got DC in the building, man. Hit one of you from DC, man. Hit one of you from DMV. We even got that's what they call it now, the DMV, man. DMV, man. Hit one of you from the DMV, man. The DMV. Anybody here from the DMV? Okay. Oh, well, that's what's up, man. That's what's up. Salute to y'all, man. I'm not from the DMV no more, man. I'm from Pennsylvania now, man. I'm from Pennsylvania now, y'all. Salute to DMV, man. Salute to the DMV. Got Miss Mimi, Emoticon, DMV in the building, Dub, Radio Blip Mode. Somebody from Sterling. Oh shit, you from Sterling? I know that's in Virginia. That's Northern Virginia. I've been out there. I canvassed out there, man. Sterling, man. I guess you could say you the DMV. Why not, man? Why not Sterling? Sterling DMV, man. Nah, Charlotte ain't the DMV, champ. Charlotte, the DMVNC. You from the DMVNC. My man from the DMVNC. Everything's cool, man. Everything cool, man. I'm hanging in there, man. Let me let y'all see. Let me see. Let me see what's going on, man. Whoopi, man. Whoopi got people mad, man. Damn, Whoopi, what the hell? You just got these people mad. You got these racist people mad at you for no reason, man. You ain't even do nothing, man. Why all these racists mad at Whoopi, man? Because you know if you mad at a black person, you racist, man. You get mad at a black person, you racist. All these racists, I look on the internet, all these racists mad at Whoopi, man. He said I smoked the blunt at Whoopi crib before. Oh man, let's see what Whoopi talking about, man. Oh God, Whoopi.
But when will the brutality finally lead to some police reform from the ground up? Because clearly, it doesn't matter if it's a white policeman or a black policeman. It is a problem in the police, in the policing itself. Seems things don't seem to make sense to people unless it's somebody they can feel or they can recognize. But how many times do we need to see white people also get beaten before anybody will do anything? I'm not suggesting that. So don't write us and tell me what a racist I am. But,
Hey, Whoopi, dear Whoopi, you're a racist, man. Whoopi say white people need to get beat, man, so people could care. Because, America don't care about police brutality, man. That's why I tell you, gliders, man, All you gliders, y'all stupid, man. Why y'all did all that protest? Hit one if you seen if you've been you caught any of the lives I did on Tyree Nichols the last week or so, man. Hit one, man. On the protest, man, for Tyree Nichols, man. What 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 color were 90% of the protesters, man? What color were 90% of the protesters, man? Some people, this is why gliders, man. Even you liberal gliders, y'all gotta wake up, man. Y'all getting played, man. They tell it, she gonna tell you what is it gonna take for people to care. All they talk about is police brutality. The players in the NFL got this shit on the back of their helmet. They got equality and police reform and shit written on the back of their jerseys, man. Speaking of sports, they got all them slogans, Black Lives Matter and shit on the fucking field, man. That shit written on the fucking field. What the fuck is she talking about? What is it gonna take to get people to care? That's all y'all talk about is police brutality, man. This woman is crazy, man. She just know that gliders gonna deal with this shit, man.
But, when will the brutality finally lead to some police reform from the ground up? Because clearly, it doesn't matter if it's a white policeman or a black policeman. It is a problem in the police and the policing itself. Seems things don't seem to make sense to people unless it's somebody they can feel or they can recognize. But how many times do we need to see white people also get beaten before anybody will do anything? I'm not suggesting that. So don't write us and tell me what a racist I am.
Okay, Whoopi. All right, Whoopi. All right, here go a white man. This white dude, I can't show these. These are so brutal, I can't show them, man. This white dude, this dog mauled this white guy while they was beating him. These cops was beating him while he was resisting. Now, hold on, let me. This fucking guy was resisting, okay? This guy was resisting. But he got mauled. They never pulled the dog off of him. Like the dog was mauling him the whole time. They were kicking his ass. Yeah, man. It's crazy, man. He said Whoopi obviously never heard of Tony Temple, man. Listen, man. This guy right here, he got mauled. Let me see. They had some more. Oh yeah. This guy right here, this white guy right here, he got mauled. They gave it to him pretty good. They gave it to this white guy pretty good right here too. Oh yeah. This is the one right here. This is the one. And now all these guys are resistant. I give you that. Now, not for nothing. All these gliders are resistant. They're all resistant. They're all resistant. But this guy got the brakes beat off of him. This was the one in Arkansas a couple of months ago. They beat the brakes off this guy. But this guy, he spit on a woman at a gas station. He did something else. He spit on a woman. Then he fought. He assaulted somebody else. And then when the cops came, he started fighting the cops. But if he was a Sun man, none of that would have mattered. None of that would have mattered. None of that would have mattered. Salute to Stunner, man. Salute to Stunner. Salute to Stunner. Let me drop the link, man. Let me drop the link. Let me drop the link. Let me drop the link, y'all. Let me drop the link. Salute to my man in 8 ways, man. Op Nation Hall of Famer, man. Salute. Um, Let me put this in the. Now I'm remembering to put it in the back in the description box. Okay, I'm putting it in the description box. Boom. There it is, man. Wicked in the building, man.
Yo. What about Fields and the Bears? No love?
None. If they were smart,
Damn.
they would draft a quarterback with this pick they got this year. But they're not smart enough to do that, man.
What's wrong with Fields?
He's horrible. He's not. He's dreadful. He's
Damn.
terrible. That's what's wrong with him. He's
Stop it like
awful.
that.
How many? Listen. How many games has he won in his career? He won like 3 games in his whole career so far.
He had no O line and no receivers. What are you supposed to do?
Nah, but you can squeak out some games. You can. Joe Burrow has the worst offensive line in the league. Last year, Cincinnati had the worst offensive line in the history of the NFL.
Damn, for real?
They were dreadful. And this year, they only got a little bit better. You can win if you're a good quarterback. You can
Yo,
win
but
some
that's,
games.
to be fair though, that's Joe Burrow. Nobody said Fields was Burrow, right? Who is?
No, but he could win some games. He loses every game. The Bears lose every game Justin Fields starts. Every game.
Damn.
He's a loser in the NFL. He's a loser.
Well, look, all I know, Ike, is if Rodgers is gone, the North belongs to the Bears.
North belongs to the Vikings and the Lions, but not the Bears. Bears suck.
Are we gonna
They're
see?
dreadful. Uh, what's up, Blanco?
Well, I'm an Oakland Raiders fan, so I can't talk shit, man.
Yeah, man, Oakland. They had the team, man. They had glory years back in the '70s and '80s, man. Salute to them, man.
Long before I was alive, man. They sucked my entire life.
Yeah, man. You got the background playing cold, son.
Oh yeah. Shit.
Salute to them, man.
Long before.
Yeah, man. But yeah, Justin Fields is dreadful, man.
Yeah.
Every
I don't know if you got the email I sent you about the Memphis sister chief, what she got fired for.
Yeah, a sexual probe or some shit.
It was related to child pornography, chief.
Yeah,
Producing it.
Yeah. Let me see. Let me look and let me find that, man.
I mean, come on, Chief. How did she become the chief of Memphis after that?
Well, wait, the current chief, the current sister chief did that?
The current chief of Memphis got fired from Atlanta. She was like some kind of boss there because she covered up a sergeant's husband producing child pornography. She protected him,
Oh my
Do you
and
god,
have
she
a
bro,
still
video
that's
for
became.
that?
bad.
Do you have a video for that?
No, I just the article I sent you was what I saw, but make it make sense for me, Chief. I don't understand. How the fuck did she become chief?
She's a sister, man. She not only that, she became the chief of Durham, North Carolina after that. And then she got promoted to Memphis. So she's been the chief of two cities since that happened.
And they will still fix their face to yell and scream racism,
Yep,
this and that.
no doubt, man. Um, no doubt. Fisher of Men. What's up, Fisher of Men?
She got that black magic, don't you know?
That black girl magic,
Mm-hmm.
that
You can't
sister magic.
you can't fuck with that.
Yeah, systematic racism, man.
I mean, I get if you guys are beating some people's ass, but not child pornography, not actually raping kids. You know what I mean? That's fucked up.
Yeah, man. I mean, yeah, man.
At least these fucking gangbangers got it coming. These shorties don't got it coming.
Yeah, man. I mean, I don't know what to say, man. I think that, her being in this five-storm now may bring light to that, hopefully. Um, but I doubt it. Let's see. You got another son, man, over here bitching about something, man. On Instagram,
Well,
man. Yeah, some man whining about something on Instagram, man. I didn't even look at this, but I saw it and it said hashtag in racism. So I said, let me go ahead and say it. Yeah, man.
oh, you already know. Walk. And I walked past like a middle-aged white woman. She's like 40, 45. And she clutched her purse and started walking faster. And I'm not the type to bring up the race card, but like made me uncomfortable because I literally can't think like how in the year 2022 that she thought she was stronger than me. Like I'm a pro fighter, I lift weights, bitch. So
That's hysterical, man. That
yeah,
is
it's funny as
hysterical.
fuck. I can't lie. I feel it.
That is hysterical, man. That is hysterical, man. Salute to the sun, man. That's
It's
funny.
funny because it's very plausible a video like that.
Yeah, definitely, man. Salute to him, man. He that was funny. I'm happy that he didn't start bitching and whining about
Yeah, I
it.
thought he was. I thought it was going somewhere else, man.
Yeah, we be bitching too much on live, man. Every time you turn around, there's a nigga bitching about something, man.
That's something stupid. That's something
we,
stupid.
we be whining. We like the fucking we turn into the number one whiners and shit on
I'm telling you,
fucking.
that should be weird. You'd be like, damn, why you even give a fuck that much? Like, how do you even remember that by the time you got to the house?
Yeah, man, it's crazy, man.
Glad it's under microaggressions, Zach.
Yeah, I'm glad he. Let's start off in New York, man.
This video shows the intense moments NYPD's aviation unit over the scene of officers chasing robbery suspects in the Bronx. The suspects apparently crashed a stolen white minivan near the Major Deegan Tuesday morning.
These are buddies from yesterday, man.
After going on a violent gunpoint robbery spree, allegedly holding up at least 13 people across the city, including.
That's a lot, man. Like, it's a lot, man. That's terrible. Listen, if I rob 13 people at gunpoint over the course of 2 hours, That's terrorism, man. You're terrorizing people, man.
Did they die though?
Nah, nobody even had a heart attack, man.
See,
Well,
no,
they
no
kind of
harm,
get.
no harm, no foul.
Well, they're used to it up there. They kind of feel like it's a part of how things go in New York.
I've
Yeah,
been in New York several times this last year, and they're not used to it. Those people not they those people, especially in Manhattan,
Yeah.
and they those white people, I know they know it's part of living around some people, but they do not want nobody to come stick a gun in their face. They don't want that.
They take their shit like
Yeah, they don't want that, man.
they ain't that cool with it.
They don't want that. I promise you they don't. And I know some of them. I know some pasty liberals in New York. They just can't say anything about it, and they keep voting for policies that make it worse. So it's like they're in like a weird space where like it's getting worse for them. And this guy,
It feels like it's almost as if they act as though they dug themselves into a hole they can't get out of. So they're just holding firm versus, sometimes you just got to change course, man.
it's so easy for them to get out of this one though.
So easy.
They could do what Democrats do every once in a while. Democrats, like Biden did in the 90s, just go do a crime and do it under the guise of I'm a Democrat. Or like, you know what I'm saying? Like like they have cover. Republicans couldn't pass a crime bill, but the Democrats, they could do it. They could easily do that shit. And black people would not even be mad at them. Black people would be like, yeah, man, we need a crime bill, man. Yeah.
City, including 7 victims in 6 incidents during a 2-hour span in Brooklyn, Queens, and Manhattan, while using the minivan as their getaway car.
Recovered in that auto was property from at least 2 victims, and a 9mm black ghost gun was recovered.
It took officers from 3 boroughs to get 34-year-old Alvin Velez and 24-year-old Carlos Perez into.
Okay, so we got a sombrito and a hole on Brito.
Yeah.
Okay, so it wasn't only brothers, man. This was a mixed bag right here, man. What's up, Wicked, man? You silence from Wicked, man. Wicked love to talk from the Sun Man on the screen, man. Silent now, man. When the bad hombres up there, man.
He's probably sexting Rob right now.
Oh shit. Oh, God.
Well, hey, listen, that's probably why nobody got shot or killed. You know what I'm saying? They just, robbed them. Somebody would got a hit. You can't go through 13 stun robberies with no gunfire. It's impossible. That's not like how it goes.
Yeah, that's too big of a number. Yeah, that's true. That's true. These guys did have good trigger discipline, but
Custody.
Not guilty. Not guilty.
Police say the men targeted people walking down the streets, at outdoor dining spots, and workers at food trucks, including a halal truck near Washington Square Park.
This is what we're dealing with. Multiple bad people committing multiple crimes over multiple boroughs, specifically robberies, using stolen cars or cars with fake plates.
Both men have extensive criminal records, including violent crimes. Both are on parole, and while on parole, both have been arrested and released numerous times.
Wow.
Of course.
But now, you remember back in the day, now I've never been on parole, but I know a ton of guys that have been on parole. Mm-hmm. Like, they didn't even want to piss dirty back in like the
real shit.
In the 90s, you didn't even want to get a dirty, you didn't even want to really like get like your girlfriend, like you argue with your girlfriend and she called the police. You're like, oh shit, man, I'm gonna get stepped back, man. I'm gonna get stepped back. Like these dudes is out here just living like
it never happened. Like you back then, like in the 90s, early 2000s, when cats came home, bro, they wanted to know if there was guns in the car. Like you were finna be blowing while we riding. It ain't finna be none of that fugazi shit. They're like, nah, man, going back to jail, dog. Now they like, fuck it.
They doing robbery sprees while on parole, after already being locked up several times since being on parole.
So
This is I think gliders don't understand how insane this is, because most gliders don't know anybody who's ever been on parole like that.
Yeah.
You know
They
what I'm
don't
saying?
really know, like, and sometimes it's crazy because it's like because they don't have any close proximity to these pieces of shit. It's hard for them to fully process what they're releasing to the street. So for them, it's still a character on the screen, like an avatar almost. It's not like a real person. You know what I mean? I don't think they don't relate to them as people. That's what I don't think. Because if they did, I feel like they'd have a clearer understanding of how bad they're fucking this shit up.
Yeah. This is bizarre, man. It just wasn't like this. Even like 5-10 years ago, it wasn't like this.
Violent crimes. Both are on parole, and while on parole, both have been arrested and released numerous times. One suspect allegedly bragged about how easy it is to get back out onto the streets. Something food truck worker Miguel Peralta says adds insult to injury.
You saw that guy, what he said? With a bail, I'm gonna be out the next day. I mean, it's stupid, crazy.
Peralta realizes he too could have been a victim of the men. He works in Washington Square Park.
It's crazy. It's really crazy right now, the thing. Because cops make their job, they catch them, the next day they release them. Not the cops, the system, broke system. I hope they not. They don't release them no more.
Now this fucking guy can barely speak English, and he fucking over here with a fucking food truck, man.
He's not supposed to be here, I promise you.
Right, but he's winning. He's
doing his
winning.
thing.
You know how many dudes I know that, man, I'm gonna give me a food truck, man. Like, man, I'm trying to get a food truck, man. I just need some startup money, man.
I don't know how you open up a food truck in this racist country, you know?
So racist.
This fucking guy. Salute to this guy, man.
I'm shocked to hear that these guys had a lengthy criminal record because they look like such clean-cut American boys.
Yeah, man. They're great guys, man. This guy should have the record. He should be the one out here robbing. He's the one that just got over here, you know what I'm saying? He's the one that should be doing that shit. He's got a fucking food truck. He's working hard.
They don't release
like a sucker.
Food trucks.
Somebody got a TV playing in the background or something. Y'all gotta tighten up on that background noise, please.
Are considered commercial businesses, and given their criminal history, both Perez and Velez are now facing federal charges. Police say it will not be easy for them to be bailed out or released at this point. In Lower Manhattan, Nicole Johnson, Pix 11 News.
These are the kinds of scenes that businesses and property owners on 8th Avenue between 35th and 38th say they're fed up with.
Our sanitation, they'll sweep up 65 needles in a day.
They say,
could you imagine? Look at that shit. Like, now, don't get me wrong. The needles, like, could you, like, think about if one of those guys goes crazy, right? And instead of picking up a knife and start stabbing, he just go around start poking people with one of these dirty needles.
They had a guy do that in New York City back in the fucking 80s.
Yeah, but I mean, look at it. I mean, it's just having that shit around. All it takes is a crazy motherfucker to pick that shit up and run up on you and poke you with that shit and then run down the street. You never see him again.
And then really for that shit to be right there, they shooting up like right there. They're not even like going back into the cut, like, you know what I'm saying?
And then when it rain, all that shit seeping into the fucking ground. That shit is disgusting, man.
A day.
They say drugs.
And you can tell they white. You can tell these fucking junkies are white. You know what I'm saying? You know these junkies is white.
It was the Marlboros.
And some man don't smoke no Marlboros. The only time a some man to smoke a Marlboro is if he feeling for a cigarette and he asks somebody, he bum a cigarette off somebody and all they got is a Marlboro. Some man might, but some man will never buy a pack of Marlboros, man, ever in his life. I'm telling you, man, you can't, man. The sun man will never.
We'll turn it down. I've seen some man because I've had Marlboros. I'll smoke them sometimes. I've literally listened, and listen. I'm like one of the few some men who do smoke Marlboro menthols, right? And so like I done been like, they be, hey man, let me get a squirt, let me get a poke. I'm like, man, I got it, but now I'm straight, man.
Man, that ain't the truth, man. Don't get me wrong.
Z is in the bag.
I smoke one, man. I smoke one. Who? Oh,
Yeah,
Black Z.
you got something downstairs in the garage right now.
Hey man, y'all putting them cancer sticks down.
I'm working on it, man. I'm working on it.
I haven't smoked in years, but when I did, man, it was a cool or fucking Newport, man. That was it, man. I can't. If it ain't got menthol, man, I ain't trying to.
I smoked the Marlboro menthol before I came upstairs in my office and sat down. So
see,
I told my granddaddy, hey, we want you here. So hey.
Yeah, man. Salute the
I always got to give this cigarette smoker shit.
It ain't easy to quit, man. 39 years smoking.
I know.
I hate that shit. I want to quit so bad. Every time I think about it, I ride by and then I buy some. So, you know.
Oh, I told myself I'll never pay more than $2 a pack. That's insane.
Oh,
and
damn. I smoke Marlboro menthols because they cheaper at Kroger. I ain't trying to spend $10 a box.
Yeah, it's crazy, man. A pack of cigarettes was a fucking $3.50 when I was smoking them, or $3 when I was in my heyday of smoking cigarettes. And I used to smoke the talls, the Newport longs, man.
Oh, the hundreds and Cadillacs.
Yeah, the hundreds. Yeah, them
y'all getting taxed.
Man, listen, man. I can't believe that I used to smoke cigarettes too. It's crazy, man. It's bizarre. It's like a whole different life. I seem like
you
a
smoke with cigarettes.
Yeah, I was smoking with cigarettes, man. Yeah, man.
Bro, I will leave the gym, been lifting weights for like an hour and a half, and immediately fire up a square, bro. Like as soon as I get in my truck, real shit.
If it wasn't for weed, I would have probably smoked way more cigarettes. But I smoked a lot of weed, so it's like that kept me from smoking as many cigarettes.
Yeah, I don't smoke enough weed. I do smoke, but not enough.
The homeless.
Yeah, you need to replace it.
Yeah, let me move along.
They'll sweep up 65 needles in a day.
They say drugs and the homeless are making retail customers feel unsafe. In turn, they say
they got the dope lean.
Fewer profits.
If you have 6 men who look kind of sketchy, all hanging out in front of your store all day long, no one wants to go in there anymore.
Barbara Blair is president of the Garment District Alliance, the nonprofit business improvement arm that includes this stretch of businesses on 8th Avenue. The Alliance is now working with property owners in the area who've come together to hire private security. But in this case, private security means off-duty NYPD officers armed and in uniform.
Wow. So basically, they defunded the police only to have to pay out of their pocket
to bring the motherfuckers back.
Wow. That's crazy. They literally are paid. This shit is their... Yo,
it's beautiful, actually.
Biggest fucking mistakes in the history of the world.
Yeah,
it's one of the biggest fucking idiot moments in the fucking history of civilization, man.
Along with the vax.
Hey man, this the vax. We still gotta get some data on that. This was happening.
No, you got enough data on that, man.
It's OV. It's
OV on that, bro.
Yeah, I mean,
we can't pussyfoot with that no more, bro. They look.
Yeah, that's
what I'm saying, bro.
What I'm saying is like you need it in their face. Like they're still denying it. They're still playing around.
Yeah, for sure.
This here is real. Go ahead.
Another football player just died, right?
Yeah.
You talking about for the Lions?
Yeah.
No, another one. No, there's been another one since then. I forgot where the fuck he was at. I'm gonna find that shit though.
There's a lot I could say about the vax, but that's Rumble stuff. I can't say it on here.
Yeah. Rumble for that, man.
Off-duty NYPD officers armed and in uniform.
It's, in my opinion, unfortunate that we have to, that landlords have to pay for private duty police officers in a city like this where we have a wonderful police force.
Steve Kaufman is president of the Kaufman Organization, one of 3 real estate companies that are now paying, in total, about $8,000 a week for private detail.
No. No.
Mercy.
Wow. A cost you didn't even have before, an expense that was not even
52
on your
weeks in a
balance
year,
sheet.
man.
That's $32,000 a month.
God damn.
That's $370,000 a year.
Damn.
Bro,
If we
something that was free for something that used to be free.
Free, nigga. Like he used to just have that going on.
Wow. Salute the NYPD for price gouging, man. Charge these motherfuckers, man. All the shit they put y'all through, man. I think they should raise the price on his ass. Fuck it. Anybody was protesting, you know this guy, he probably wasn't protesting, but he was probably with it. He was probably like donating to BLM and shit like that.
So we have a wonderful police force.
Steve Kaufman is president of the Kaufman Organization, one of 3 real estate companies that are now paying, in total, about $8,000 a week for private detail.
I felt it was the best thing for our business to do it.
People felt unsafe in the neighborhood.
Matthew Mandel is with GFP Real Estate.
They'd send you pictures of homeless people sleeping in front of their doors.
The owners tell Fox 5 that between 7 a.m. and 7 p.m. Monday through Friday, a hired pair will walk these 3 blocks on 8th Avenue, one an off-duty cop, the other a private unarmed security guard.
They focus all their energy on panhandlers that are not harming anybody.
James is an individual who's homeless. So the NYPD or private security will ask you to do what?
Oh, well, you can't panhandle, you can't do this, you can't even stand on the block. I said, it's a free country. What do you mean I can't stand on this block?
So they move you?
They try
What the hell?
And then you go somewhere.
And then you got Paco with the fucking food truck who been here for 3 months. And this fucking guy, his people been here for 400 years. And look at him.
This nigga ain't shit.
Shit's fucking crazy.
My God.
Are not harming anybody.
James is an individual who's
Until you start
homeless.
tweaking on hair on or
private
some
security
shit.
will ask you to do what?
Oh, well, you can't panhandle, you can't do this, you can't even stand on the block. I said, it's a free country. What do you mean I can't stand on this block?
So they move you?
They try to.
And then you go somewhere else and then come back?
Yeah, but even then, it's like there's nowhere to go.
I do believe that the City Department of Homeless Services is trying, and the NYPD is trying.
But some business owners wish the city was doing more.
I think people are choosing to be out in the streets rather than shelters because the shelter system is not what it should be.
In the 2 months since they've hired off-duty officers, they say it's worked.
It seems to be doing quite well.
And we tried to ask the NYPD about this story at their press conference earlier in the day, but they told us they were not taking off-topic questions. We also tried to get a comment from the mayor to ask him what he thinks about the fact that businesses here are hiring off-duty police officers when they're just a couple blocks away from the Midtown South precinct, and they did not get back to us by deadline.
I bet they didn't.
Yeah, man. Salute to Muramasa, man. Muramasa says, yo, LOL, stuff like this with criminals being released constantly and homelessness with needles on the sidewalks is non-existent in Singapore. Look up local Singapore news. LOL, it's a utopia. They don't play over there. Yeah, in Singapore, they don't trash on the ground. People know better than to throw trash on the ground. If you got a stick of gum, you're going to find a fucking trash can, even if it's fucking 3 miles away. But they'll fucking whip your ass. They'll take you in the town square and whip you in front of everybody. They don't play that shit over there. Salute to Singapore, man.
Salute to Singapore.
In Midtown, Chris Welch, Fox 5 News.
I don't know why I don't believe he wanted to hurt anybody. I really believe it was a schizophrenia, and it was hard to be alive and hear the voices.
And why'd he kill other people?
The uncle of the armed man shot and killed by police in a Target store yesterday believes mental illness led to that deadly showdown. Thanks for joining us. I'm Rob McCarthy.
I'm Julie Cornell. We learned the gunman is Joseph Jones, a 32-year-old man who entered the Southwest Omaha Target with a long gun and ammunition, but who shot no one. It's KETV News.
Great.
Wait, hold on. I didn't see that one coming.
Great. Good shit, man. Good shit.
That's
good
crazy.
Good shit, Just fucking, take yourself out, man.
Pulled up with the strap and shot nobody.
What part of is he from, Mac?
Yeah, man. I don't know what hood he from. He don't know. He from the suburbs,
Uganda.
JoJo.
Reports. The family said they tried to get Jones help. They even got federal law enforcement involved.
And she joins us live with that exclusive interview tonight. Joey?
Uncle hopes people can have some compassion for his nephew, who he calls Joey. He understands the trauma inflicted on people and does not harbor any ill will towards the officer who shot Jones.
Wow. We different, dog. We not the same species, man.
The uncle is speaking up because he wants to reignite a conversation about mental illness.
He was a hurting kid. He was raised in a very tough environment, and this was predictable.
Joseph,
hold on, man. I thought white people had privilege, man. The fuck is going on here, man?
He was raised in a very tough environment, and this was predictable.
Joseph Jones's uncle says the near tragedy at Target was predictable, precisely because his schizophrenic nephew's behavior was the opposite, erratic. You say you saw this coming. What can family members do to prevent a tragedy?
Right now, there's nothing you can do. I agonize over what I could have done different.
Yeah.
I've called the police. I've disarmed them. I've called mental facilities. I've begged with people. And Joey was not rational.
The Sarpy County Sheriff confirms deputies have responded to more than one call
I'm muted
at
on my
Jones's
controller.
residence, but can't comment further.
I don't think there was any intention of hurting anybody.
Do you think he knew that he would scare people?
I don't think he
smashed Lisa Loeb though, man. Lisa Loeb, man, smash her, man.
Do you think he knew that he would scare people?
I don't think he thought through that, but we all know the answer to that.
We asked Durkin why he thinks his nephew chose that store at that time. The uncle says he doesn't believe it had any special meaning, but it was close and familiar.
We've called the police and told the police this is inevitable.
Should he have been allowed to buy guns?
No, he should not have. And once again, I say I'm pro-gun, but when you're hearing voices and they're telling you paranoid things and they're telling you that the cartels after that.
Yo, who you hear that squeaking noise? Who's making that squeaking noise, man?
It shouldn't be me.
It's like somebody like dragging.
They said it shouldn't be me.
Like, scratching like a chain or some shit. Like some shit is going on. Like,
let me see if my kids fuck with these cats. Hold on, let me mute myself, bro. Hold on.
Jesus Christ, man.
And they have to protect themselves and their family and all these delusions he had. When someone says that to a psychiatrist needs to have the responsibility to say at this point in time, I'm contacting law enforcement and this person's right to own a firearm needs to be taken from them.
He wishes his nephew would have been given treatment in a facility.
Give people the tools so it never gets to the point where you have a Joey Jones who walks into a Target and decides to make the choice he made.
Dirksen reiterates that his heart goes out to everyone.
I would have shot that nigga.
Pass now. Only smash with the glasses, man. Pass without the glasses. Smash.
What if somebody was strapped at the grocery store
Definitely
though?
not the movement anymore. So
like, how is nobody scrapped at the grocery store? That's what I'm trying to figure out. Because if that was me, bro, I would have, bro.
You'd have cleaned his clock.
What?
What I don't get is like, why wasn't he ever in a mental facility? If he was a diagnosed schizophrenic, how did he go his entire life without
I don't think
being?
Honestly, I don't think they really have facilities that'll hold you for like that long. Like they'll just hold you for a few weeks, whatever, and then let you
they
go.
closed all of those down. They give them enough meds for 30 days and let them go.
Yeah.
I know, but if he was even in there for 30 days, that's on like record and shit. I don't understand.
I mean, shit like that. They send you somewhere, they get you clean, they get you off of drugs, and then once you're clean, boom, you piss test and you pass the test, and they let you on your way. Honestly, it's really how it works.
Yeah, this is a story right here that moved me, man. My barber, not the one who cut my hair yesterday, but my barber that cut my hair when I used to live in DC, he got killed yesterday, man. And it was when we
Damn.
did the story yesterday. We
Damn,
did,
bro.
yeah, we did the story. We did the story yesterday about the safe passage dude that got killed while he was off duty. But it's like I didn't know that it was him till they did the follow up story and I saw his picture. Yeah, dude, Mike. I only knew him as Mike, but his name was Michael Gaddis, and yeah, man, he got killed like right around the corner from the barbershop too.
Damn.
A mother in complete disbelief tonight. Her son is a safe passage worker who was shot and killed outside of DC High School yesterday.
Adrian DiPiazza's live at police headquarters with his mother's message in a Fox 5 exclusive. Adrian?
Jim, good evening to you. Well, this mother told me that her son was on his way to report for duty as a safe passage worker when the shooting happened. She said whatever led up to this shooting does not justify her son losing his life.
This right here, this is just devastating. I can't believe this. I just can't. You know, I can't. You know, I just can't believe it. My baby gone.
Another deadly shooting in D.C. is much more than the yellow tape and flashing lights.
Yeah, that's Mike right there.
It's the loss of Lisa Gaddis's firstborn son and a father of 4.
He loved his kids, loved his family, his friends. He tried to help everybody if he could, you know. So that's why I don't understand this situation.
36-year-old Michael Gaddis was shot and killed outside Coolidge High School Monday afternoon. It's the neighborhood where he grew up and where he was a D.C. safe passage worker.
He liked it, you know, plus he was a barber, you know, cutting hair and stuff. So he was a funny guy, always cracked jokes and stuff all the time.
Gaddis was also...
Yeah, man, he was a good guy, man. This guy, he cut my hair maybe 6 or 7 times, man.
What is a safe passage worker? I've never heard of that.
It's just like people that like make sure the kids get across the street and get, you know, like, you know, crossing
like a crossing guard.
Yeah, like in shit like that. But yeah,
This is crazy. This should really be a message to gliders who watch this show or anybody really. Like, think about it. You always talk about the proximity to sunmen. Like, we remember, I was just saying the other day, we all know like a couple of people every year that have been shot or killed, just that you actually know.
You know, he works, his barbershop where he works is right 2 doors down from the Spice Lady. Remember the Spice Lady?
Yeah. I remember the Spice Lady. You tell me about her.
Shop is 2 doors down from this guy's barbershop where he worked at.
Get out of here.
Yeah, man. Right there and right next to a famous club, Tacoma Station, a legendary DC club. But when I seen this shit, I was like, oh, I said, oh shit. I screamed out loud. I said, oh shit. Cause I was like, oh shit. Cause I mean, I ain't got my hair cut by him since 2021 because, you know, I moved to Pennsylvania, but
yeah,
damn, that shit is crazy. And it's like, they killed this guy. This guy got murdered in the street.
Yeah, it's like you know him, like you know he ain't like that. Like he's not.
Nah, I don't know what he did. I just said, like, what I'm saying is, no, like he's a son, man. But what I'm saying is, like, I don't. It's just the fact that, like, when you in the barber chair, it's, oh, what's up, man? NBA, NFL, current events and shit. You just you don't get the other side of a person because that's not their job. Their job ain't to fucking catch an attitude with you and you know, they're only nice when you're in the barber chair because they, you know what I'm saying, that's part of being a barber. You talk to the person while you cutting their hair, you know.
Well, now there's a lot of, you know, son barbers that are, you know,
but one thing I
moonlighting.
Definitely your son, man. But he's a real son, man. He not no square, he not no punk or nothing like that. But and he buff too. He got guns and he got tattoos. He a buff guy. You see him, you not gonna think, like, you ain't gonna think, oh, I can whoop his ass. You don't think none of that shit.
Yeah.
But what I'm saying is that neighborhood. I told you how I started changing right when I moved, and like Where the barbershop is probably from where I lived at, I could hit that barbershop with a stone. And that neighborhood is changing so bad, man. It's like, man, it's crazy, man. And he used to always be posted up outside of the barbershop. Like they would like how like at barbershops, Sun Community,
Yeah,
Sun.
you never want to be posted up outside.
Yeah,
that's where niggas get
yeah,
shot.
Yeah, not anymore. Not these days. It used to be kind of a cool little thing to do.
No, but it's just crazy, man. Like this shit is sad, man. This was a nice guy, the dynamite guy, man. A dynamite guy, man.
Barber, cutting hair and stuff. So he was a funny guy, always cracked jokes and stuff all the time.
Gaddis was also working on his own music, and his mother says just trying to take care of his family.
Working on music. Because rap kills in places like DC. Y'all don't know. We'll see, but
including an infant and 2-year-old.
We'll see.
Nobody's perfect.
Yeah, he had a
Remember they
daughter.
killed Gunu?
He had his daughter right when I had my daughter. Like his daughter was born probably like the same month as my daughter.
Trying to take care of his family, barbershop, or he just an infant and 2-year-old.
No, he worked there. He's just a barber. He's just a barber.
Nobody's perfect, but I would never think this would happen.
It's a sign.
I was just gonna say with the barber game, the game's fucked up now because like you can get killed in a chair that you're paying for. Like if you really want to get into the barber game, you have to have like your own shop, like one-on-ones, like they pay in advance. That's the only way you can make the barber game work now because like in the community, like niggas are running off cuts. Like, you pay after they pulling up and then they getting their haircut and taking off type shit.
See, you know what? Like you ain't gonna do that.
Like my barber, he
like, you ain't gonna do that. You ain't gonna run off with him because he looked like he had chased you, and he looked like a defensive, like kind of like a linebacker for NFL linebacker. You ain't gonna do that with him. But
okay,
and I ain't never seen that all the times I've been to the barbershop. But
yeah, I've never seen that either. I've never seen ever in my life.
They be doing that shit in the South.
And I've had altercations in the barbershop for other reasons, but I've never seen that shit. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah, but
I've seen that shit like twice.
I ain't never seen it. But being a barber, it's not that being a barber is dangerous. It's that when you're a barber, you work at a place where it's nothing but sun people. Like a black barbershop is all sun people. And I think they got a salon in the back of this junk. So you got some sisters and shit. But it's all sun. That's the only danger of being a barber.
I have a lot of friends that tragedies and stuff has happened with them, but I would never think that it would get this close to home.
According to DC police, there was some kind of fight between Gaddis and his killer before the shooting. Lisa doesn't know who the suspect is, but she does have a message for him.
He didn't have to do that, so to me, it's like he meant to kill my son, So I just hope he get on his knees and pray.
What?
And do what?
Of course he meant to kill him. He shot him.
He didn't have to do that. Is crazy.
I'm trying. You see, I'm trying to go easy on my man's mother, man. It's like, cause she
bro.
She said all the same.
You feel a little bit of like, well, it's a stranger.
Yeah,
right.
Yeah, she's saying all the typical bullshit, but man,
she's fucking it up.
Yeah, man, but here's
when your mama's on TV and she says, "Well, he was into some shit." You probably were into some shit.
Yeah, she said nobody's perfect. What she say? Nobody's perfect. Yeah, listen.
But he ain't have to do that though.
Yeah,
here's the thing though.
That's basically what she said.
The guy he's from DC. Like he grew up in that neighborhood. He's from DC. He's a Sun man. Over the course of the years, it ain't a dude from DC it ain't one that's like unless you just like went to private school all your life and never came back home and just moved off somewhere and married a white girl. If you've been in DC and just moving around, it just got away, and you're gonna get some dirt on you. You're gonna get shot. You're gonna go to jail. Something gonna happen, and it's just, you know what I'm saying? You're gonna get in some mess, man.
It's like stepping in a mud puddle.
Yeah, you're gonna get in some mess, man. It's just part of it, man.
Stuff all the time.
Gaddis was
That shit's sad, man. That shit. When I saw his picture, I said, "Oh shit!" Because I had the other picture when we did the story the other day. It didn't have no picture. It was just when it had first happened. I was like, "Oh shit!" I was like, "God damn, man, that's sad, man." R.I.P. to Mike, man. R.I.P. to you, man. I'm sure they're gonna have a visual over at the because he like the mascot of the barbershop. Like he the first thing you see when you
A balloon release.
Yeah, I know they is because he like, I mean, he like, you know what I'm saying? Like when you bend the corner, you see his ass out there with his car trunk open or sitting in his car, something like that. So it's like, you know they're gonna do something big for him over there, man. Salute them to him, man. R.I.P. to him, man. It's just sad, man. Yeah,
What the
man.
hell?
When I
That's
saw that,
crazy.
because I went there, first time I went there, dude messed up my hair. And the next time I went in there, I got him to cut. Yeah, no, dude fucking my shit up. Next time I went in there, he cut my hair and he cut it good. And then I just started fucking with him.
How'd you let him get the second go round, bro?
No, another guy fucked up my hair.
Oh,
and then
another
we went
dude.
back to the barbershop. He cut my hair and he cut it.
And then
good,
he
so
got
I
you
started
right.
fucking with- Yeah, so I started fucking with him. So it's like that's how I ended up getting. That's just the story of how he ended up cutting my hair. That's what I'm saying. Yeah. And the dude probably ain't fuck up my hair. I got a strange hair. Like my hairline, I don't even get him to do my hairline no more. Cause it's like the way my hairline be, when they do it, they take it back and keep taking it back. So now I would say, don't touch my hairline.
No, you know what I gotta tell him now? Don't spray that black shit in my shit.
Yeah.
You know that little, you know how they want to spray
The black shit, yeah.
Yeah, bro. They just go straight to the black shit. Like, I didn't ask for that. I don't want that, man. Like, I came home the first day, my brother was like, "Hey man, what's up with your head? Nigga, you look like a cartoon character." Like, nah, man. I always gotta tell them nowadays, you know, like, don't put that bullshit in my head, bro. I got hair. I'm straight.
Here we go. Here we go. DC mass shooting, man. Everybody hit the like button, hit the PayPal, hit the Cash App, hit the Super Chat. If you want to come up, the link is in the description box. Y'all gotta do something about that noise in the background, man. Please, man.
That ain't me.
If you could hear it, we could hear it.
Yeah, man. Please, man. Pretty please, man.
Good morning. I'm Sean Benedict. I'm the Executive Assistant Chief of Police with the Metropolitan Police Department. I'm joined here today by Mayor Bowser, Chief Gonzalo from the Metro Transit Police Department, and the General Manager for the Metro Transit System. Shortly after 9 a.m., there was an altercation on a Metro bus at 14th Potomac Avenue. There was an individual brandishing a weapon, engaging passengers on this bus. He followed one of the individuals off the bus. The intent of which he's trying to do is not clear at this point, but he shot at this individual, striking him in the legs.
So he's on the bus. He's brandishing a gun. One of the dudes he brandishing the gun at gets off the bus to try to get away from him, I guess. He follows him off the bus and shoots him. Okay?
That individual ran off and has now since been interviewed and transported to an area hospital with non-life-threatening injuries. We believe this to be a series of individual events. And I'm going to talk you through it. That's the first event. Our shooter goes down the escalator to the Metro platform. At that point, he engages someone who's attempting to buy a Metro card. Again, another altercation occurs. He shoots this individual also in the leg, brings him over the turnstile. Again, we're not sure the intent of all of this going in. That individual breaks free and has now been transported to an area hospital.
Okay? Now, because Tyree got killed by cops in Memphis and some men is shaking in their boots every time they leave the house. Does it seem like that's the case? Does it seem like some men are like, man, Tyree, man, I gotta stay away from the police, man? Like, does it seem like that? Is that what you're seeing?
The stuntmen with guns and they are illegal gotta stay from the police.
This is fucking blocks from the Capitol, man. Not the Capitol. The Capitol. The Capitol, maybe like 10 blocks from here, but it's on the same avenue. This is Pennsylvania Avenue right here. So if you keep going down, you go hit the Capitol, then you go hit the White House.
That's hilarious.
Non-life-threatening injuries. Our shooter goes down the escalator further to the platform. He engages with another individual, a female, a woman at this point, and has a gun brandished to his side. Attempts to either rob her, confront her, get into some kind of altercation with her. There's two Metro Transit employees that are watching what's happening. One of them attempts to intervene to protect this young lady. By doing so, he's immediately shot by our shooter.
Okay, so after he shot the two dudes, it's separate incidents. He goes down onto the platform and starts harassing a woman. Metro employee sees this. Two Metro employees are standing there. They see it. One goes over to try to help the young lady, gets shot dead on the spot. I mean, I don't know what you do in that situation. You're a Metro employee. You work for Metro. You standing there, a dude over there fucking with a girl. You kind of gotta go. It's not like you a simp or something that a fucking, you know what I'm saying? This is like you work for Metro. You standing right there.
I know what Mossy would do.
Yeah.
Mossy would have hit him with a poison dart from like 100 yards out.
He wouldn't know what hit him. That's for sure.
Right. Man. Protect black women, man. Protect black women.
For real.
He remains on scene and has been pronounced. His heroism has to be recognized here today. A second WMATA employee engages the shooter and attempts to de-escalate this situation. And I believe he successfully does so because no one is shot after this individual was shot. Our shooter gets on.
Salute to the second guy that came. So the other, after he shot the first one dead, the other guy came over and tried to engage him. Salute the Metro employees, man.
Train gets off the train. Again, it's unclear what the motive of all this is, but our first district officers got a call for service at about 9:20. That call comes in after our Metro bus shooting. Our first district officer takes this individual into custody. We're confident we have the shooter in custody. We have 4 victims in total.
I mean, shit. I just don't know what you can do, man. If a guy is like, yo, he's just gonna go around and just be shooting people, there's really nothing you can do, man. Salute to the guy for protecting that black woman, man. RIP to him, man.
Was it worth it, bro?
I mean,
this is just
dude, you're standing right there. So you at the gym, right? So say you're at the gym, right?
Yeah.
You're a personal trainer, right?
Yeah.
Right?
Yeah.
Somebody, you go get some water, right? You say, all right, baby, you training some chicks. You gonna take 5. I'm gonna go get some water. You come back in the weight room or some shit or the gym, and it's a fucking sun man over there fucking pressing her out and shit. You can't tell what's going on. All you see is she's in fucking distress, and the sun man is like, pressing her out and shit. What do you do?
I mean, I would fuck him up.
Right. If he would have shot your ass, he
would have.
Well, in my defense, I'm a trained fighter, so I might have a better advantage.
These goddamn hollow points.
Yeah.
I could probably disarm him though quickly.
Okay.
My John Wick.
Hey, you know what? I actually
face ass nigga.
I actually seen that a long time ago. I was with like me and 5 other guys. A glider was with us, one of our guys, And we saw, leaving the club, we saw a Sunman and his glider queen girl. He was beating her ass. So the glider dude, you know, he's honorable guy, I guess. He goes up there and beats the fuck out of the Sunman. He picks his ass up, right? Fucking he was with a couple of Sunman too. The fucking cops come out. The glider queen is claiming, along with the Sun brother, the glider dude was calling him the N-word. I shit you now. I can't make this up.
No doubt.
So
Yeah,
she backed him up, even though he was beating her ass.
You don't save no chick. I'm sorry, you don't. Especially like if they're a couple, you don't fucking help them.
No, you don't.
Yeah,
There's no winning there. There's no situation where you're gonna come out on top. That's just a lose-lose. You're gonna either get hurt, you're gonna go to jail, or that bitch is going back to him. Like nothing good is gonna come for you getting in the middle of that bullshit.
Nope. Nothing. Yeah, but that's word to the wise. Stay out of relationship shit. But this ain't relationship shit. This is just you're at your fucking job and the fucking Sunman jumping on a woman. You kind of like have to intervene, man.
Yeah.
Like, I mean, it really.
But if you are, you can't.
They gotta
like,
arm those guys.
You gotta clear his ass the fuck up out of there. Like if you're gonna go intervene, you gotta go directly for the skull and get him.
Yeah.
Like, you got to, you know what I'm saying? You got to incapacitate him immediately.
They should arm those guys. They should arm those guys. That's the train's fault or the transit system's fault.
Nah,
they should be armed.
Here's the problem with arming those guys. DC, rarely do people have, even the thugs in DC, they're not armed during the day. A lot of goons and the thugs in DC, when they're out and about, they're not armed. And I'm not talking about all of them. I would say 80%, 80 to 90% of when they're out of their hood, when they're not in their hood, when they're moving around the city, like running errands or some shit, a lot of times then these guys are not armed because DC, you get bagged with a gun in DC historically. Now that was differently, but historically, man, you were fucked. You know what I'm saying? Because the gun laws. But
yeah.
So like DC dudes, man, even when they're on the block, they keep their joint in the bushes, man. They keep this shit in the on the fucking breeze.
Yeah, I guess I always didn't notice. Niggas up north used to always be like they hiding the pistol. It's always way the fucking way.
Where's that? Where's that? Where the transit employees being armed?
Well,
yeah, I know.
Yeah,
because he's saying the odds of that happening is low. Is that what you're trying to say?
Yeah, people ain't armed like that on the metro.
The stakes are high.
No,
yeah, the stakes are
high. But what I'm saying is the laws are that you, like, for instance, say I was
the laws assume that there's not going to be any guns.
Say I was a security guard in a building in DC, like one of those big office buildings downtown, of federal buildings, and I'm licensed to carry, and I go outside and take a smoke break without putting my gun in the locker. I can get charged for that. It's because I'm on the street. I'm not in the building. You have to. The laws is real fucking strict over the gun laws in DC. Because when Reagan got shot, they changed the laws. It made them real rough in DC. So the gun laws in DC are very, very strict. I think people think because it's the murder capital and they had so many murders that that's just Sunmen being Sunmen. The laws are strict as hell in DC when it comes to guns historically. So yeah, you don't see a lot of Sunmen with guns in public. It'd be you'll see a lot of fights in DC. In public, you know what I'm saying? Something be duking it out and shit.
This is just such a terrifying story. Witnesses say that it started on a bus. This shooter waving his handgun, pointing it at a number of different passengers, following one of them off the bus, shooting him here in the legs, and then headed down into this metro station.
There's a man on the train, has a gun. I have customers on the train right now panicking.
A suspect in his still unexplained rage, assaulting people he encountered one after the other. First on a bus. Evidence markers show where he shot that man.
He held a gunpoint on the metro station.
Then down in the station, assaulting a man at a ticket machine, dragging him toward the turnstile and shooting him in the legs.
We're going to have another victim, could be a white male. He was shot in the leg.
He shot a white dude. So White dude was just minding his business, got caught up in the sun drama. Damn.
Hey, ain't blacks get tired of this shit, man?
Just
Ain't
like
they
that.
tired of being collateral
A
damage?
woman on the platform attempting to rob her. A Metro worker, Robert Cunningham, a 64-year-old mechanic, steps in to help the woman, and the gunman shoots him in the back of the head.
I have a man.
Damn. He tried to help that woman, man. And listen, man, I don't blame him, man. Sometimes, man,
Hell.
there's nothing you can do, man. You fucking a mechanic. He probably was working on some shit right there at the station, and some woman getting robbed by some sun man right there. Like, you could ignore it.
He should have got the strap.
You could ignore
Call the
it, but
police.
I mean, no, man, it's just crazy. It's sad.
Oh my God, I see a woman being harassed.
Attempting to rob her. A Metro worker, Robert Cunningham, a 64-year-old mechanic, steps in to help the woman, and the gunman shoots him in the back of the head.
I have a man shot with leg in his head, unconscious, not breathing.
I wish we could have been there faster.
Another Metro worker tries to de-escalate the situation. The gunman climbs on and off a stopped train.
And we have weapon recovery on the track.
The alleged shooter finally tackled by heroic passengers.
Do the heroic actions of our citizens, our community, to disarm this shooter. I can't put a price on that. I think they save lives, and
But you did put a price on that.
But the fact that our citizens have to intervene with armed gunmen is disturbing to me.
Yeah, people were running, people were yelling. It was hysterical.
Michael Campbell was trying to catch a train as the shooting was going on.
Somebody run down on the platform and shoot 3 people is just unheard of. It's crazy.
You have a beef, someone looks at you crooked and they shoot you, for no reason.
Kathy McCullough lives right next to the station.
I'm not going to let that make me afraid to live in the city. I love the city. I'm staying here. I was here first.
Spoken like a true glider.
Hey, man, that shit is rare. Something like that is rare. Sun violence on sun violence, hoods beefing and shit like that. Random altercations between sun men. That shit is normal. But this right here, just doesn't happen, man. I mean, really, now Metro has had a lot more shooting this last year. They've had more shootings than they had in the previous 10 years combined. So it is an uptick in this last year. So maybe they want to look at that, but as historically, nothing like this ever happened.
Hey, Gen Z got kicked out.
City.
Oh, Gen Z got kicked out? Oh. Historically, nothing like this ever happens. Yeah. But I mean, and listen, this white woman, she old. She like, fuck it, I ain't leaving. Fuck that shit, I'm old.
Ain't many more days left, no way.
Yeah. I mean, hey, man.
She better be careful.
Is
She's
not
not target.
leaving this city. Now, police have yet to release the name of this alleged shooter, but we are expecting to get more details soon. Delia and Zoe, back to you guys.
And making this all worse, you're talking about the time of day.
Yeah.
This is how people started their day.
9:30.
Yeah. So people are wondering when they're safe in the city, where they're safe in the city. You can't even ride the train.
2 days ago, I was listening to a liberal YouTuber named City Nerd, and I guess he's like a city planner, and he was talking about transportation violence and why we need to get rid of vehicles and switch to public transportation. And he was saying that he was calling car crashes transportation violence and the road rage and stuff with guns. He said if we all start taking the bus and bikes and stuff, that we would stop shooting each other. Well, he needs to watch this video.
Man, that would be the Battle Royale, the CTA Battle Royale.
See, the thing about Sun, man, is just us interacting with each other leads to violence. Like my boy, I was to my barber. He was walking down the street, and he got into a fight with a guy just walking down the street. I don't know if he was in the wrong with the other guy, but just walking down the street, 2 Sunmen, one coming this way, one coming that way. So there's no solutions. I think that whole thing is what you're talking about, Blanco, was a solution. There's no solution. You know what I'm saying?
A motive continues after terrifying moments at the Potomac Avenue Metro station this morning. A Metro employee was killed and 3 other people were injured after a series of shootings this morning in and around the Potomac Avenue Metro station. The suspect is in custody tonight and the station has reopened.
This is not the first violent incident in and around public transportation in the past few months. And we have our Dave Lucas here now to bring in a little bit of perspective for us. Not only have you covered Metro, of course, for decades, you ride Metro every day, and I know you must have seen changes. Tell us sort of what you're seeing now and if you really have noticed a change because of the recent violence.
Well, what you see now if you ride Metro is there are now a lot more people back on the trains, and that's my area of expertise. I see buses, but I don't ride them, but I do ride Metro almost every day. And there are a lot more people coming back, and with a lot more people, originally it was a lot more fare jumpers, and I think that a lot of people felt very strongly about that. And they seem to have that under control. But I do think that there is a safety issue, or at least a safety perception on the part of a lot of people who ride Metro. I've asked a number of them when we're on trains, would you feel better if you saw more Metro cops? And the answer is universally yes. You'll hear people say, I see them in their cars. I don't see them in the stations. And I think if they were looking for a sort of outward and visible sign, that's one that, at least in my small sample size, I could say, do that, and tomorrow there'd be a lot more acceptance and goodwill, I think, as a result.
And Dave, I think it's one thing for riders who see a story like this, but maybe it's not on their line. But when it hits home, I know you've witnessed a shooting. What was that like, and how does that change how you move about your day and your commute when you count on Metro?
I live downtown, and there's a safety perception, I think, on the part of some people. So it didn't affect me as much as if I had been living in the suburbs where things like that don't happen on a regular basis. On that afternoon that I was coming up out of the station, when there was that fatal shooting, on the other side, there are a couple of entrances to the station that I use most frequently. You could see the panic. People were running up the escalator to get out of the thing. There is no question that there's concern about this. And I think if Metro doesn't admit that, and sometimes I think they try to put a brave face on it, they should say, yes, we have a problem. We need to do something about it, and they need to be a little bit more proactive. And if they were looking for a suggestion, that would be mine.
Yeah. All right.
Good job, he keeps his job.
Yeah, no, he keeps his job, but because he just said some real ridiculous shit. He said, I mean, I live in the city. Like, is that dude? I wonder, do like gliders really think that stupid shit? Like, it's okay because you live in the city for shit to be like this.
I'm
like,
sure some of them do.
It feels that way, bro. Like,
yeah, it does.
Yeah, I mean, when you do live in the city, though, I mean, like, he's right. Like, you're living around a lot of fucking suns. I mean, not for nothing, man. It is what it is, man.
That's kind of what I hear when they say that. They're kind of saying, you know, it's a lot of sun, man. You know, what are you gonna do?
I hear that, but then it used to feel like it used to have to be in a certain sunny area. It's not like they accept it.
Well, no, he lives downtown. If he lives downtown, you have a lot of vagrants, a lot of transients, a lot of bums, a lot of homeless people, a lot of a lot of rejects. So a lot of dudes really can't hang in like the hood or the corner on the block with the niggas. They go downtown, and they be the riffraff downtown hanging out.
Yo, I'm not gonna lie to you. Not here, not anymore. The gang motherfuckers, they're downtown now, and they're shooting each other and everybody else
with Louis belts on.
Yeah,
no, I got that, and that's happening in DC too. Everywhere. What I'm saying is that, like, it's still like there's still shit going on in the hood. So like there's wars between different blocks going on. But the dudes that's downtown, they, you know what I'm saying? You still not like, that's not like the top niggas in the city. You know what I'm saying? The top niggas is holding their block down. They in their hood. But you still got riffraff niggas downtown now, like you said, like riffraff, like, and this riffraff. This is like real, like just fucking, like just
right. Yo, I got a buddy who's a cop right here in the city, right? He tells me that on weekends, in particular in the summer, the west side is empty because everybody's at the beach or downtown. You know what I mean? And then when it's like around time for everything closes down and like the beach, they're back in the west side shooting each other.
Yeah.
You know?
Yeah.
That's
Just
wild.
like,
yeah, he told me like because he's in one of those units that they gotta be proactive. So he said that he'd be looking, but they ain't out there. You know, they're at the beach. They're out there terrorizing the gliders.
You imagine going to the beach and seeing some sun people and not knowing that they're fucking GDs and BDs.
Them niggas gonna be pulling up in cargo pants, sagging with Jordans around their neck, and
you gotta look for those signs.
Beaters.
What Jizzy be saying? Neck tattoos. That's definitely an indicator.
Oh yeah,
Loudness too. Loud being
loud.
You know,
too many of them. Like it's just like 4. Like
not having swimwear at the beach.
That kind of
niggas will pull up in a whole fit.
A hoodie at the beach.
At the beach. Yeah.
Yeah, like look at me.
Air Force One.
Like if that nigga don't got no swimming trunks on, he a problem.
Please stay away. Move the other direction.
Yeah, because like not having fun and shit. Like some men will be down.
He's not enjoying himself.
Mean mugging and it's like, damn, okay, so this nigga, he over here, he the vibe. Like when you around something, sometimes it's like an energy that shit is contagious. Like they ain't smiling. They dry as shit, and it just like it bring everybody to that.
Like, you better be alert. You like, well, if them niggas feel that type of way, there might be,
Yeah. So they got the identity of the guy. They got the identity of the guy who did that shit in DC. Let's see.
Hearing from 2 people who tackled a shooter on a rampage at a DC metro station. That accused gunman is in custody tonight. Police say he shot and killed a metro employee. 3 other people were hurt. Thank you for being here with us at 11 o'clock. I'm Lorenzo Hall. Now, in the last half hour, we have learned the name of the accused gunman, 31-year-old Isaiah Trotman from Southeast DC. One of many new details about
31-year-old Isaiah Trotman. Damn.
Have learned the name of the accused gunman, 31-year-old Isaiah Trotman from Southeast DC. One of many new details about exactly what happened inside the Potomac Avenue metro station. Our Casey Nolan is live there tonight. And Casey, we know just a few hours ago, you also spoke with the heroes who tackled that suspect. What are they telling you?
Yeah, that's right, Zoe. They told me that when the alleged shooter, got on the train and was waving the gun at people, the doors to the train shut behind him. They thought they were trapped with no one coming to help.
I thought he was going to shoot me. He was looking at me at one point, with a gun.
Police say the man Timur Skrinikov saw step onto his metro train with a gun.
Customers on the train right now panicking.
Had already shot 3 others and was threatening to shoot more. It started around 9:45 Wednesday morning on a metro bus near the Potomac Avenue station, where police say for some yet unknown reason, a man shot another passenger in the leg. Then went down into the metro station where he shot another passenger near the fare gates. That's when Metro says one of its mechanics, 64-year-old Robert Cunningham, tried to stop the shooter, and that man shot and killed Cunningham in the head. That's when Skrinikov says the shooter got on his train and the doors shut behind him.
I looked outside the window and I could see Mr. Cunningham, motionless on the platform. Then, he pointed a gun at the woman who was sitting across from me, and he said, "I'm going to shoot again."
Skrinikov suspects another passenger hit the emergency button to stop the train before it could leave. The doors reopened and offered a way out. But with the shooter pacing through the train with his gun at the woman's head, Skrinikov decided to stay and fight.
I saw his back, and something just made me jump at him. It was a survival, like I said, instinct,
Then he says another passenger piled on, and they were able to tackle the suspected shooter to the ground, where he lost control of his gun. Police arrived and arrested him.
I think it was God's help, really.
Salute to this guy, man.
Yeah, that's a bad man right there.
More salute to the second guy, because the last thing you want to do is play hero and grab the dude with the gun, and everybody else just look at you like, you got it. Go ahead. like, come on, y'all help me. So salute to everybody else having enough sense to help this guy.
Really, very fortunate, very lucky.
Due to the heroic actions of our citizens, our community, to disarm this shooter, I can't put a price on that. I think they saved lives.
Please turn off your TV, man. Somebody there watching reruns of Matlock or some shit. I don't know what the fuck going on.
You're watching Sanford and Son.
Yeah, man.
I spoke to the other passenger who helped by phone. He told me he had the courage to go for it because he saw Mr. Skrinnikoff go for it first. We just checked with police. They have not given us a possible motive for this shooting. And so as for the others who were shot and survived, they are expected to be okay.
Yeah, we don't have a motive right now, Casey, but we do know.
The motive? What you mean motive, man?
Yeah, I don't see a motive here, buddy.
Yeah, man. The motive is that he's a man, man.
I bet where homie man's at, they don't have these problems, but I bet they get an F in amenities.
Yeah, definitely. No Sunman, no cool shit, man. No strip malls, no goddamn. You know what I'm saying? Nothing. So let's see. Okay, B-More, man. B-More, stand up, man. If you're from B-More, hit one, man. Anybody from B-More, we gotta go back to DC for one more story. But if you from DC, if you from B-More, hit one, man. See how many B-More Baltimoreans we got in the building, man.
I feel like we ain't been there in a minute. Baltimore?
This afternoon, the jury
Ugly.
heard the defendant for themselves as they watched the now 19-year-old Shehu Carbo's recorded post-arrest police interview. After a series of prosecution witnesses connected Carbo to the murder of 43-year-old James Blue last January through cell phone records, surveillance video, and ballistics testing, the jury
This
then
was
heard
the realtor who was waiting on the guy to deliver a fridge to his property. He had a fixer upper. He was working on his property, and waiting outside for the guy to deliver the fridge. And some Sunman came over there. Some Sunman from the neighborhood, I was like just disturbed, like, who's this nigga sitting in this car on my block? And approached him. And I guess words were exchanged because this guy was on the phone with his son at the time. When the Sun team rolled up on him, he was on the phone with his son sitting in his car.
Yeah, I remember that.
And some kind of words was exchanged with the Sun team. And the Sun team lit his ass up.
What?
Yeah, this guy was a realtor, man.
Yeah, like when you go into these neighborhoods, because I do real estate, like you go into these neighborhoods, it's definitely like some rough areas that you'll look at houses in. I mean, you got to be strapped, man. Honestly, like I be taking my camera with my strap in the camera bag, no cap.
And you also kind of got to understand how you gonna respond to motherfuckers. Like if you are getting pressed, like he probably was on the phone, kind of dismissed him, shoot him off, kind of like made him feel small or some silly shit like that.
Hey, do y'all know where that last name or that name is from? Can y'all tell or not really?
Carbo.
It's from not here.
Nigeria. I give it to Nigeria, honestly.
You
Y'all
think
got
so? Is
that
that-
one. Carbo. Because of the
okay.
bow.
Yeah, because I know some people could tell from the names, right? Somebody, I don't know how that shit works though, to be honest.
Or they're saying it's Sierra Leone. Wikipedia is saying it's a popular
Oh,
surname
okay.
in Sierra Leone. So
I'm sure it's rough as fuck over there, Sierra Leone.
Oh
It
yeah,
sounds
oh
like-
yeah.
Oh yeah.
Nigga.
Very dangerous.
Shit.
There was a private security company that went down there and got it straightened out real quick, but they got pulled out of there after about 6 months.
Yeah. They couldn't afford to keep firing that many bullets.
they ran out of bullets.
Bullet tax.
Yeah, it's either Sierra Leone or Gambia.
I don't think I ever heard of Gambia.
It's all problems.
It is.
Just know that.
It's on the west. It's on the west side of Africa.
Oh, is it by
Gambia?
Could be Cameroonian.
Yeah, is it by right there?
Man,
I'm Cameroonian.
Any of that shit, man. All of that shit.
It's all rough.
Yeah, bro. Listen, if you don't know about it, think about the fact as big as that motherfucker is, you can't really identify any particular area like that. It just all blends together.
Gambia's right under the Senegal.
Okay, I know what you're talking about. If you can make it in Gambia, you can make it anywhere.
Yeah,
shit. You can make it in Africa. You can make it anywhere. Shit.
I heard it was pretty nice in Gambia, though. Honestly.
Yeah, I mean, you can get money over there. You'll be all right. You know.
Yeah.
It's just so vast, and
but Sierra Leone, hell no.
But yeah, Sierra Leone, that's like blood diamond territory.
Yeah.
Damn.
You know, that's where it gets real brutal. That's where hatchets come out.
Right. That sounds to me like if you're a kid and it's hard to survive, but once you survive the kid stage, you should be good, right?
No. But
no, you got the hootsies and the tootsies and the short sleeves and the long sleeves.
You're all right if you're not there, but if you're there, it's fucked. You know what I'm saying? You gotta get about it.
Because I know in Sierra Leone they're big on like taking kids and enslaving them, right? Like for the blood.
Oh yeah,
like,
for sure.
You know what I'm talking about?
Not just
Sierra Leone, Libya. I mean, Somalia.
I mean, that's kind of like a worldwide thing. Child slave labor is
true.
foreign to America.
But it's rough in Africa.
Most of that shit is going on in Africa, honestly. Like they still got slavery out there.
Yeah. And I heard it's rough. Like they're not playing with these kids.
It's only getting
sleep outside. It's warm.
It's only getting worse.
It's all right.
Somalia is on the other coast.
It's like
Somalia is on like the east coast, like where the Horn is, the Horn of Africa.
Yeah. Man, salute to Carbo though, man, for killing this dude for no reason. What's wrong with this guy?
I mean, he's been ingratiated. He understands where he's at. He's just assimilating to the culture that his people have moved to, which is savagery and murder for absolutely no goddamn motherfucking reason.
Should have listened to his parents when they told him don't hang out with niggas.
Yeah, because African parents be like, stay away from them niggas.
Yep, exactly.
Yo, where are you from, dude? With the glasses, where are you from?
San Francisco.
Oh shit!
Oh, nice.
Salute to you, dude.
London breed, right? That's your mayor.
Yeah, London breed.
Yeah.
Does it really look as crazy as it looks on the internet, bro?
She said she got hella ass. She trashed, but she got hella ass though.
Is it really as fucked up as it looks on the internet, dude?
Yeah, like
hell yeah. It's worse than it looks on the internet.
Cause that shit look insane, bro.
It does look insane.
There's shit everywhere. I'm not even lying.
He said his
shit, man. Like they got that app that tells you where there's hella shit. The app doesn't even
that's
no way. Are you kidding me?
Wait, it's pointing out the shit spots.
It's like Waze for shit. Do y'all know that app Waze
app
where it tells you the police, like where the police
right.
It's like Waze for shit.
Wait, so is it only in downtown or is it outside of downtown too?
I would say it's mostly in the eastern part of San Francisco. Like I'm from the western side, and you'll see like some homeless, like because I'm near the beach, so it's a lot more like the beach drug addicts and shit out there. But
the beach
when you go downtown, it looks like fucking a third world country sometimes. Downtown in the financial district is bad.
Wow, how embarrassing!
Yeah, because like you see those videos with niggas just riding through. And it's almost like, did they only find the one corner that looks like this? Because that shit be madness. Like, it should be going on for like blocks.
Yeah, it look like Kensington.
Blocks, exactly like Kensington and Philadelphia.
But good weather though.
Yeah, and I mean, I'm telling you, man, it's just bad. Like you got kids, schools downtown. Right. They was trying to sue the city because they gotta walk through druggies with needles hanging out their arms and shit when they take.
Yeah, I think I seen the video about that.
Yeah,
man, that's wild. Nice. So, but now, and it's blue as a motherfucker out there, ain't it?
Blue as fuck. It's crazy. My neighborhood where I grew up was the only neighborhood that if it was up to our neighborhood, we would have voted for Trump. That's great.
Damn.
It's all working class where I live.
So you grew up in San Francisco.
Yeah, I grew up in San Francisco.
What's the rent out there though?
Oh,
I mean, it's as high as you could think, bro. Like
you paying an arm and a leg for shitty streets.
I can't do
crazy.
So is it a drug dealer's paradise considering
right?
So
open
many
air. Open air. We got the
I mean, that's insane. That's what I'm
Salvadorians,
saying. I
the
couldn't
Nicaraguans, and the Guatemalans. They run downtown. And I'm
Damn.
telling you,
Are you
you can tell
serious?
who the drug dealer
What?
is, because then you'll see somebody all fitted up with new clothes and shit hanging around people that fucking look like they was in a new
like
But
they
they're not sunmen that are running those streets. It ain't sunmen.
Oh, well, look, it's both of them, but like the ones that you see on the corner, those are usually the Guatemalans and the Salvadorians, you know, because it's a sanctuary city.
Wow.
Damn,
Right.
yeah.
Yo,
that makes
where
sense.
the fuck where are the Mexicans at? They're not in the mix. The Mexicans.
Oh, the Mexicans are in the mix, but like we had remember when those caravans was coming and shit, like they didn't stop. That was people passing through Mexico, Nicaragua.
Yeah, I remember.
He said they didn't stop.
We got a lot of Salvadorians out here.
Wow. I'm surprised they started killing each other for that drug money. That's a lot of money they're making.
Oh yeah, they cleaning up. They're cleaning
definitely
up.
do.
I mean, I couldn't imagine being young and have like access to a trap that outrageous.
Right.
Like, I couldn't even contain
No cap
myself.
though.
Like I couldn't contain myself. There's no way. I'd be like, bro, I'm going out there. I
Yeah.
don't give a fuck.
I'm surprised there's not a lot more murders over there because it doesn't make any sense to me that they're not killing each other at a higher rate.
Because there's
They
too
killing,
much
though.
cash.
No, they definitely killing.
They killing, but
you would think it'd be a lot more though, because I gotta have it all. You know, it's all ours.
I mean, but it's just like with all this other stuff. All this other stuff we see, we don't see it like nationally televised like that. So like there'll be overdoses all the time. Cause I work for the city. So like and I work in the parks. I remember one year there was like 10 people that OD'd in the park, but only city workers knew about that. Nobody else.
Yeah. It's like everywhere else. Like out here, there'd be like a lot of shootings that, like, particularly like, especially if nobody dies. You know what I mean? In a horrendous fashion, you just ain't gonna even hear about it. Like you'd have to really be in the mix to really know that this shit's even going on.
Yeah.
Right. I'll do you one better. People getting shot at. Nobody gives a fuck about that. Nobody got hit. Oh, okay, it's all good. That was a lot.
If I was in a shootout and I got shot and I shot a motherfucker and they were like nobody died and they just kind of let that shit ride.
Mutual combatants.
So what?
Mutual combatants.
Yeah, it kind of looked at it like that. Like they put me on non-report probation for like a year and took my pistol. Swear to God.
Man, I couldn't live in San Francisco though, man. And that's me living in Chicago saying that, you know?
Yeah, I can't deal with shit on the street, bro.
Shit, I moved to the suburbs a couple years ago, man. Like I had to.
Oh, you slid on them boys.
Oh hell yeah! I want to have a kid. Like shit. Like my wife, she from a city like 40 minutes away. I'm like, it's good where you're at. Let me move near there.
Yeah, listen,
you got to.
Bro, that's where I live, like closer to her people than them. Like I had to get out. Listen, I saw the most beautiful thing the other day, right? I saw a vagrant sun man crossing the bridge by the highway. And to watch the police swerve out on his ass brought so much joy to my heart. They were like, not in our community. I was like, see, this is why you pay a little more, you know, and you go a little further. You know what I'm saying? We cut this shit off before we can get going. You know what I'm saying? So I was very pleased with that.
Yeah, it's hard to get like any cheaper though in the Bay Area because Silicon Valley goes from San Francisco all the way to San Jose. So you really got to move. If you really want to get away from the city, like you have to move like more than an hour away.
But and you guys want to laugh at me and you guys want to give me shit, but I'll tell you what, I'll deal with, like today I spent 6 hours thawing out. First time in 5 years my house was froze from the weather. Mm-hmm. So I spent 6 hours thawing out my drain pipes. I would rather do that than deal with the shit you city people have to deal with.
And then you know what's so fucked up? I would not. I can't. I think I'll deal with this sun shit before I go through all that.
Yeah,
I hate the
my
cold.
uncle up north with all the good white folks. He ain't never turned back.
He never looked back.
He up in like the woodsy area, like in Northern California.
But a lot of you guys moving to
think about
Texas.
moving.
You know what I'm saying? Aren't you a lot of you guys moving to Texas?
Oh yeah. My wife, she want to go to Fort Worth.
No.
Yeah.
No.
I'm sure you know a lot of people that left to Texas, I bet, right?
They've already ruined that state.
I know.
They're trying.
I know. They tell us not to
They
come.
ruined Austin already. Austin's fucked.
They say Austin is like
Austin's
Texas, San Francisco.
OV. Dallas is OV too.
Yeah, Dallas definitely OV. Houston is. I mean, we already know.
They letting people from Juarez into
San Antonio.
into not San Antonio. What is
It's pretty chill out there.
Laredo?
Nah, not Laredo. Fuck. El Paso. El Paso.
Yeah,
Because it's right by. You can see Juarez through El Paso. Bro, they're bringing, like, bro, it's bad.
Damn. Yo, but these Californians, though, BGZ, they're on another level, bro.
Are they? You just
On
mix
another
these
level.
insane motherfuckers with more insane motherfuckers. That's what it seems like.
Bro, Cole, they need to have an app to tell you where the shit is at, bro.
Yeah, that's a little different.
Yeah, there was his sister's daughter who just got allegedly kidnapped by the cartel, like just a couple days ago.
Where
was that at?
She went down to Mexico dating a little cartel nigga, and then that nigga,
no.
I guess she wasn't obeying. She tried that strong independent shit with him. Now she missing.
No, you do not fuck with no fucking burrito. That's a cartel.
Nah, them niggas nasty.
They like damn near worship the devil, bro. Like they real shit. Like pray to evil spirits, dog.
Yeah,
They
that's
had
our
no problem
ISIS.
throwing a stack of tires on you.
Yeah.
Yo,
On
Cole,
burrito ISIS.
You know what else
called
go
bullshit,
on in
man. We
San
would not even
Francisco?
heard a fly, brother.
They do that Santeria shit in San Francisco. So you go in the parks, you'll fucking find like severed chicken heads and shit in the park. It's fucking
bro,
crazy.
I've met some psychotic burritos, bro, in my travels. I was like, man, I ain't really trying to be around homes like that because he may be half my size, but like he got 10 times the demon. I'm gonna just, you know what I'm saying? Let him be over there with that, bro.
Yo, we wouldn't even heard a fly, Cole. I'm telling you right now.
I don't believe you, sir.
Wicked, they'd have you on the overpass looking like a rotisserie chicken, fucking cooking your ass and shit.
Shout out to the one selling oranges on the side of the road, though. At least
see, them ones I can fuck with. See, they not trying to give you no problems, bro.
Them oranges are good as fuck too. Let's be honest.
I was gonna say, not for nothing, that's some damn good fruit.
it ain't got all them chemicals in it.
He's like, I picked it myself here. No, I was like,
Let me move on, man. Let me move along, man. Let me move along.
Prosecution. This afternoon, the jury heard the defendant for themselves as they watched the now 19-year-old Shehu Carbo's recorded post-arrest police interview. After a series of prosecution witnesses connected Carbo to the murder of 43-year-old James Blue last January through cell phone records, surveillance video, and ballistics testing, the jury then heard the defendant deny that was him in those surveillance images and deny being in the 1400 block of Walker Avenue on January 25th, 2022. Once the jury was sent home for the day, the two sides argued over an expert witness the defense wants to call, who found the defendant, quote, is low IQ and has low decision-making functioning abilities, which plays into imperfect self-defense or
Wait.
He actually said it. He actually said it.
He's too dumb to have committed the crime.
Oh man, that quote is what the fuck we say all the
Hey man, I need to know how to screenshot on a laptop, bro. I'm a son, man. I don't know all this shit because I need that in my life.
Press screen.
Press screen somewhere. I gotta find that shit. I gotta have this quote. I'm gonna send this to niggas every day.
Bro, he said it. Low IQ, low decision making functioning abilities. Oh man, that dude is a hardcore racist.
We're making progress, man. This is progress to me,
This
man. Because
progress, bro. This is a beautiful thing. This is like,
man.
That means
the
it's working.
Yeah,
The public defender said that though. That's kind of weird.
Listen,
Yeah.
man. I mean, this guy, he has low IQ, low decision making. It's true a lot of times. It's not true with every son, man. But the
No.
averages are what it is. Like I studied IQ extensively for several years, and during my studies, I found a test. Some like teachers and researchers made a test for Sunmen. So of course they racist too. So they based it on shit that like Sunmen would know, and like you know what I'm saying, typical stereotypical shit. But
Like what year Air Jordans came out?
Yeah, but they were trying to act like it was scientific, right? So at the end of the results, they gave it to white people too. They gave it to Asians. They gave it to Hispanics too, just to so they could test it. At the end of all their research, they found out it was the data the came out the same exact way as all the other IQ tests. There was no difference in that IQ test than in the one that they could say is racist. The white people won, and it was the exact same distribution by race. There's no solution, man.
None. I mean, because it's true. If you really get into the Sun community, I wish sometimes we could really escort some of our brethren through there and like have a real good like month-long experience. Like going through for a day or two is not going to give you enough of a vibe. You can kind of skate with that. But now if you can really get in the trenches and really be around these motherfuckers for a month or two and really get to see what's really going on, I think a lot of eyes may open up. You know what I'm saying? Like, this doesn't shock a Sun person in the Sun community. That shit's fucking hilarious because it's true.
Yeah, I mean, he sees a guy sitting in the car, and he goes up and approaches him and asks him, like, what are you doing here? And then within seconds, he dumps the clip off. And this is broad daylight. I mean, this happened at, like, you saw the scene of the shooting.
Mm-hmm.
This shit happened in broad fucking daylight. Like, it was, and he had a school uniform on. It's just fucking, there's nothing you can do.
To the public defender, Todd Oppenheim. And yes, Oppenheim continued, we are going to put my client on the witness stand, and that is atypical in a case like this. Prosecutors argued, do that, and then his history is fair game. We have him committing armed robbery. We have him as the aggressor in a non-fatal shooting. We have him in an unoccupied house shooting it up. He has a history of situations in which he reacts with.
So this guy,
hold on. So you see what they're arguing?
They're giving it to him.
Like they're arguing whether or not to go hard as fuck on him. Like, oh well, if you're gonna do that, then we're gonna bring what? This shit should be there anyway, motherfucker.
Right.
What are we doing? Gliders, I'm telling you, gliders will have to take some fucking accountability in this bitch. Because this all glider. Who is this? Tony LaPoya? Fuck you, Tanya. Oh, it's a whole broad. And then what was the defender's name?
The defender, I'm pretty sure, is a juice man.
You think so?
Yeah, Oppenheim is
German.
Pretty.
Yeah.
Well, but that's common juice as well.
Yeah, that could be juice. There definitely could be some small head shit.
Well, yeah, Robert Oppenheimer, the guy behind the nuclear bomb.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Not bringing in past convictions, the details of them, is a standard non-prejudiced thing for any person in court, though. You can bring in, past convictions just like the count and sometimes the charges, but not the details of them if they're related somehow. But
I mean, it seems pretty related.
If it's far enough in the past or whatever, you can't even bring it in like that.
Really?
It's the rules of court. But if you go testify to, I'm just this wonderful person, then they can bring it in to impeach your character. No, you're not. You have a past history of this. That's what they're talking about.
Okay,
if you plead no contest, then they're not supposed to use the history.
Law in the glider system. That's what that sounds like to me.
Violence. The state says this is premeditated first-degree murder and plan to call a witness to bolster that argument today. An inmate who Carbo allegedly confessed to while they were incarcerated together for a few months last year. However, after being called to the stand and after being sworn in, that inmate refused to speak. Outside the Mitchell Courthouse tonight, I'm Kate Amara, WBAL, PV11.
Damn, son, man, killed that fucking brother, man. It's fucking crazy.
Low IQ.
That brother was doing things, man.
Man, Oppenheim, he had one of them back in the day kind of quotes. Low IQ. No decision making skills.
Yeah.
Yeah, I mean, he was really showing how he felt, but he's just pushing the wrong angle. Like he needs to be on the prosecution.
Right.
Juice Man, they'll do some crazy stuff in law in a courtroom.
Anywhere, really.
I just find it odd that he would try to use that as some type of excuse for what he did. What are you trying to do here?
Well, I mean, if he's got nothing else, he'll fucking try anything.
That's
Before
true.
we get
That's very
started,
true.
Exactly. And he should. I mean, if he's defending you, he should.
Before we get started, I just want to remind everyone that we are early on in this investigation. What I can tell you at this point is that shortly after 6 o'clock this morning, detectives with the Baltimore County Police Department were attempting to arrest 2 wanted suspects here at the corner of Ebenezer Road and Pulaski Highway at the Royal Farms. As they were attempting to make that arrest, the suspects struck one of our detectives' vehicles. At that point, one of our detectives discharged their firearm. The suspect's vehicle continued and collided with a civilian's car. At that point, the suspect's SUV did come to a stop. Our officers took both individuals inside the vehicle into custody and immediately rendered aid to the injured person. That person was taken to an area hospital where they remain in critical condition at this point. No officer was injured during this incident.
Okay, good shit, man. Wow. Let me go. Oh yeah, I wanted to show y'all this, man, in DC, man. This is where is it at? Okay, here we go.
Employee accused of killing a 13-year-old suspected of breaking into cars turned himself in. 41-year-old Jason Lewis indicted and arrested for second-degree murder while armed. Fox 5's Josh Rosenthal in Bethesda tonight with reaction to the charges.
You should have never fired a shot of a boy, little kids, anybody messing with cars.
A third.
Damn straight.
First of all, I'm not even sure what the fuck he's talking about. So
they got bruh man fucking doing an interview.
My God, listen, man. This is why the community is the way it is, and it's just what we talked about, man. Like, this doesn't make sense to normal people. You have to be in a all Sun community for this to make sense. Like, had this been a homogeneous Sun community, they would have strung that boy up by his hands to a branch and whipped his soul out of his body. They would have whipped him like a fucking rented mule.
Yeah.
I promise you. No, I promise.
Or in an Arab community, cut his hand off.
When I was a kid, there was an African family that lived next door to me, and there was one that lived on the first floor of my apartment building too. So it was all African American neighborhood, but you had Adayo Faseo next door. You had Shun and Emmanuel downstairs, and David. One day, I'm over Shun and Emmanuel's house, and they got in trouble No, they had company. I was their company, and I wasn't supposed to be there. And their father came home, and we wasn't expecting him. You know how when your parents say, "Don't let nobody in this house while I'm not here," and then we was in the same apartment, but we used to have company. We used to be all in each other's apartments and shit when our parents wasn't there. Father comes home. He said, "Don't leave." Told me don't leave. He made them kneel on rice with one hand on the ground, the other hand up, and the other leg up, while kneeling with one knee on rice. And then after just stay in that position for mad long. Like it's hard to stay in that position for a minute. But he had him stand in that position for long as you then switch knees, and then he had him in some other position where they had to stay, where it's like your arms, your muscles gonna fucking be hurting and shit. And he did like some torturous shit to them right in front of me. But it was like normal. It wasn't like some like torture shit where it's like, oh, he just flexing. It was like, oh, this is what happened when they get in trouble type shit, right? And I was like, holy shit. And then the dudes who lived next to me at Dial for Sale, when they got in trouble, the blood curdling screams I would hear coming out of that house from the boys. Now these boys could fight. They was tough as shit. Everybody for fucking miles knew who they were because they would fucking rob little kids, take their jeans off and shit, steal their clothes and shit. But when they was home, and when they got in trouble, their parents would beat them with some shit. You didn't even know what it was. I'm talking about blood curdling screams, like screams that make you say, oh shit, we need to call the police. We need to do something, man. Let's kick the door down and fucking make them stop type shit.
And that still didn't prevent them from robbing the hood and stealing.
No. They bad in school, fighting every day. But what I'm saying is they don't play in Africa with that stuff. With delinquency and shit like that, they don't mess around, man. You just the discipline in the home. So to imagine what you're gonna get from outside of your home. You know what I'm saying? Yeah, you don't want that. And if this brother was in a homogeneous black society, if he had come out and seen Karon breaking in his car, and he had a gun on him, he would shot Karon.
He would have blew that nigga brains across the street.
I promise you.
Yeah.
You should have never fired a shot of a boy, little kids, anybody messing with cars.
But 13-year-old Karon Blake's grandfather, Sean Long, says he is relieved that D.C. government employee Jason Lewis is now charged with.
So this is the guy who shot him. Nerd. Like he just like he might not even be a nerd. He might be a he might be a DP. What is he? He might be DPWs. Yeah, he might not even be a nerd. He might just be wear glasses. Because if I work for DPW, I'm a city employee. If I fucking work for, you know what I'm saying, manicuring the fucking parks and shit, I'm a DC employee.
Yeah.
So you know what I'm saying? So it's like this guy could be he could be
some niggas don't like contacts. I used to wear glasses. You know what I'm saying? Shit, it's like it.
Government employee Jason Lewis is now charged with second-degree murder while armed. The shooting happened around 4 a.m. January 7th on Quincy Street Northeast. According to the arrest warrant, as Lewis fired towards Blake, Blake could be heard yelling, "I'm sorry, and I'm a kid."
It shouldn't have.
Oh,
so how does that make
you a kid now?
No, sir. We don't get to do that.
How did that make y'all feel, man?
Angry.
I'm a kid.
First of all, how the fuck does anybody know that actually happened at 3-4 in the morning?
Well, I mean,
I'm sure they got Ring cameras.
They got video from all sorts of angles, probably.
Around there, it's gentrified, so it's gonna have a lot of Ring cameras over there, man.
All right.
I mean, this does make me feel sad because it's like, I mean, when the bullets started cracking, young man, I mean, shit, man.
The number of lives that have been saved because this son teen is no longer with us, you can't really quantify. So let's just keep it a being, bro. He was so self-aware at first of all, he's claiming he's 12 in the article. They say he was 13 and it was 4 a.m. Let me tell you something, man. For you to be out jacking cars at that time of night, you're just on your way to supreme gangsterdom.
Nah,
you're not.
It's gateway.
Yeah, that's gateway crime, bro. You're on your way to murder.
That's true. Because if you have the self-awareness to say, I'm a kid, I'm only 12, you know you shouldn't be doing that.
So fuck that little motherfucker. You know what I'm saying?
He's got the balls. He's coming at a guy who's armed at 4 a.m. like that. He's coming at the guy.
Yeah, it's the same as he was just going in his car.
It's the same as the son criminal being pulled out of the car by cops saying, "I didn't do nothing."
Yeah. Listen, man.
We rolled into a.
Go ahead.
You were talking about how African people deal with things. We went into a village and there's all this screaming and all this shit, and they're chasing this guy down the fucking street. So we pull over, try and find out what's going on. I thought, this guy must have murdered somebody or raped somebody or something. Next thing I know, they got the guy off in the bushes and they're whacking at him with machetes.
Damn.
Like there's like 35 people around him. They're all just hacking at him with machetes. And I was like, we finally figure out what happened. Apparently he fucking stole something.
They don't play like I believe
all that fuck shit ain't going. Listen, that's how you do it in the Sun community. You have to if you have a problem, the only way to end the problem, you have to go way far beyond. You can't just if somebody slaps you, it's not enough to slap them back.
Right.
You got to curb stomp this motherfucker. Like you got to let it be known that slapping you is an unacceptable practice. You know what I'm saying? So you got to go over the top.
If you step on their motherfucking shoes, something has to happen to you. You know what I mean?
There gotta be some rectification some kind of way.
Yeah.
So how they're complaining about all the jump out guys, right? All the cops.
Mm-hmm.
So overnight in New York, we had some jump out guys of our own, but they were Sun men committing 6 robberies in 2 hours, jumping out of a car.
Yeah, we did that story earlier.
Oh, you already did it? Okay, sorry about that. I wasn't on.
Yeah, we did that story. They did 13 robberies in 2 hours.
It was a sun burrito and an burrito.
Okay, well, they're picking up on it.
Well, you saw the was about 3 months ago, 3 months ago in Chicago, where they committed 12 robberies in 2 hours, and the only reason that they got stopped was some concealed carry holder pulled out a gun and shot 3 of them. But the other car of them still went on to do more robberies even after being shot at.
Yeah, that's crazy. Yeah, they didn't even stop to mourn their fucking fallen comrades. They just kept on going robbery.
That's what happened with this kid, right? He was left behind, right?
No, he wasn't left behind. What happened was they're waiting for him. They're pulled up in the cut, like, go ahead, Karon, go ahead, steal the car, right? So they're waiting for him in the cut. This guy comes out dumping. Yeah, I guess he's.
And then how can you blame Buddy if somebody is at your shit and he's clearly a Sun person at 4 a.m. Listen, if you don't fire first, you're running in. It's like suicide. It's like, what the fuck? You might as well not even go out there. Like you might as well just
that's what you're saying, though. But that's what they're trying to teach you. Don't even go out there, because I mean, that's the point of all this.
Yeah, because why should you have your car?
The only thing that will save him is if they had a gun trained on him from the car, so he shot at the car.
How can you prove that when the two guys who were in the car, they're in the wind? They don't even know who the fuck. Here's the thing that I want to know: family, the family of this kid, like this guy right here, the uncle.
Mm-hmm. That's the grandfather.
He gotta know. He gotta know through the streets who had his little nephew out there stealing cars, because they were in the car and he was out there on the street stealing the car. So
and it was probably older kids or using him because he won't get in trouble for it. He gets sent
or because
home.
he wanted or because he wanted to go too. Like, it ain't even gotta be all that. It just could have been like it was some older kids that was with him. I'm sure the neighborhood got to know who the kids who was with this kid was. And that's where the anger gotta be. The anger gotta be with the kids who was with him.
But think about it like this though. The kids that was with him, older brothers probably sell him dope. You know what I'm saying? Let's just keep it a bean. Like, you know what I'm saying? That's a little homie crime right there. So you know what's going on, and he know who the fuck not to say what to.
Yeah. This is sad, man. But this is sad saying he said, I'm a kid, I'm 12. No, please don't. No. I mean, at that point, man, it's too late. I feel bad for him. It's sad, man. Sad that the little kid went out like that, man. That's heartbreaking. Even though he was dead wrong, he could be wrong. He could have deserved what he got. And like hearing a kid's final words while he's getting gunned down, please, no, don't. I'm a kid. I'm only 12. While he's getting hit up, that's sad, man.
And I'm a kid. It should never happen. This should never happen. You should have called the police, number one. That's the first thing you should do, call the police. You don't try to take the law in your own hands because you're not Rambo.
That's his grandfather. How old is he? 40?
Yeah, I'm trying to tell you. There's all kinds of shit going on.
Some people always
He's
say
right. It should have never
police.
fucking happened. He should have been in bed.
Right, that's right. Why was it? I'm willing to bet that's not the first time that kid's been out 4 o'clock in the morning stealing.
No, you don't pop your cherry at 4 a.m. stealing cars.
He's probably been arrested before. He just never got charged.
Yeah, they just don't want to tell you that shit.
What's up, Louis? What's up, LW? What's happening, man? LW? Okay, we'll let him get his shit together. So what's happening, man?
What's happening with y'all?
You still got the playback playing in the background. That's what's happening with you.
Oh, let me pause this. There we go. My bad. What's up, man?
What's happening?
Man, I see Ray got these little boys in here breaking in cars and stealing stuff.
Yeah, man. Sad, man. You see the guy over here dumping.
That man was just trying to protect his family.
You know what's going to happen? You know what's going to happen? Those two kids are going to try to turn themselves in, and the DC cops are going to say, we never saw you. Go away.
No, hell no. Them kids ain't turning themselves in.
No, they ain't.
Hell no. They parents gonna beat their ass, and then they gonna talk it out, and it's gonna be a whole little thing. The police gonna try to uncover that shit. Trust me.
But look at this right here, right? He's dumping he came out of his house and he started dumping at them from right there. Is this something like where this is, because this is a part of the reason why they arrested him, because the way he handled the situation.
It's reckless. It's reckless.
That is reckless. That's super reckless.
You know, it could ricochet, hit somebody else's house or whatever.
But the little boy stealing and knowing he ain't supposed to be stealing because he's 12, you know, ain't nothing reckless on that, you know.
And he charged at the gun like an idiot.
He should have called the cops.
You know, the parents should be charged too. To be honest, why you out at 4 a.m?
Exactly.
You know what I'm saying? Your little ass should be asleep, or if you up at 4 a.m, you better be up because you couldn't get 2 divided by 6 right. You know what I'm saying?
12 years old. When it's dark out, you supposed to be inside. When the lights out, when street lights are on, your ass supposed to be inside.
Now, listen, 4 o'clock. It's about to get light in the hour. The sun about to come up in an hour. If they would have stayed out another hour, it would have been fine. It'd have been sunny.
Exactly. It'd have been on their way to school.
Yeah.
DC, that's more like 2.5 hours from 4 o'clock. It's 6:30 before it gets light in the winter.
Yeah.
Maybe that's what they do when they are on their way to school.
Yeah, this is crazy.
Yeah.
They don't want to take the school bus anymore. That's what it is.
Hit a lick early in the morning, real quick, before you get ready for school.
Yeah.
First thing you should do, call the police. You don't try to take the law in your own hands because you're not Rambo. You're not Steven Seagal. You're not none of them. Just call.
You're not Rambo. Well, you're not a parent either. How about that?
Questions remain.
It's a long overdue step.
DC Councilmember Zachary Parker released this statement Tuesday, saying we are one step closer to holding Karon's killer accountable, but adding he still wants answers about why it took weeks for Lewis to be charged.
So he was dumping from behind the wall.
Protecting his stuff.
Because they had to collect enough evidence to charge him without him
Some
getting
people
off.
want everything. Listen, did you hear what the story that a Wyoming man just did? That guy had probably stole whatever he stole within the last 5 minutes. He was already being executed. Some people
instantly.
Yeah, they don't believe. We don't. If this was a Sun country, man, listen, man, you would fair trial, right to a fair trial. All that shit will go out the window, man. Due process, all that shit will go out the window, man.
Like that joker last night said, "Oh, you got 28 days now."
Yeah, like we don't operate like that. Instant gratification. We don't have gratification deferment. So we do it instantly. Gliders created these laws for them, with us as slaves. So we were slaves at the time when the Constitution was written. So we didn't even have the right to participate in society. So they didn't even think about the prospect of us one day being free and being part of this stuff as far as a regular citizen.
Oh, and it wasn't a monetary thing either, because that guy only took like $1.20 worth of shit.
God damn.
Yeah, no doubt.
And there were 35 people literally chopping what was left of this man into pieces.
Over some Skittles.
That's what they do, man. I'm telling you, man. If somebody point at you and yell thief, you can get killed just like that. I could point at you and yell thief in the African market, and your ass, if you survive that, man, you lucky.
Yeah, we watched the glider edited video to pull on the heartstrings about that. What, a week ago?
This guy was crawled inside of these things that were called tiger bushes, and they call them that because they got these big thorns, and they use them around the camp so that the tigers don't come in. This guy had wiggled himself into there with them 30 people chopping at him.
He was trying to get away. He was feared.
They killed that man in Arizona and 2 annihilators.
That's the fear of police that they claim to have, that they actually have, of the Sun thugs. There.
But this guy,
well, we get kind of used to fear getting our ass whooped by the police a little bit. Like not fear, but you knew certain shit was gonna lead to get an ass whooping. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah.
Right. You had a healthy respect. Everybody had that.
Yeah.
It's like you just wondering if the cop think that you're like a bad Sunman or whatever. So you kind of had that little bit when you see those lights, everybody gets a little, perked up.
Yeah. But this guy
I
right here,
I just can't get over the fact he said y'all need to call the police. They always say that, but then they are trying to abolish the police. It's just
weren't the police going to show up and kill Karon? Weren't the police going to show up and kill Karon? I mean,
I was just about to say that. So
that's what I'm saying.
Killed him anyways. You know what I mean?
Some
See,
fat
this
guy
guy right
shows up
here,
and gets a paper cut.
He saved a few good officers on the street. You know what I mean? By him doing this, he saved a few good officers from going down on the streets.
That's the angle he should take in court. He's like, I'm tired of the police brutality. I want to take my community's police on my own hands.
No, he should go. That was a Sun man in the dark at 4 a.m. breaking in my shit. my odds of survival if I engage him without a weapon are not very high.
At least he was smart and he was using that brick for cover.
Exactly. He was smart, man. This guy ain't no buster. This guy's a real.
Yeah, he felt like bullets were gonna come back. He didn't think it was gonna be one-sided.
Exactly. Call of Duty.
Let me move along. Salute to Deluxe 247, aka Calvin, and aka the real MVP. Let me move along, man.
To be charged.
It is apparent to everyone that it shouldn't take a month for charges to be brought. And while, I don't want to get in the way of an investigation, and I trust that people working as hard as they can, it does beg the question what we need to do as a city to improve the closure rate of MPD.
DC Police Chief Robert Conti III had this to say when asked by reporters about the length of the investigation.
We want it to be methodical. We want it to be correct and not make any assumptions. We want it to follow the evidence.
No one's asking about the length of the investigation, but fucking idiot Sun people. It was a month, man. What the fuck are they talking about?
There was
and that other guy was zesty as shit.
Claim made that needed to be overcome. Mr. Lewis in this case was a licensed concealed carry permit holder on his property when this shooting happened, and we wanted to get to the bottom of this.
In a statement, Lewis's attorney said his client is innocent. Lewis did make an appearance in court today.
Why the fuck is he in Bethesda? That doesn't make any sense. But anyway, yeah, man. Salute, man. Make sure you hit the PayPal, Cash App, Super Chat. Support the channel. Let's do some cities, man.
Can I say something off topic?
Yeah.
What in the hell happens to the roof of a male mouth if you suck a dick that you have a lisp?
God damn.
God damn. Wait, left field. Wait.
Damn, you went for it, huh?
I'm glad I don't know.
Yeah,
Right.
I don't think that landed right, but I think what you're saying is that a lot of gay dudes got lisp, right? Is that what you're trying to say?
He ain't lying. Good observation.
Is this where Mossy gets to explain to us how that works?
How that class
Mossy, poor Mossy.
Don't come for Mossy.
I don't need the science behind that at all.
Oh my
God! I thought you had a PhD, bro.
You just got a name. You just got a bullet with your name on it.
Wow. Let's see.
Don't come for Mossy.
Let's see this one.
Torian Hudson was originally given a $1 million bond in connection to a shooting in late December. Good evening. I'm Pamela Osborne.
And I'm Karen Drew. That bond was lowered to $250,000, and Hudson posted it. Hudson was arrested again over the weekend for domestic violence. Sean Lay is following that emergency hearing for us tonight.
Well, the teen who was shot, her mother, they both tell me that Torian Hudson should have never gotten out on bond. Detroit's police chief, James White, he says Hudson should have never been out on the streets on bond, but Hudson did get a bond here at 36th District Court from Judge Larry Williams Jr. He was out, and police say Hudson attacked another woman. An emergency.
Listen, man. You shoot a 19-year-old girl, and you get out, and then you attack another woman. The entitlement right there, the brashness, the boldness, the disrespect for the system, man, is just, I mean, I can't even, it leaves you speechless, man. I mean, like, you attacked another woman. You didn't say, whew, thank God, man, God bless me. God, thank you, Jesus, for, I'm on the right path now, Jesus. All I need you to do is keep blessing me. You attack another woman? Fucking insane, man.
Hearing today inside 36th District Court to finally address that bond.
This court is going to grant the people's motion, and defendant's bond is hereby revoked, and the defendant is remanded into custody.
36th District Court Judge Patricia Jefferson revoking.
He's smiling and smirking. This is a demon right here. This is a bad dude, man.
And he had to come up with 10%, right? So that's $25,000. That's not a small amount of money to have.
Nah, that's a lot of money. Most people in this chat ain't got 25 grand on hand, man.
No, just to go get and just be like, here.
Not me.
Man,
I'd have to sell my house.
Man,
yeah, all this shit got to go.
Right.
Yeah, don't nobody. That's a lot of fucking money, man.
Bond is hereby revoked, and the defendant is remanded in custody.
36th District Court Judge Patricia Jefferson revoking Torian Hudson's bond, sending him directly to jail. 3 young women say a judge should have never granted bond to Hudson in the first place. A young woman was shot, police say, by Hudson. She was too terrified to help police bring charges. Police say right before Christmas, Hudson stuck a gun in the face of 19-year-old Kyla Moore at a Detroit gas station. Moore was shot in her throat and robbed. She somehow survived.
Jesus Christ. He going around just targeting women, man.
She somehow survived. It was after that shooting that Judge Larry Williams Jr. of 36th District Court lowered Hudson's $1 million bond to $250,000.
Now, this is my thing. You got a black judge, man. I mean, lowering a black man's bond. If it was a white guy, let's just say a white guy, did this to a sister, right? He had attacked 3 sisters and got in front of a white judge. And the white judge lowered his bond from $1 million to $250,000. They be talking about that shit on the fucking View. But this happens every fucking day in Blackistan. These black ass judges and these pasty liberal judges get these son men, put these son men back on the streets all day long. It's fucking sick. This is sick, man. And this look like a regular
name again? What was the dude's name?
What, Torian or something? Torian, some shit. The guy who did it.
Yeah, that's wild. It's always him.
Yeah. He shot this woman in the neck. I mean, like, once you shoot a woman in the neck, man, like, you come in front of me and I'm your judge, I'm like, dude, like, no bond. Or,
no bond. You finna go sit down for 15 to 20. Fucking with me.
Yeah.
I don't know. I think old boy's a hitter.
Yeah.
If he posted 25 racks, he's a hitter.
Yeah, he gets paid to do shit.
Yeah.
Nah, I think these shits is random, man. I think he just a fucking savage who probably got who may have money saved up from his stealing and crime and shit, or maybe like that. Because a lot of times these guys are paying their bonds with crime they got, with money they got from robberies, the money they got from, you know what I'm saying?
Yeah.
Dirt.
25 bands, that's a lot for a little random thug just to have, like to keep at once.
At my height of selling weed, when I was moving pounds, I don't even know if I ever had a time when I had $25,000.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. That's a lot of cash.
Liquid.
I had product,
just sitting there.
Product and shit like that, and I had shit tied up and shit like that. All cash.
Bro's a hitter.
That's
to dump 25 G's and then walk away and go do other shit.
Yeah,
Bro,
that's a lot of
he obviously was not expecting to get that money back.
Bro.
Yeah. He's a hitter. He didn't got paid for some extra stuff.
Bro, I'm telling you, bro, because he don't sell dope.
Yeah, I mean, he don't have no discipline. Yeah, he probably don't sell dope, but
that smirk that like that nigga popped his teeth when they was reading it off to him like they got me.
These charges are still weak to him because he still feel like, man, I got bodies for real. Like,
yeah, he like, all right,
yeah,
you may have got me for this, but I ain't going down for that other shit, so it don't matter.
Yeah, wait till you find out about that other shit. Then you'll be mad.
Yeah, so Forrest Jackson says perhaps the community hasn't said this just needs to stop enough times.
And robbed. She somehow survived. It was after that shooting that Judge Larry Williams Jr. of 36th District Court lowered Hudson's $1 million bond to $250,000. He made that bond through a bail bonds agency, got out, and now police say he attacked the pregnant mother of his child and her mother while out on bond. Judge Jefferson says she's seen more than enough.
And so these are very concerning circumstances for this court. And if the allegations were in fact true, this court finds that the actions and the behavior of the defendant are egregious and in total disregard of the bond conditions that were afforded to him. There simply was no room for error.
Meanwhile, the girl who was shot, Kyla, she is recovering, somehow survived that gunshot to her neck. The latest girl to be attacked is in serious condition.
Why isn't Buddy dressed out, though? How did he get all the way to court not dressed out? Like, he still got on like a regular hoodie.
He's still at the jail. This is satellite. He's not at the court. He's not physically at the court.
But they dress you out like down here. Like, if you had a charge like that, you was in there for a minute. Like, you normally get dressed out for certain shit.
They must have had him at the station still.
Yeah.
I guess so.
They had to have him at the station still, and then they just fucking took him right there.
Yeah.
They found out about
if
the
you're
other
here
shit,
more
they
than
took him
24
right there.
hours, you got to go through and get clothed out and the shots and all that shit.
Oh, and that was his baby mama and her mama, right?
Yeah.
So 8 out of 10, I guarantee they the one that knew where the money was to go bail him out.
Yeah, I was going to say that they were the ones who bailed him out.
Wow. Let's see what's going on in Seattle, man. Seattle.
That's Freeattle. Freeattle.
Wow.
Piss and shit everywhere.
Cause they free.
Jesus Christ. Oh, here we go.
Today marks the start of Black History Month, and Tacoma will begin their celebrations with their 4th annual Black-Owned Business Excellence Symposium. The goal is to continue building connections between Black-focused business groups.
Change that to white and you're a racist
event, so
bastard.
people can attend either in person or
Goddamn
online.
right.
It includes panel discussions, workshops, networking, and business planning. And in Bremerton, a local historian is hosting an exhibit at the Kitsap History Museum called The State of the Union in Black and White.
Roosevelt Smith admits much of his display is offensive. The collection of Black Americana, often cruel reminder of slavery, racism, and the mistreatment of African Americans throughout American history. But Roosevelt hopes his exhibit can help start conversations, sometimes difficult ones, about race in this country.
Shock value.
Oh no, not the
This is the guy that Pelosi hooked up with the apron.
So I use each.
Look at who you got on there.
Look, he got all of them on.
Yeah,
Ahmaud Arbery, George Floyd, Breonna Taylor.
I don't know who these other motherfuckers are, but a lot of them. Yeah, dang.
I think I want one of them hoodies.
So I use each piece to talk about Black history or African American history.
The display is also a chance to showcase African-American excellence through art and writings as well. We'll have more on Smith's exhibit coming up at 9.
Oh, no.
That hoodie should show like what not to do. They should put like yellow tape on the hoodie for the design and say what not to do.
Yeah, put on the back, don't become one of them. No.
You should do one of your caps. Do one of your captions for each of your thumbnails on one of the pictures.
Yeah.
Put breaking the law while Black.
Did anybody see that funeral, Tyree's funeral?
Hell nah.
I didn't watch it. Did the guy do the painting upside down again?
I don't know, man.
I refuse to watch shit like that, man.
That's right. The incident at this location happened about 2 weeks ago, and officials with the city tell me that suspect is still on the loose. But it's not just the city of Sumner that's getting impacted by these kind of crimes.
Right on Main Street in downtown Sumner, city officials say this person pulled out a massive handgun and demanded cash from this shop.
We're not known for that type of stuff at all. It's usually a quiet town.
Just 5 days after this armed robbery, officials say a man they believe may be the same suspect went and robbed another convenience store less than a mile away.
That robbery happened on East Valley Highway in Sumner. The thief showed the gun and took off with cash.
That looked like a glider.
Yeah, it looked like, he skin's light.
What is a massive
and took off with
pistol?
Cash.
Desert Eagle.
Toward Auburn, city officials say.
Maybe he's just going to city through city to city and just kind of picking out his spots.
Similar crimes are affecting other parts of the region. On Tuesday, officials with the Auburn Police Department told me an armed robber hit a local business located at Lake Tapps Parkway. Police say the suspect wore a mask and fired a round into the air before taking off in a stolen car. Investigators believe the suspect in this case also robbed a business in Federal Way an hour before.
5 o'clock tonight, a customer came in and told me that the nail salon just down, a couple doors down, got robbed.
Ted Stamper works on the same block where Tuesday's armed incident happened in Auburn. He tells me he's no stranger to this type of criminal activity.
That gun facing right at me was very scary, but I just went on gut reaction.
Stamper says about 2 weeks ago, a man came into the convenience store where he works with a gun. He says he acted fast and ran into a walk-in cooler in the back until the gunman left.
It doesn't rarely happens up here. We got a really nice neighborhood up here, so it's pretty scary.
Before they said something, I knew Ted had got robbed before. He was awfully cool on camera.
And it's such a nice neighborhood that 3 days ago he was chased into a cooler.
Seattle.com later.
Woke up this morning. I hope you got yourself a gun. Shit. These motherfuckers out here.
The only massive pistol I can think of is like a Thompson Contender, and that fucker's only got one shot.
No, yeah, he definitely talking about a Desert Eagle or something.
Wait, this ain't him, is it?
No, that can't be him. This gotta be another story or something.
Suspect
with the COVID suit on.
Robberies. What city is this? Let's San Antonio. We looked at multiple robberies. Caught redheads. Shit.
Oh, geez, son, man.
Wow. Man, he was ready to go back, man. He was tired of this free world shit.
I know.
Free world. Officer Nick Solis, Nick-Soliz, Public Information Officer. The suspect you saw before you right now was 68 years old, James Kirkwood, SID number 1175050. On present day, our robbery task force detectives were conducting surveillance around the south side of San Antonio when they recognized a vehicle linked to previous robberies in the last 3 days around San Antonio. Our detectives then followed that suspect vehicle to multiple stores in and around the area where he attempted to open the door handles of businesses that were closed. He was unsuccessful until he went into the 2100 block of Zalzamora, where a local dollar store, you would call it that, was open for business. He went in there and our detectives observed him rob the store. People had their hands up, had a firearm. So our robbery task force detectives, along with our patrol officers.
So they knew his car was linked to other robberies. They followed him around, trying to get in other stores. And then when he finally found a store that was open, they watched as he robbed it. What if he had killed somebody in there during that robbery?
That's fucking insane. Like, I don't know. Do they not have enough going on in San Antonio?
He's old school though. He's not going to hurt anybody.
Yeah, he was tired of this life of freedom and uncertainty. He wanted a life of certainty.
Yeah, I'm telling you, man, he wanted to go back in. He's too old to be carrying on like that.
Yeah, a life of certainty. 3 hots in the cut. That's for certain.
I haven't seen that guy do any work since Django.
He drove so slow that they were able to follow him all the way. Think about that.
Yeah,
he probably had his left blinker on the whole time too.
This is the type of stuff right here where, like, you can't call a country racist when they see a black guy whose vehicle is linked to other robberies and they don't immediately pull him over. They follow him.
No,
and
they
watch
let him finish his crime
because they didn't have enough on him. So the law, the due process, they wanted to get it. They wanted to, I guess help their case. And then he goes in and robs. What if somebody in that dollar store would have fucking flinched or be like, "No, I'm not giving you your money." I think there's got to be a better way. But
well, look at it this way: if they confront him inside the store, now you got a hostage situation.
No doubt, no. But I'm talking about before. But then again, yeah, I don't know what police protocol is, but like they put the public was in danger.
Yeah, but
you know what I'm saying?
I look at it like this: if they had stopped him, he could have easily said, "Oh, I don't be having my car all the time. Somebody else could have been driving." You know what I mean? He could have easily lied and wiggled his way out of it.
Well, the other thing is he's 68 years old. They probably arrested him at least 20 times.
Maybe.
Yeah, I want to see this Tyrese Nichols funeral, man.
Or he could have recently retired, got his Social Security check, and said, "Well, this ain't going to pay the bills." So now he's out doing this.
Tyree Nichols. Saint Tyree, man.
Saint Tyree.
You know what I don't understand? They had the funeral today.
There we go.
Did they bury him today?
Probably not.
Today, right?
So, no, he's enshrined. You don't bury treasures this.
I mean, the question is, they still have not released the official autopsy, just the one that Ben Crump paid for.
What about the story? I don't know if it's fake, but it sounds like it's fake, where he's supposedly smashing out the dude's wife or some bullshit.
I haven't even. The family came out and said that that's all horse shit.
The dad, right?
It's all son, man, jibber jabber, man. Like when you online, see, this is what we talk about IQ, right? So most stories, whenever there's a story of a shooting or killing or celebrity, something happens to a celebrity, some people always take on the conspiracy, right? You always bring a conspiracy to it. And I'm telling you, there's other theories of why this is. My theory on why this is because the investigation into a crime is boring and it's long and it's drawn out and it's detail oriented. We don't want no parts of that. We would rather create this sensational cockamamie story that helps guide us through, hold our attention until the white man goes and does the real investigation and finds out what happened. Just like with Tory Lanez and Megan Thee Stallion. We was all like, man, nah, the girl shot, the Megan's assistant shot her, and then Tory got blamed for it, but he didn't snitch. And meanwhile, the LAPD was doing the investigation and they found out what happened, and now it's over. And some people are like, I guess he shot her. Nipsey Hussle, he calls his man a snitch. His man comes back, blows his brains out. Some people like, who's the government? Dr. Sebi.
RZA Islam was the best one.
He was talking too much. They took him from us.
Bro, RZA Islam was the one that got me. He said this was a military hit style. This was a military style hit.
Exactly.
Yeah, white people love to figure things out. They'll even go in on a case that's 20 years old trying to solve it.
Yeah, we don't have time for that, and it's boring and it's tedious. So while y'all are doing that, we'll keep ourselves busy with some cockamamie bullshit conspiracy theory. And I think that's what we do, because we do it every single time. Remember P&B Rock? Oh man, his girlfriend set him up. She sent out the picture of the waffles, you know what I'm saying? Knowing that, niggas was gonna come up there and blow his brains out. And then
you know what's crazy? I know that area pretty well. It's crazy because I go to the church that's down the street from there, one of the biggest churches in the country, CCC. That's all I'll say about that. But anyways, there's no way that dude should have been down there like that at all. At all. You don't even want to stop at the gas station that's right down there at a certain time of the night. You want to keep going.
Right. I got you. but it still wasn't what the story that black people were talking about online. It ended up not being what they were saying.
Yeah, he was a conscious rapper. You know what I'm saying? He was kicking
Omar,
that good stuff.
welcome. We heard it was an emotional day in Memphis, Tennessee, as the community gathered for Tyree Nichols' funeral. The young father died in a hospital 3 days after being beaten by police officers during a traffic stop.
You can hear it, we can hear it.
Nichols' family was in attendance, along with Vice President Kamala Harris and several prominent civil rights activists, including Reverend Al Sharpton and attorney Ben Crump. Nichols' death has prompted renewed calls for police reform nationwide. Reverend Al Sharpton condemned the officers' actions during his arrest.
What happened to Tyree is so personal to me, is that 5 black men that wouldn't have had a job in the police department would not.
What is he talking about?
What the hell is wrong with him?
Al Sharpton got them jobs. That's why.
Like, when did he get to come back and speak again? I thought they had sent him out the pasture, man.
What is he talking about? Black men
the fact that he is
the police department.
Confirmed CIA informant.
What the
fact that pig is still called the Reverend is mind-numbing.
What planet does he live on where black men aren't allowed to be police officers? What the every police chief, the police chief in the city he's talking about is a black woman.
That's
Everybody,
the problem.
everybody
Across
up and
the
down.
country.
Across
They
the
should have
country.
been women, not men. They should have been women. That way, you know, Tyree could have had a better chance.
That's crazy. This is fucking crazy.
Hey, man.
For the record, I like the fat Al Sharpton from the 80s
in the
better.
police department.
I was going to ask that. Who likes? We should take a poll. Fat Al or
Would
Skinny
not
Al?
ever be thought of.
I'll take Fat Al because he had the wild suits and the pocket
man.
full of cocaine.
We can't hear what Al's saying, man. I mean, I don't like Al, but I still would like the chat to be able to hear what he said. Fuck Al, but you know. Salute to Deluxe 247. Yeah.
And condemned the officers' actions during his arrest.
What happened to Tyree is so personal to me, is that 5 black men that wouldn't have had a job in the police department would not ever be thought of to be in an elite squad. In the city that Dr. King lost his life, not far away from that balcony, you beat a brother to death. There's nothing more insulting and offensive to those of us that fight to open doors, that you walk through those doors and act like the folks we had to fight for to get you through them doors.
My God.
I hate this man.
He's going to show up to MSNBC tomorrow and go on and just talk like nothing ever happened. This is the most racist shit towards black people. How could these black people be on an elite? You couldn't have been on no elite squad. You black. Like, what the fuck?
Hey, do you remember that one officer where the guy screamed in his face and he beat the dog shit out of him and the other officer just let it go?
That was in Baltimore. Yeah, I showed that a lot. Yeah.
That is the one. And the dude just was like, "No, Arthur, stop, Arthur." That's how it was. But
Rumble. That's Rumble. That's Rumble only. That one right there is Rumble only. Yeah, I used to show that one a lot back in the day.
That is the best one.
Man down. Yeah.
Bro, that was the best one. That man need him and all types of shit.
Yeah.
I saw one where a
CBS News
skinny little white
correspondent
kid got the hell kicked out
is
of him.
outside of the Mississippi Boulevard Christian Church in Memphis, Tennessee, where the funeral was held. Omar, welcome. We heard so many powerful remarks during today's services. What stood out to you the most?
Well, that this was a remembrance, first of all, for Tyree Nichols and a chance to celebrate him and talk about the man he was. But it was also a call to action. Everyone who basically went up there was saying this can't happen again. Things have to be done. Everyone from Al Sharpton to the attorney Ben Crump to his parents to Vice President Harris. We're all calling for some sort of reform. People calling for the passage of the George Floyd Act. So it was, while it was a solemn moment, it was also urging people to not just let this pass, to use this moment for change.
And on that point, Tyree Nichols' parents did talk about that fight forward and their efforts to get justice.
Like the Bobby
What potentially
Shmurda pose.
does that fight look like?
Well, it's going to be on all levels. They've already met with the local legislators, and by local, I mean here in Tennessee, trying to push various acts. I mean, one thing that they're trying to push forward that lawmakers have already talked about is some sort of bill and measure that holds police accountable, that if they don't render some sort of aid to somebody who clearly needs it, which we saw in that video, several videos that were released, that they can be held liable. And that is something that is raising a few eyebrows. But the question is, will it get through the Tennessee House and to the governor's desk in Tennessee and be signed into law? We'll have to see. They're not sitting idly by. There's calls on the federal level for the George Floyd Act to be passed. But again, that.
Oh my God, man. Was there any?
I mean, celebrating his life? You mean like his skater bum life?
Living with his parents.
I like to point out, the only good thing about him, he is bringing awareness to Crohn's, Crohn's disease. So I that's the only good thing about this. That's, I guess.
Shit, if he had Crohn's disease, he took that ass whooping hella well. He wouldn't. If I got Crohn's disease, my hands would have been behind my back as soon as they pulled me out that car. This motherfucker was an athlete. This motherfucker was a fighter and an athlete. He was a tough out for them fucking cops, and he got Crohn's disease. So salute to everybody with Crohn's disease, man. AP listener, man, the floor is yours.
All I have to say is anybody who's lost a child in every American city due to violence should be angered that this man will come up and show up for a funeral of one man killed by police, but you have children that are murdered every single day, caught up in drive-by shootings, and there's no outrage. And also for the Vice President of the United States to bring her phony ass there when she won't even go to the border, has not anything as a Vice President, and she shows up there, and the sick part about it is Black people suck this up. That's the sick part about it. You have all those amens and yesums and all that stuff in the background sucking this up. And your children, somebody probably got shot that same day and that same night in that city, and none of them will jump up. It just shows you that there is no hope, no solutions, no hope.
Let's see what Kamala had to say, man. Cackling. Let's see what cackling Kamala.
I didn't know they let that whole speak. I thought they told her to stop talking for a while.
Mothers around the world, when their babies are born, pray to God when they hold that child that body and that life will be safe for the rest of his life. Yet we have a mother and a father who mourn the life of a young man who should be here today. They have a grandson who now does not have a father. His brothers and sister will lose the love of growing old with their baby brother. And when we look at this situation, this is a family that lost their son and their brother through an act of violence at the hands and the feet of people who had been charged with keeping them safe.
Hold on. The thing about it is, do not judges do that every single day? Let out violent offenders when it's their job, and people like her, district attorneys, to keep all of us safe? We have people that are dead, like the story you just did a couple of minutes back about the guy shot the woman in the neck and he killed other people. A judge let him out. And just to see people clapping and applauding this, like she's saying something. This woman hasn't even squatted out a kid. So first of all, she doesn't even know what she's talking about.
She knows all about that bond, seeing how she's never had a child.
If you look real close, it looks like she's developing some Maxine Water features.
And she's also was a district attorney in the state of California, and she allowed violent offenders out. So what is she talking about?
Oh,
and kept people in jail who had served their time for cheap labor.
Actually, AP, she prosecuted. She prosecuted where I'm from, and she would give people more time. That's why they call her top cop.
Yeah,
she would give people weed and everything.
Yeah,
she would
was
give people all kinds of time. So she's one to talk. She fed the prison system. She was one of them. She exercised her own crime bill in Northern California. Everybody knows her about that.
She was jumping on the parents. She said, "Your kids out of school too much. You going to jail too."
The hypocrisy of all of these people that are applauding the Al Sharpton's and her, it just shows that these people are just brain dead. There was no hope. They're just
no memory, because Al Sharpton, he knows that balcony in that hotel real well, because he used to run whores in there for Martin Luther to bang underage girls with.
And he also was in on with the Katina Parker case, knowing that girl was lying, and held her up, and he's never apologized for the riots and all that stuff.
Tawana Brawley.
Oh yeah, and they asked him. They said, "Would you still state the case, knowing what you know now, and do what you did?" He said, "Yes."
This family, I think it demands that we speak truth. And with this, I will say, this violent act was not in pursuit of public safety. It was not in the interest of keeping the public safe, because one must ask, was not it in the interest of keeping the public safe that Tyree Nichols would be with us here today? Was he not also entitled to the right to be safe? So when we talk about public safety, let us understand what it means in its truest form. Tyree Nichols should have been safe.
But nobody else that gets killed every day should be safe.
But here's the thing, they locked them niggas up. So it's not even like they're fighting for something that's not happening.
The people on the border towns should be safe too, from having our stuff not stolen, that women being raped, and people trespassing on our property, and allowing criminals here from south of the border who have sexual pedophilia history into our country. Yeah, we should be safe too.
So let's go back a few. You said that autopsy from Ben Crump. What that autopsy show?
They haven't released a real autopsy. What they did was they hired an independent guy who said, "Oh yeah, the cops beat him to death." So that's the only autopsy we have. We don't have the official autopsy.
Because I heard the audio of the cops, and it was like, I don't know what the hell he was on. He was strong as hell.
Exactly.
And we don't have a toxicology.
There's no toxicology screen. We don't even have what happened to lead up to that stop, because they said he was driving erratically. Now you want to talk about keeping people safe? Isn't that what they're trying to do when they stop somebody who's driving?
But I feel this is going to be another George Floyd situation where these cops are not going to get a fair trial. Okay, let's just start off with one. They're not going to get a fair trial, and months from now, we're going to find out that this guy was high as a kite. And we're also going to find out he was driving erratically, and that's why they pulled him over.
Well, I'll say this.
By that time, it's not going to fucking matter.
The ass being
over
that they
28
bestowed
days.
upon this man, the ass being they bestowed upon this man, they make Chauvin look like an exemplary officer.
Yeah, like they really did kick his ass. Like they worked that boy.
I ain't gonna even lie. They whooped that boy ass. They gave that man I saw because I couldn't even watch the whole video. They tased them, pepper sprayed them, and then to top it off, the cherry on top was the kick to the head. Like, come on, dog. You know.
No, both things can be true. That they kicked the shit out of him, and he could have been high, and he never really got. They never really got cuffs on him until the last moment,
right?
Because he
How he
still
got off the
didn't have the
ground.
cuffs on when they were.
How did he? I'm shocked the elite unit let him up off the ground. That part is still baffling to me.
Yeah,
It's because they've outlawed so many restraint holds that you can use on a body to control them that they say it's dangerous. You can't use it.
Man, if they had to put their knee on his neck, we wouldn't even be hearing about this right now. Doggone.
Yeah, they can't do that though. They're not allowed.
Let me play the video.
Well, Reverend Al, you don't understand. How are they going to keep crime down in the black community and at the same time not be tough and rough? Well, they do it the same way they do it on the white side of Memphis. And they
pull them stats out,
because they're the same people.
We done been over this.
They have the same tendencies as the black. There's nothing different.
Yeah, the people committing the crime on the white side of Memphis are black people coming from the black side.
Yeah, going over there terrorizing them motherfuckers, and it's going back.
And look at these people in there, like they eating it up. It's maddening.
That's just
they do
that's
it
the real
same
scary
way
part
they
to
do
me.
it on the white side of Memphis, and to keep the crime down without being rough and tough. How do you have the same department and keep crime down on one side of town without beating folk to death, but you can't do it on the other side of town unless you feel that you can get away with it there? I can't speak for everybody in Memphis. I can't speak for everybody gathering, but for me, I believe that man had been white, you wouldn't have beat him like that night. Well, Reverend Al.
Well,
I don't know about that.
I think them brothers right there, they was full thorough. I think they would have beat his ass like that too.
Yeah, I think so too. I think if you would have fucked up with them on that night, that would have been what you caught.
They would have beat that white man ass.
Yeah.
I think it would have been worse.
Yeah, I think so too. They'd have been like, oh, it's whatever. We really get away with this shit.
And you know what? We wouldn't have heard not a thing about
That's
it.
exactly what I was gonna say next.
That's why y'all even question it. That's why y'all even like are having a debate about it, because you never see it on mainstream news. Why? If they kill more, let's just say this: if they kill, I mean, unalive, delete, whatever they talk about on the internet, if they murder 33% more white people every year with infinitely less interactions with the white community, what makes you think that white boys ain't getting their asses kicked?
I know, right?
If they're killing them more
at double the numbers.
You got to think about that, man. They kill white boys way more than they kill Southern men. But everybody's like, well, I don't think they would have beat his ass like that if he was white.
Man, but let's even talk about. Let's go back to George Floyd. He got it easy, and then you go over to Texas and you talk about Tony Temple. That dude, they got dirt, grass all up in his nose, knee on his neck. That motherfucker died because of that. As a result of that, and we didn't hear shit about that case.
Yeah, Tony Temple, right?
And they did a cover up on that.
Well, Tony Temple was a big case in that area. Local news. It was, I wouldn't say big case, but it was a no newsworthy case. The local news in that area followed it. CNN and MSNBC didn't pick it up.
Not at all.
The grifters, all the little groups, the PACs, the little Democratic PACs didn't pick it up because they don't care about it as a white guy. George Floyd would have been a big story in Minneapolis for a few weeks. And then it would have went away. And then when the trial came up, it would have been a big story again, too.
And one more thing. There was a little white girl that died from fentanyl and shit like that out here in California. The dad was trying to get a law passed on that fentanyl shit, but this was going on in tandem with the George Floyd stuff. They didn't pass that law for this man. Why this case is going on when we know this man had fentanyl in the system? They put that on the hush hush big time.
Hey guys, I got an even worse case for you. Look up the case of Daniel Shaver. The police
I remember that
officer
one.
who murdered him was acquitted of all charges. And if you watch that tape, that man was murdered. He was not a threat to these police at all. He was unarmed. He was
in the hallway, the hotel.
Yes, sir. And if
He was begging officer. He was saying, "Please."
Right.
Begging for his life
at all, and he was machine gunned to death.
Yeah, they lit that man up.
Police officer was acquitted, and I didn't hear a peep from none of these so-called ACLU feminist groups or any of these people. So please.
and all he had was a pellet gun.
Hey, but you know who name I know? You know who name I know? Sean Bell.
Yeah, a hoodlum. But yeah, here's the thing. Like I was telling you, these cases get the light of day when white people get killed like that. It's just that extra push that the Sun Man get. Like the Sun Man case. We did Tyree Nichols 2 weeks ago. I can pull up the live stream right now. I said, what city should we go to? They said Memphis. Scrolled through a bunch of stories, clicked on that one. It was a little 10 people outside talking about some man, what they did to Tyree Road, and that was it. It was a local story in Memphis. What blew it up was all this extra shit. All these grifters, all these activists, all these people that know they can make money off of this shit. Yep. You can't make no money off no fucking white boy getting fucking killed by no cop. You can't get no fucking career as an activist. It's people in Memphis that are gonna fucking get a career. Like what's the guy Bryant in Pastor Bryant in Baltimore? No one knew his name before Freddie Gray.
Cameron Hinton. There's another name nobody cared about.
I can show you the video where Jamal Bryant, now he's on fucking Housewives of the Potomac. Now he took over, what's that gay pastor in Atlanta's church? Eddie Long. He took over Eddie Long's church. He's one of the biggest Black Panthers, one of the biggest Black pastors in the world. And the first time you saw him was at Freddie Gray riot. The kids was throwing rocks at the police, and the news came down there, and he came up and seized the moment. They weren't even there to interview him. He just came up and started talking to the reporter. He made this speech, and next thing you know, he went from there, and he started showing up everywhere, and boom, we feel like we've known Jamal Bryant all our lives. But the first time we ever saw him was that day during the Freddie Gray riots. No one ever seen him before.
That's good networking skills.
Yep. It's crazy, man. How these guys, you can make a career out of that shit. What's the one dude with the vest? D Ray, what is it? Del Ray, whatever his name is.
Yeah, D Ray, yeah.
He popped up after Trayvon and all that shit. And these people. I've been Black all my life. I never heard of these people before that shit happened. Whatever Sun Man got killed, they just hopped up.
Hey, but Ag, you notice too at those protests, those signs, they were made by an organization. If you look at all those signs, Justice for Tyree, at the bottom it says like Socialists for Change or something like that. And they're all like nice signs, like made in a fucking printing store.
Yeah, so, I'm gonna show you the video. The first time he hopped on the scene, because I remember this like it was yesterday, because I was following this shit.
By the way, these people that go out and do these protests and stuff like that, they're hoping to get arrested, because then there's some lawyer behind the other lawyer that's in the mainstream. There's like a trust account that's set up, and these people get paid. They actually do get paid. It's not a myth. I've seen the checks. It's not a myth. It's for real.
Mm-hmm.
I'm asking everybody to go home and to clear the streets. And tomorrow, everybody's going to meet at the church so that we can figure out, so that we don't lose focus on what it is that we're supposed to be doing.
Has this surprised you today? None of us heard about it.
It's disappointing. We're just hours out of the funeral. The family is just hours after putting their son to rest. To come just a few blocks away from where we had the services, disappointing. And I'm hoping to bring some calm and to bring our young people back into focus as to what we're really marching for.
What do you say to do that, Pastor? What do you say to bring them, bring calm?
This is not what the family asked for. Today of all days, the family was very clear that this was a day of sacred closure in the funeral. So for us to come out of the burial and walk into this is absolutely inexcusable. I'm asking every young person to go back home. Tomorrow night, we'll have a community meeting for us to really recalibrate because peace is the call and the order of the day.
He on performance right now. Look at him. He got the Reverend drawl and everything.
He took this shit.
You see his handlers right there behind him.
He ran with this shit. He took this one interview and ran. This was only 7 years ago. Think about it like this. When you think of Jamal Bryant, it feels like he's been around forever, right? This was 7 years ago. This is the first time he ever appeared in our consciousness.
Frustration and anger, or do you think it's much more than that? What do you think?
It's frustration, anger, and it's disrespect to the family. The family was very clear. We've been saying it all along. Today, there is absolutely no protest, no demonstration that we go back into the street on tomorrow.
Pastor, what are you hearing? We're hearing it's not just in this area.
No,
but North Avenue.
No, we've got
downtown.
We have a team of men from the church going to North Avenue now to pull back those young people who are absolutely out of control, so that we can bring some order. This is a peaceful movement, and we plan on maintaining that order.
Discussion about them moving toward downtown again.
Yes, we have a line of gentlemen from the Nation of Islam who are going to build a human wall, as well as men from the Christian church making that human wall to let the men know that they've got to send these children back.
Where is that happening?
It's downtown is what I'll say.
So all across downtown.
From North Avenue to downtown, those hot spots, we're pulling everybody back so that we can have calm and order. Violence is not the answer for justice.
Pastor, you said this is a peaceful protest, but we've seen people, demonstrators, agitators, however you want to refer to them, throw rocks, bricks.
No, today what has happened this afternoon is not peaceful, and it does not reflect the spirit and the heart of this movement. This is a movement of peace. We're calling for justice, not for vengeance and not for violence. This does not represent the Gray family, nor does it represent the last 7 days of peaceful protest. And so we're asking all of those who are participating to go back home. Tomorrow we start afresh and anew and stay focused on justice for this family and justice for Baltimore.
Have you spoken to the mayor?
I have not spoken to the mayor.
And where do you go from here? You're getting your.
Look at this guy. Look at them sitting on this person's car. This person just drove through the intersection. They all just jumped on his car.
My focus is not the mayor. My focus is not the police commissioner. My focus is these black children on the streets. I don't want them arrested, wounded, or tear gas.
Look what they're doing, Jack.
At the very least, a belt. Shit. God damn.
Man, he ain't thought about them motherfuckers. This is his shot. You can see he fighting back the smiles. He's like, this is my time. Like you see it.
He was listening to a few MLK speeches and got his little accent right.
Man, that's a remix of like 1,000 black speeches.
I still believe he had that wall of people show up.
Once again tonight, across the country, all eyes are focused here in Baltimore, now with palpable unrest as the city begins its first night of curfew after violent clashes.
This is what they wanted. Even though on the news they were saying we want everybody to protest peacefully. They're lying. They wanted this. I'm telling you, they wanted this.
And protesters.
They're mad they didn't get it, but I promise you this: before the election, I'm not even gonna say before the election because that's November of 2024. Before election, before the primaries, before the Democrat and the Republican candidate is chosen, whatever that is, you're going to have another case of a black dude and a police officer that's going to really have riots with it, though. This time it's going to be riots. It's going to be out of control. It's going to be coast to coast. because they do this every election year, like clockwork. 2012, Trayvon. 2016, what was it? Michael Brown over Freddie Gray. 2020, George Floyd. 2024, I guarantee you there's going to be an interaction with the Sunman and the cop. And you know it's going to be one because the Sunman get killed all the time by cops. But it's going to be, they're going to choose one. I don't know how they're going to choose it, which one they're going to choose.
It's got to be a woman this time.
One of them, it's going to be, no, it has to be a man. It got to be a man. Black people don't, for some reason, we don't, it got to be a man for some reason. It got to be like a grown ass man too. Like it gotta be like dude gotta be like pushing like Tyree 29.
He got to be a career criminal though. Somebody got to be. It got to be a career criminal though. Got to.
Yeah, that's why I think it wasn't no protest for Tyree because it's like he didn't have that.
Yeah, he didn't have enough bullshit behind him.
Yeah, it's gonna be a career criminal.
It got to be a career criminal who ain't actually been to jail in maybe about 3 to 6 months.
He's gonna be like 35 and up. He's gonna be old. He's gonna at least 35 or older. He's gonna be a career criminal. He's gonna be a piece of shit. And it's gonna be something happen and it's gonna go and it's gonna take the nation by storm. I promise you.
He was just turning the corner.
In the wake of the funeral of Freddie Gray, that 25-year-old man who
yeah, I mean it's
real
coming.
Ghetto mom to come on and cry on TV and say, "Oh my baby, they took my baby away."
Tyree was just a body punch. Tyree was like a dude hit you in your ribs and knock the wind out of you. And you got to keep that hand down now, so you can't take another rib shot. And then they're gonna come with the jab straight down Main Street on us. Watch.
Oh yeah.
Yeah, that liver shot.
After being injured while in police custody last week, we've seen looting and fires, police cars being targeted, and injuries on both sides as residents demand justice and peace. Tonight's citywide curfew did not start quietly. Minutes into it, police helicopters flew low over protesters, urging them all to go home or face arrest. That's when bottles started flying, and soon officers dressed in riot gear fired what police call pepper balls to disperse the crowd.
Let me drop you down, Marcy. I got brown sugar in the back, man. Marcy ain't saying shit anymore.
Relative tranquility amidst palpable tension. Nearly 2,000 National Guard troops are here and lining the streets in what is still a state of emergency. Tensions are still simmering as we witness firsthand. One moment of peaceful demonstration, sweet sounds of amazing grace. When without warning, a scream, a push, confusion. Police in riot gear using pepper spray.
Something that happened to cause the crowd to react, to start throwing debris and signs of police. What happened?
Turns out authorities say they were attempting to break up what they thought was a fight. A show of force spectators mistook as aggression.
It looks like a fight broke out in the crowd. Interesting enough, the police aren't getting involved. It's community people who are breaking.
This guy would never be around this crowd in a million years if he wasn't with the police and the camera crew.
He's never.
All day and into this evening, we've watched adults, many of them parents, taking a stand, taking back their neighborhood.
What the hell?
Don't come up here. Brother, you can't.
That's her baby daddy.
Amma Chandra, mother of two, a registered nurse at Johns Hopkins Hospital.
This has been a long time brewing. And when you have things when you have an overreaction, it is an old reaction.
She took the day off from work to walk the streets, comforting where she could, confronting when she had to.
The father in me asks, what are you doing? You can be hurt.
He's not here.
The father in me says to you.
He said your father. He said the father. Her kid's father ain't there.
My dad would be mad. But I can be hurt. If my kids get hurt, if this kid that's somebody's child. A lioness is the one that does the hurting.
But there was no mistaking the lawlessness and looting. Young people wildly clashing with police. Very few arrested. Destroying what few major businesses this community has long clamored for. Watch that guy in the gas mask as he sliced the water hose firefighters were using to save the neighborhood. The CVS, the National
He's so
Drugstore
low
chain,
down.
all
Somebody
here
beat his
applauded for
ass.
opening in this depressed neighborhood, ravaged by fire and looting. This newly built senior citizens high-rise, a $16 million investment, gone.
They burned down the senior citizens' home. People
I didn't know that.
That hose he
I
just
never knew
stopped
about
is
that
probably
shit.
$5,000.
Animals.
Yeah, and listen, this is what they wanted with Tyree. They just didn't know that black people are skaters who listen to rock. We ain't we need us
But-
the son man.
But I told you niggas really don't be caring like that.
Mm-mm. Yeah, we need us a real somebody we can identify with.
And
But I've
looting.
been told
This
you, I don't
newly
care like
built
that.
senior citizens high-rise, a $16 million investment, gone. By sunrise, 15 police officers injured. One unresponsive rushed to the hospital in an armored car. When the worst was over, more than 250 people arrested, including 39 juveniles. Like the smell of burning buildings, a stench of sadness and disgust fell over Baltimore that whipped its way to the White House, 40 minutes south.
If our society really wanted to solve the problem, we could. It's just it would require everybody saying this is important, this is significant.
It took a small army of local preachers and activists to help restore some semblance of calm.
Together we united.
And one defiant mother to make clear to her 16-year-old son, not here, not now. She dragged
that
him
was the
home
best
after
part
she
out of
caught
all
a
this.
glimpse of him on TV causing trouble.
That's something I do right there.
You'll beat your son like that in public. She embarrassed that boy.
I don't
think
give a
she
damn
did-
what you out there marching over that boy for.
Yeah, he deserved it. He
All
deserved
them
every
other
little bit of
murders.
that.
He ain't marched for the little girl that got shot. Hell, what you out there march for dude for?
And he
They
probably
do that for him all the time.
that's the type of shit I'm talking about. This dude could have been right there with that little, like she said, little girl got shot, and won't say a word of who he knew did or
And then
anything
he
like
really
that.
actually he put his life in so much danger because I mean he can get caught in a crossfire. They could hit him with a bottle. Anything could happen to her child out there with them
But she
crazy
beat
folks.
the brakes off this boy though.
The best part out of all this.
She curb stomped him. And remember, she went on the tour. She was on the View.
Oh yeah,
She was on an ass whooping tour.
Yeah, she's big shit.
So I wonder if the same thing.
She would
can
later
be
say
said
she is
if-
not raising her.
I wonder what this.
You're very low, AP. We can't even really hear you though.
Her son to be a thug or the next Freddie Gray, the man whose death sparked this latest round of rage and destruction. And it wasn't just concerned parents. Shockingly, even rival gangs set aside differences for the moment, now working together. You guys don't normally hang out together, right?
No.
So why are you guys together now?
Because it's a bigger cause than just our colors. It's the cause in the street is bigger
See,
than.
like black people like something stupid shit like this up.
Exactly.
This is the look, the gangs get
But
together.
I wonder if people would have applauded a father if he went out and found his daughter on the streets out there and beat her down in the street. See, even though no, they
he would
wouldn't
be
have.
crucified.
Exactly. So why is it
Yeah.
okay for a woman to go out there and even though he was out in the street like that, to embarrass her son and beat him down like that? Because if she was being a mother to him,
I
because if
mean,
she was being a mother to him, hold on, wait, let me finish. If she was being a mother to him, she wouldn't first of all embarrass him like that. And second of all, he wouldn't have been out there in the first place. So all this beating down and acting like you're so concerned, this and that, that's for show. And for people to applaud her for doing that and embarrassing him like that, that's disgusting.
I halfway agree with you. Heather half fuck him.
Wait. I have
Go
to be
ahead.
the disgusting one because if it had been a girl and she was out there, she still would have whooped her ass too.
No, I'm saying if a father had did that to a girl.
Yeah, I know what you're saying. I know what you're saying.
Right. So it's
Go ahead,
okay
bro,
to
Sugar.
emasculate men and make them look stupid on TV. But when women are doing stupid stuff, we can't do the same to them. Come on, folks.
I was just gonna say, since society always put and blame everything on single black women, I thought, seeing this single black mother whoop her son ass because he doing some Pookie and Ray Ray stuff, I think it's a good look.
No, it's not a good look, because is she beating his ass all the time, or is this just one time she felt embarrassed? Because let's keep it a buck. If he was disciplined all the time, he wouldn't have been out there in the first place.
I don't know. This type of stuff are bringing everybody out. Even the good kids are coming
Now
out.
tell me this. Hold on. Tell me this.
She right.
Do you
Yeah,
think,
facts.
Brown Sugar? Are you saying? And I don't want to have to mute people. Please just take this. Just breathe, y'all. Brown Sugar, are you saying that beating this boy like this in front of these people is you like they couldn't show you the whole thing? She hit him like 100 times. I just think personally, I think that.
And if he had punched her in the face for hitting him, in which I wouldn't have minded him doing that, then everybody would have been on him. But still, he is still a young man, right? And there's something that is wrong with our society. Right, emasculating him in front of all his friends. And of course, he is wrong for being out there. But there's a way that you can do things and not have to be a monkey about everything that you do.
Yeah.
Amen, sister. Amen.
I mean, if the mama wasn't gonna beat his ass, the niggas in the hood was, or the cops. So it's best that she gonna beat his ass now and get him out the street before the niggas in the hood get him, or the cops.
I felt like this was self-serving on her part, though. I felt like she did this. She knew the cameras was on her, and she did this like, look
exactly.
At me.
Typical.
I feel like this is a look at me moment.
I feel like it was self-serving after she went on the tour and started going on these other shows and stuff like that. But I don't know. And it is kind of weird because how could she even point this boy out with his mask on and all that good stuff in that big old crowd?
I don't know. Mother
and
knows.
like I said, for her to be paraded on TV and given applause and all the shows, like, oh, she's such a great mom. She's doing a great thing. Like I said, if a man.
Where's that boy now? I would love to know where this boy is now.
That house got burned down.
Yeah, the house burned down, but I would love to know where he's at. Like,
he's alive.
He was at the funeral. Nah.
Yeah, I don't know, but yeah, this is
not to kill white police. Our intentions are to stop them from killing us.
We're protecting our neighborhood. If Monday the nation saw the worst of this
They
old
lying.
American city, today a different face. Volunteers flooding in and cleaning up. 24-year-old Eve Roberts, who grew up in South Baltimore.
I just wanted to see what we could do to help out.
As volunteers sought to
She's a future threat to society
that night.
No, she's gonna be a congresswoman or a judge or some shit that's going to keep pushing this bullshit. She's a threat. She's just as big of a threat as a goddamn suntan.
What was her name again?
Grew up in South Baltimore.
I just wanted to see what we could do to help out.
As volunteers sought to restore normalcy, officials focused sharply on restoring order.
The immediate need is to restore calm and peace to the city, make people feel safe.
The governor activating 1,700 National Guard troops who will enforce the city's 10 p.m. to 5 a.m. curfew. A show of force not seen here since the rioting that followed the assassination of Dr. King
think
in
about that. These niggas didn't riot like this for 40 years, and 50-year span, they rioted like this twice. Once for Martin Luther King and once for Freddie Gray. Yeah.
That's crazy.
These niggas are crazy.
1968. The spark this time, a neighborhood guy, Freddie Gray. This 25-year-old taken into police custody on Sunday, April 12th. His arrest captured by a bystander's cell phone.
Hey, that boy leg look broke.
Gray appearing in pain, screaming, unable to walk as officers drag him into a transport van. Reportedly, when he arrived at the police station a half hour later, he was unable to breathe, talk. Medics rushed him to the hospital. A few days later, he slipped into a coma and then later died from a severe spinal.
Look similar. This kind of like how Tyree looked.
Yeah, that's how Tyree looked.
The results of the police investigation into Gray's death is expected Friday. A prosecutor will then decide whether to file charges.
Do you trust the process?
The police part of it? Absolutely not. I mean,
Bill Murphy is the Gray family's attorney.
Why would anybody rational who understands the history of what the police have done trust their process?
The troubles here fit disturbingly into the national narrative. Black men dying after encounters with the police. From Eric Garner in New York City, Michael Brown in Ferguson, most recently Walter Scott in South Carolina. But Baltimore is different. The police department is 48% black. The troubles here exacerbated by economic devastation. The city ranks 10th in the nation for income inequality.
Yeah, so nothing has changed, man. I'm telling you, they're going to go to this. They're going to go to that.
And the New York Post says, send in the moms to tame the Baltimore rioters. It refers to one woman in particular who took matters into her own hands, literally. Toya Graham spotted her 16-year-old son in a crowd of teens vandalizing and looting. Cameras captured the moment that she confronted her son. She yelled at him and struck him multiple times, and video of the moment spread quickly on TV and social media. More than 2 million people viewed her response to the attention on our Facebook page. The hashtag Mom of the Year began trending on Twitter, and today, Toya Graham, a single mom of 6, joins us only on CBS this morning.
God damn.
Jesus.
Where's my kid?
No.
Morning. Single mom of 6. Here's the front page of the paper this morning. It says, forget the National Guard, send in the moms. They're calling you hero mom. Do you feel like a hero mom this morning?
I don't.
Because what was your intention?
My intention was just to get my son and have him be safe.
Mm-hmm.
And at that point, I knew that was, that whole thing was not safe. It wasn't safe at all.
Let's go back to that morning, because you had told him, do not go down to the protests.
Yes. He told me the night before that, everybody was supposed to meet up at Mondawmin Mall. And I said to him, Michael, go to school. Don't go to Mondawmin.
But you knew?
But, me and my oldest daughter, I had a doctor's appointment. Mm-hmm. And we started getting phone calls that they was letting the schools out early.
Why is she still beating?
They were shutting down.
That's too much, man. He's walking to the car, man. You got to keep whooping his ass, man.
Like, for sure. Like, he's walking away.
Well, we could say the same thing about Tyree. He's running away. We had to shoot him. So, whatever.
There you go. Get on these niggas.
Yeah, man. I guess, man. Why not?
You have to leave the doctors off. We have to go. And so to get there and see the mass of polices and the helicopters and, I actually ran over to the police and I said, where are the children that have to take this bus route here?
But tell us when you first saw your son, Toya. Take us there.
So after speaking with the police officer, and he pointed across the street from Mondawmin Mall, I stood there on the same side as the police with the shields, and they were throwing bricks. And I was like in an awe, like it was like, oh my God. Mm-hmm. And to see my son come across the street with a rock in his hand, mm-hmm. I think at that point I just lost it.
I forgive her. She
Thank you. I told y'all she's
absolved. She's absolved. Yeah. Matter of fact, I'm gonna absolve her so much that if she just thinks back to that day, right now to this day, and just want to go upside his head, I'm gonna applaud it.
Yeah,
because he throwing rocks at the police. Yeah, that's dangerous.
It just also shows that a lot of people in this country never agreed with the children being down there protesting to begin with.
Yeah,
they set them up to go down there. They that's what they wanted. They pushed them down there. Half the kids didn't even really know what the fuck was going on.
I'm proud of Memphis though. We ain't cut up like they thought we did, like we thought we would. So
I bet you if it would have been a Project Pat type, y'all would have turned up. It would have been one of them goddamn Yo Gotti types or Moneybag Yo types. Y'all would have.
I don't know. Could they get killed all the time in Memphis? We just don't be caring.
Not by the police.
Yeah.
We just had some get. We just had a bunch of them get shot. Like had like 5, 6 of them get shot this year.
By the police?
By the police. I'm telling y'all. We don't be caring like that.
Okay. No, I'm talking about if the white liberals decide that this is the case, that we run it.
That's what I'm about to say. They pick certain ones to put their money behind.
Yeah.
Oh, you know what? They probably like take some names, put them in a hat, pick it out. You know what I'm saying?
Well, yeah, the media
Nigga
can
do that.
like escalate things, but I don't know. I still don't think Memphis would
I
give a
don't know.
flying flip.
They have a track record of picking the shittiest niggas imaginable. Like they just they can't even get in just a halfway regular shitty nigga. Like they got to go to like the depths of like who does the worst.
Yeah, I think they, like I said, they take a list of them, see if they all their crimes, they add them all up, and then like the worst of the worst, they just throw it in the hat, and then they just pull it out.
Yeah, let me. Oh, we got Ray Wall in the back. What's up, Ray Wall? What's happening, man?
Oh my God. And to see my son come across the street with a rock in his hand, I think at that point I just lost it.
You recognize the baggy sweatpants.
I recognized the baggy sweatpants. He did have the hoodie on and he did have the face mask on, but it was something about those sweatpants he had on. And
you also made eye contact.
And we made eye contact.
And
Her accent
What's
is cute.
remarkable is for me is he clearly had respect and fear of you.
Mhm. Yes.
Because as you were pushing him and doing that sort of right hook you had, he was backing off. I mean, what was he saying to you?
Mom, okay, mom, you know, and I was pretty much just telling him, you know, how dare you do this? I actually went to view Freddie Gray's funeral, body, and if he wanted to do that, I would allow him to, you know, even if he wanted to stay home from school to go to the funeral, I would allow him to do that. But for him to do what he was doing, it was just unacceptable.
You said, I thought so poignantly, you did not want to lose your son to the streets.
No. And I fight with this, not just because of this incident. I find myself shilling my son on a lot of different incidents where these young kids are out here shooting each other. And a lot of his friends have been killed. You know, and so my thing is, I just want to keep him in the house, and I know that's not going to, you know, he's going to get out. He's going to.
That's not really that's not really going to work. But the way that you were striking him, you opened up a can of whoop ass on him.
She just ran right past niggas getting smoked.
That you've had that
She don't want to talk about
Went
it.
straight to go ahead and talk about whooping your kid.
Listen. She just said a lot of my son's friends have been killed. That would have been, as a reporter, my duty is to say, tell me more. Like,
or
what about
say,
those kids?
Or say, oh my goodness, that's terrible.
Yeah.
That's why I said the whole
She caught herself from saying that's not what we're here to talk about. That's what she was about to say. But she had to fix it. She was about to say, that's not what we're here to talk about, though. Then she was like, wait, I mean, but that's you know, she caught herself. You go, but
And I love that she's a classy mother of 6 with her tits out in full view first thing in the morning.
Right.
First thing in the morning.
First thing in the morning. She got that sweet thing.
The whole thing. The whole hypocrisy of the whole thing. Tough love, you know, and their children that are still out there are getting killed. You know, they don't care. That's why I said this whole thing of her going on this campaign like she's super mom of the year. It's BS.
She's just a useful idiot. That's not really her. It's this bitch right here on the screen that just ran past it. People like her that's pushing the fuck shit.
Yeah,
that was cold. Like to not address that statement.
I would have said, hold up, did you not hear what I just said? All my son's kids, friends was murdered. Like I would have stopped her on live TV.
Yeah, because I mean, wouldn't they say, "Oh, by police"? No. It wasn't by. Like they didn't even ask, was it the police that killed all of her? Like it's just shows the coldness, the cavalier. This shows how they really feel about me.
With this, not just because of this incident, I find myself shilling my son on a lot of different incidents where these young kids are out here shooting each other, and a lot of his friends have been killed, you know, and so my thing is, I just want to keep him in the house, and I know that's not going to, you know, he's going to get out. He's going to.
That's not really that's not really going to work. But the way that you were striking him, you opened
Go
up a
back.
can of
Look
whoop
at
ass.
the white people's face. Look at the white people's face, though. Watch their eyes.
Yep, right after she said it.
He's gonna.
That's not really.
These young kids are out here shooting each other,
Perfect.
and a lot of his friends have been killed. You know, and so.
Dude head popped up hella quick.
Like what the fuck?
Look, I have a son. None of his friends have been killed. None of
That
all
lady
of
was
them.
like, "Excuse me, whoa, wait a minute now, Gail, you're
She,
gonna have
she
to reel
stepped
this in.
she
Reel
stepped
this
out of the
in."
female empowerment agenda. She
Yeah.
stepped off the script.
Yeah, because I mean, like a lot of them, like that's just a brisk by that when you're supposed to be like caring about young black bodies and shit.
Yeah, and you was sister.
That clearly was not the first time that you've had that interaction with him, is it?
No. Like I
Tell
said,
us about him.
Like I stated before, he has been in trouble before.
See
and,
that's too much.
He
That's too
knows
much.
right from wrong.
That's too much.
He's just like the other teenagers
Yes,
that doesn't
it's too
have the
much.
perfect relationship with the police officers in Baltimore.
So she says he doesn't have the perfect relationship with the police officers in Baltimore.
This little nigga be getting in the shit, man. Listen,
And he looked just like his mama.
Yeah.
And her having 6 kids with no father is no help to him either.
Oh no, he's saying some things.
Yeah.
Right. All the men running
Gail
in and
had
out
to
of the
keep her
house.
own script. Gail said, "Let's
I
talk
don't know.
about
Gail
him."
got it. There, she got it at on home. She's like, "Tell me
said,
about whooping this
him.
nigga's ass."
Talk
Tell
about
me
him.
Yeah, don't talk about niggas killing niggas now. Get out of here.
Officers in Baltimore City. But you will not be throwing rocks and stones at police officers. At some point, who's to
Cute
say
little
that
girl.
they don't have to come and protect me from something? You know, and
Wow, did
they
you
might
hear
not
that?
want to.
Did you hear what she just said?
She going off script.
She is fucking up the narrative, man. They not
I love this
Officers
woman.
in Baltimore City. But you will not be throwing rocks and stones at police officers. At some point, who's to say that they don't have to come and protect me from something? You know, and they might not want to, knowing that you're bringing harm to them. Two wrongs don't make a right. So at the end of the day, I just wanted to make sure I had got my son home. And we actually could see everything after being home watching the news, and he started seeing the fires and everything that was taking place. And did he say he was sorry? No, he didn't say he was sorry, but you know, he was coming upstairs and he was telling me things that his friends were saying.
What are they saying?
You know, Michael, you need to give your mother a hug. You know, Mother's Day is right around the corner. You need to buy her the best Mother's Day gift ever. You know, so
Does he love the attention you're getting? So admiring
They
of
wrong.
you
They wrong.
and what you're doing, and people understand.
Yeah, mom, but you put a video of me getting my ass kicked out into the internet forever. Thanks, mom.
They putting
Right.
that
I was
fuel on the fire for that
She
boy.
did,
That's
they
messed up.
recorded her.
I was a big guy. My mother was 5'3". She would never embarrass me in public like that. The scariest thing in the fucking world was when my mother said my name with a calm tone. And the minute she'd have got me inside the house, I was a dead man.
Just wait till we get home, Bill.
I got
That
a story of what this woman did. She snapped. That's what she did. I'm gonna be honest. She snapped. I seen it. My brothers, they stole my mom's car. They supposed to be warming the car up before we go to school. These niggas joyriding around the corner. They used to do it all the time, but this particular time my mom come out, they come pulling up in our apartment gates or whatever. Bro, that woman is 5. My mom is she's 5'1". Bro, she pulled a tree branch down and beat the shit out of both them dudes. And these niggas is at least 6 foot. She beat the shit out of both these dudes with a tree branch. She didn't even know she had did that shit. But one of my neighbors, thank God we ain't got we ain't had cameras back then. One of my neighbors saw that shit. Man, my mom was so embarrassed that she beat the shit out of them like that in front of them people. She would have never went on TV like this. She would have been ashamed. She would have never been proud of beating them like that in public.
Yeah, that was a rough ass whooping, man.
But
Man.
being a parent who has to work and take care of children is a difficult life.
Well, I think at this point, I'm not working at the moment. I just came from losing a job, but just coming into a brand new home. And so he sees me struggle. He sees the struggle that I'm going through. But my children, it's just me and my children. I mean, I don't go out. I don't, do any of that thing. Only thing I do is church, and it's me and my children and my grandchildren.
What did you think when you saw
6
that
kids
tape?
and no job. That's why I don't go no.
How the fuck do you buy a house with 6 kids and no job?
What do you mean? She didn't buy a house. She already told you how she got the house. She got 6 kids and no job. That equals living arrangements.
Section 8 and shit like that.
Yeah.
Man.
She lost her job.
Yeah, she's doing the GoFundMe pitch. That's what it is.
I don't blame her. Get on TV, sell yourself, get that money.
Yeah, she killed all her chances right there. She wasn't saying the right stuff. She wasn't
Yeah,
covering none of the right points.
Yeah, she didn't come in there fuck the police and
Yeah,
she wasn't hard enough.
She had
Bad
to
stuff.
that money
My
right
pastor
there.
is going to have a fit.
I tell you what, your pastor may have a fit, but the police commissioner of Baltimore said we need more moms
That's right,
like
Laura.
you.
Yeah.
So there's a lot of praise, not just in Baltimore,
No,
but
we
certainly around the country to send in the moms.
But let's not miss the
I
point.
think
This is
we
about
do.
the death of Freddie Gray, but it's so much bigger
Why do you
than
think
that.
that is?
Ooh, there
And
go
I don't
Gil.
want people to
Cutting up again.
Because they bad as hell. Somebody get their kids out the streets.
But you're having 6 children and know that you can't afford them.
They already
With no
here.
husband. No, before then. So why do we need irresponsible people like that? Why
I
do we
mean,
need
I don't know why.
irresponsible people
I don't know why she had 6 kids. I don't. She could have
irresponsible?
had.
So no, we don't need more mothers like that.
Maybe.
We don't.
I don't know. I'm talking
We
about. I'm talking about as far as like her getting her child out the street. Her
Yeah,
having
but that's
6.
after.
I'm not. What she do with her womb and between and that's her business. I can't
No, it's
stop
not. It's
it.
our business because we're paying
How?
for it. It's our business too. It's our business too.
We pay for a lot of stuff.
Yeah.
That don't make it
We're
right.
paying for this exactly. So no, we
Man,
don't need any more mothers like this.
Y'all can't
We don't.
control nobody.
Yes, we can. We could if we wanted to, if we had laws to. But we
Our
can't.
taxes pay
So
for them
that's
damn
why
kids.
we
No.
shouldn't condone it.
Them laws ain't gonna do nothing. That's just that. Nah, them laws ain't
That's
gonna
why
do
we
nothing.
shouldn't condone it. No, we don't need more mothers like this. We don't.
Yeah, I do. I halfway agree with you because like if you could
I
stop.
think she a good. I think she trying to do the best that
She's
she
trying because she put
But it's
herself
too
in that
late.
predicament. But it's too late, right?
Yeah, she couldn't help herself.
Yeah, you can't ignore the.
So tell me this. Tell me this. AP, you seem to be pretty hard on women.
Yes, I am. Yes.
And we had a comment the other day. Angel Martinez. I wonder if Angel is in here, man. Angel, if you in here, man, show
Come
your
on
head.
up.
Angel, did you see what Angel was saying about you in
No,
the
I don't look
conversation?
at comments. No, but what?
Okay.
Enlighten me, please.
Angel went at your, and I'm not trying to start nothing, but I just want to just show you
No,
like
come along. I'm for all.
she went at your neck in the comment section, and I just wanted to know if you hear this a lot, because a lot of women, I do. They take up for each other. It's rarely do you see a
Exactly,
woman
and that's the
calls it.
problem. These same
know what I'm
women that would
saying?
take up for each other, they were trash men. Like I said, talk about equality, and I'm for equality. Okay, so the blame should go on both sides. You can't sit up here and say, I want rights for this. I'm in control of my own body. I'm in control of this. I'm in control of that. And you don't take responsibility for it.
Yeah, I got the comments right here because when I saw this, I was like, because I always been wondering, like, I'm sure women don't like the fact that you say the things that you say.
If she's welcome to come up and have a debate, and I'll be happy to have it.
She says, okay, so I listened to it, and AP, as usual, has to mammy for sun men by attacking sun women. She couldn't handle brown sugar acknowledging that it is stressful being a sun woman with zero male leadership.
And it's stressful. But the thing about it is, what is so stressful about being a sun woman that other women don't have? The stress that some
Our
hold on.
women
The
are worse.
stress
Our
that
men
some
don't
women
be there
create
for
is
us.
that from their own creation. Let's keep it a buck. And as far as mammying for some men, no, I don't. But I do have to say this: when, like I said, women have fought for rights in this country, they have the right to control their bodies, they have the right to vote. So now all of a sudden you fought for those rights. You say, I'm in control of my own body. I'm in control of my own destiny. But then when you're held accountable for making irresponsible decisions, then you want to throw it on the man. You can't have it both ways.
Okay, so what do you think about the part where she says some women have zero male leadership?
Who created those men?
The some man and the some woman.
But in most of these places where you have weak men, they're the product of single mothers. Who's pushing the feminist agenda to take rights away from men? Who's pushing all this, say that they're equal to men and they're not really? Who's pushing for all these rights which they then fight for? Let's keep it a buck here. So when you
I
talk
still
about,
think she a good mom though.
I don't care about that. Let's stay on topic.
And I think that's what the topic was on about her.
No, that's not. The
and
topic
the
was
fact,
that I'm mammying for some men. I'm not mammying for anybody. I just
I
speak
don't know,
what I
you
see.
taking old girl because she got 6 kids.
Yes,
We didn't get up we don't get up in the middle of the night and give them no bottles. We don't go grocery shopping for them. We don't clock in for them. It ain't none of our business. She got 6 kids. I seen her try to get her son away from the violence, unlike everybody else. So she trying.
I gotta agree. She was out there.
now
She
tell
pulled
me
her
that.
son from danger. He had a brick in his hand, about to be another,
And it's some woman that got a husband, and that's their only child. He out there probably setting up senior citizen home on fire. So just because I don't want to judge the lady because she got so many children,
I'm
that
not
don't
judging her. What I'm
make her a
saying
bad
is
person.
that you can't make excuses. If you're going to make excuses for women, then have the same respect, the same for men. You can't say once again that I'm in control of my own body. I'm my own person. I'm grown. But then when you're held accountable for it, you don't know her circumstances.
She
You don't
did
know what
have
happened to
she had
her.
her
You
kids.
don't know what
She
is.
could have got an
She couldn't
abortion.
have this.
She could have got an abortion. She could have got an abortion. That's how much
You can't do that.
look. She every time she got pregnant, that lady made her bed up and had each baby. She could have easily like cop out and had an abortion 6 times.
She could have easily
Well, she
used
did.
birth control.
Well, she ain't on birth control.
Well,
But
that's
she had
irresponsible. That's
okay.
irresponsible.
But she still took responsibility for every baby she got pregnant with.
How do you know that?
She's
Do you know
taking
her
my
medical
tax dollars
history?
to raise it.
How you know why she couldn't get her birth control? How you know she wasn't even raped? How you know she ain't got 2 sets of twins? It's a whole bunch of how you know.
She could have triplets, 2 sets of triplets.
Exactly.
Exactly.
Okay. Pregnant twice. She could have got pregnant twice and had 2 sets of triplets. I mean, I'm just saying. We keep going on and on.
Brown Sugar.
Hey yo.
Let me ask Brown Sugar something right quick. Brown Sugar. So you said that we didn't buy her groceries, that we didn't like pay her, but technically that's not true. We do buy her groceries
all the time.
We buy politician groceries. We buy the people in Ukraine groceries. We buy the inmates groceries. We buy the illegal Mexicans groceries. We doing everything with our money. Who cares? It's tax dollars. It's supposed to go through the country. Come on now, let's be for real.
Brown Sugar, the people that care are the people who are busting their ass to earn that money.
Thank you.
She just lost her damn job. So when she was going to work, she was paying taxes out too, like everybody else. She's a working poor.
With 6 kids.
With 6 kids that you don't get up and take care of, and I don't either.
And we pay
now,
for
tell me this. Hold on, let me ask you this, Brown Sugar. Brown Sugar. So the 6 kids. Now, if you're poor, right, and you have 2 kids, and I see you, and I see you're poor, and I'm like, you're telling me, yeah, I'm poor, and life's pretty hard. If I come back, if we bump heads 7 years later, and you got 4 more kids, and there's something wrong with that because it's not fair to the kid. The two kids you had when I first saw you, if you were struggling with them at that point, it was in your best interest to devote every resource you had to them, not bring four more little grubby future bank robbers into the picture.
Maybe,
you know what I'm saying?
Maybe future bank robbers. I don't know. But anyway, I'm gonna say this. Yeah, I mean, people make poor decisions all the time. Okay. Yeah, that may be a
But
poor
yeah,
decision.
we make poor decisions,
And
but we're talking about our life. We're talking about lives here. That's a difference.
lives that we don't take care of. Them her
Oh God,
kids.
we can't
If
help
she
this
was
person.
with,
Because you just okay, so what? They take some money out your check.
yes,
You whine about that?
Yes.
They're gonna take it out your check anyway.
Well, I want to
she
keep it
kinda got a
myself.
point
I don't
about
want to give it to
Ukraine.
anyone.
Then you have to move out of America, then, sweetie, because that's not how it works
No,
here.
then we need people to be more responsible. And
They're
like
not.
I said,
You just be responsible for yourself. You can't
I
do
am
it.
responsible for
Okay,
myself,
that's
but I'm
all
also
you go worry
responsible for
about.
other people. And these people are tearing down the community with that.
That lady ain't
single
tearing
parent.
down no damn
They are
community.
Who's committing the most crimes out there?
you don't know
Not
that, brown
people
sugar.
with whole families. Come on.
Young black kids. Young
Exactly.
black
From
kids.
single moms.
She's
Single
spitting them out.
moms.
She's spitting out young
Single
black
mom who had to lay down with men. Parents.
Single irresponsible black moms.
That's what I'm saying. You blame the women, but you're not even thinking
Why
about
not blame the women? They can get birth control, honey.
The men can put on a protection,
you can get a
honey.
pill. You can get an abortion.
They don't want an abortion. Everybody want to kill their kids. And then what about the
A woman
men?
can require her man to wear a condom. You ever think about that one?
Okay, and why the man don't keep it on then? He don't got to take
Why
it
don't
out.
she make it? Hey, brown sugar. It sounds stupid. You know why? Because we are the ones stretching our bodies for 9 months for doing this. He can get up and leave like they always do. She's the one stuck. So women are stupid. This is a no nonsense argument.
Wow.
Okay, girl, whatever.
Hey, moving right along, that was pretty good. I ain't gonna lie. I like.
It's not a non. It's just people so quick to say what is so easy to do where we don't even
9
know.
months is not quick, honey. Sorry.
We don't even know. I know how pregnancy works too, sweetheart. I got a womb too, a good one too.
Okay,
but anyway,
so you were pregnant. How many children, brown sugar, do you have?
None of y'all business. But anyway, back to what I was
so
saying.
you know as a woman when you're ovulating, yes or no?
Sometimes some women have irregular periods where they don't know.
Some women. We're not talking some women. We're talking you specifically. Yes or no?
You ain't, first of all, you don't need to know what the fuck going on in my pussy, okay?
Oh, see, that's
We're
what
that's
they always
And
do.
there's the deflection.
God.
There's the
I don't have to
deflection.
What you
your
open,
question.
you open the can, act. You open the can.
How open the can? How open the can? Y'all want to jump on me? Look, all I'm saying is people are so
Can I
quick.
ask you one question?
Go ahead.
9 months is not quick.
I know 9
Let me
months
ask
ain't
you
quick.
There you
That's
go.
how everybody
Let me
had to
ask
be in their
Brown
mama womb was 9 months. Everybody
and
comes from a
ejaculate is
woman,
less than a
and
minute.
everybody
There you
comes
go.
from a man. So why you keep putting everything on a woman like the man don't
Because
exist?
9 months, you're the one carrying the burden. You're the one going to be getting
Because
up in
you're the
middle of
mother,
night.
you're the woman. That's why.
Exactly. God gets
And
up
you're
and
only
leaves you.
fertile
You're
for
dumb.
3 days a fucking month.
Okay,
Hold
what's
on.
your point?
Brown
Who you
sugar, can I
talking
ask you
to?
this?
Yeah.
Brown sugar versus the
What's
world.
the point?
God
Don't fuck
damn.
those
I'm
3 days.
saying,
That's the
bro,
point.
stay hating on me, man. I swear.
No, it's not
Hold on.
hating. We're
Not
just
hitting
trying
on
to cure
you.
stupidity.
Yeah,
me
I
ask
was trying to show what stupidity.
It's stupid to lay down with a man who's not going to stay with
I
you.
bet
It's
you a set of
stupid.
twins away from need a Section 8.
How do you know that?
Let me just ask you this question. Hold on. Come on. I don't have to mute people. Let me ask this brown sugar this question, man. Brown sugar. So y'all kind of like made me forget, but brown sugar, how many women Sun women do you think actually know that you can only get pregnant for three days out of the month? Like this ovulation cycle. Like how many Sun women? Because I didn't learn that until recently.
I don't know. I don't know. I always been on birth control.
How many Sun women actually go to the doctor like they're supposed to and get themselves checked out?
I don't know. I don't wake up with Sun women every day all over the world. I don't know. Do you know how many white women? Do you know how many Brito
More than
women?
some women do.
Do you
More
know
than some
this
women
though? Do you
More
The
than
key
know?
some
word was
women do.
think. How many do you think?
Exactly.
I don't know. You don't
Then
know.
take
No
a
one
How
in the
many
fucking
world
points
guess.
do
knows.
you do know? Just
Evidently, more
keep
than
it a
some
buck.
I could
women.
I could make
Maybe.
an
How
assumption.
you know? Pull up statistics.
More than some women, because if you go to any college campuses, you see a lot of girls out there wilding out too, but none of them coming up pregnant like some women. So somebody's going to the doctor
Because
getting
some
care, and
some
somebody
women
ain't.
might not want to have an abortion.
They're not using not using abortion. They know about IUDs and birth control.
Maybe, or they just get an abortion too.
Well, either way, their kids are not filling up the streets, tearing down the neighborhood, shooting in drive-bys and all that other kind of stuff.
Yeah, maybe.
This is beautiful.
You just gotta keep
So
living.
think
Keep
No,
living.
it's sad.
Keep
It's
living,
sad.
sweetie. That's all you gotta
It's
do.
sad.
Keep living.
I
That's
am
all I
living,
can say.
but it's sad though
Keep getting
because
older. Let's
society
see how
is
your
threatened
children
by
come out
this.
to
It's
be.
very
Because
sad.
it's easy to judge and point fingers at everybody else, but your
It's easy
kids
to
ain't even
judge when you
grown
see
yet.
with your own eyes what you see. You're right.
But your
Can I ask you a
kids
question,
ain't even
AP?
grown yet. So
AP,
how
can I
you
ask you a
gonna say
question?
this?
AP, what's your
He's
oldest child? What is your oldest child? How? Just give us the age. You don't have to give us how many. You know this.
my oldest child is less than 10.
That's
And
what I'm
believe me,
saying.
no,
He a
no, no.
child, he a baby. So you want to sit here and judge everybody in the
Yes,
world because they got
yes,
some
because
My
bad
youngest
parents.
child is
yes,
But you don't
24.
but you don't
yes,
know,
because
AP,
he's
you don't
raised
Let's
by
go
two
know
back to what he was
parents
how
about
that
to
are
that
say.
raised
child
the same
is
way,
gonna
and
turn
he will
out
not
to
be out there in
be.
the
Damn, Mac.
streets.
Maybe you don't know. No one knows how that kid
I
gonna grow
do
up to
know.
be. No one grabs it.
I
No
do
woman
know.
had a newborn baby in their arm and said, "You're gonna grow up and murder a bunch of people. You're gonna." No one says that to their baby. All you can do is do what you can do. Raise your child the best way you can. In the end of the day, that child can grow up and have their own mindset, find their own friends, live their own separate peer pressure. Period.
Lead by example.
Hold on, we got Petite Delight.
Maybe.
What's up, Petite Delight? How are you? The floor is yours. Uh-oh.
Your mic ain't on or something.
Yeah, she dropped. She dropped. But anyway, so I think that what we have here is that and being so sun proximal, Brown Sugar has a soft spot in her soul for the sun because she's from Memphis and she's proximal. She knows their struggle. Now, AP, you are more from like MAGA country. You're more like in from areas where there's not a lot of sun people. So you may not really understand like the everyday, day-to-day, nuances of the thing. Is that would you agree with that, AP?
No, I come into contact with a lot of Sun people from during my work history. I've come into contact with a lot of Sun people from different economic spectrums.
Were you a social worker or something like that? What you
I'm
do?
not going to say, but I will say this: there is a problem within the Sun community, and the biggest problem is recognizing that they have a problem and taking responsibility for it. And like I said, Sun sisters have a lot of power. Okay, and a lot of the problems in our community stem from the women.
Hell no. I'm not blaming women. It's women and men. You just gonna leave men out of everything.
I'm not leaving men out of everything.
You just said it's the women though.
He said most of the women.
Most. And even when you're
It's
talking
most
about
of men and women.
why are you getting excited? Just relax.
Because you got excited with me, sis. Let's keep it
I'm not
100.
excited.
But you got excited with me, sis. Let's keep it
Just
100. You
relax. I'm not
did
your
though, for
sister.
real.
Anyway,
I know you ain't my sister because we
I
ain't on the
know.
same. I don't want
We're
you to be my
not.
sister.
No,
I don't
ma'am.
want you to be my sister.
Come
For
on,
real.
y'all.
Oh God, I don't want you to be my sister. Let's keep
Of
it
course,
100.
I
But
know.
you don't know nothing about me. I ain't
No, I
from
don't
Mega.
want to.
I ain't from Mega. You hear me? For real.
No, we're not from the same page.
No, we're not from the same
No,
page.
IQ
I
levels are totally
guarantee you
different.
we ain't.
Thank you.
Trust me. Oh God, we ain't. I don't want to be from the same page.
Ding 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 ding
Can
ding
I
ding.
interject real quick?
She thinks she's so
In
fucking
this
better than
corner,
people.
weighing
And she's not.
112 pounds.
She thinks she's so much better than everybody because she was. No, listen. She thinks she's better because you can sit here and shit on black women, not say anything about what these niggas out here doing.
Wow.
You crying about a few dollars out your check? Okay, so
A
what?
few dollars on my check.
You crying because they take some money out your check? They take $300. They're gonna take it out anyway. They're gonna take it out anyway. If Section 8 didn't exist, they're gonna still take their money out, and guess what? It's gonna go in the pockets of politicians. It's gonna go to the
Okay,
prison
Brown Sugar.
system.
So I'm going to come to your house on Friday, and I'm going to take an extra $40 out of your check just because. As long as you're so fucking okay with it, I'll be right over.
Bro, stop talking to me, bro. Real talk. But anyway, like I was saying, they're going to take the money out your check anyway, regardless if those things never existed.
But I don't want it to go to women and single moms with 6 kids.
Okay, well, I tell you what. When you say you got a little kid, when their child grow up, he might be in that position, the very position that you don't know that. That's what I'm saying. You talk bad about a system that someone in your family might one day need.
Hopefully, she talked to him about birth control.
Exactly.
Man, it's like y'all just don't understand.
Pick up your birth control.
Hopefully, they use that system accordingly.
Okay.
Yeah, you should hate black women. You're right. I'm done talking.
What?
AP, can I ask you a question?
I swear it's a big bunch of millionaires on this panel, though, right? Okay.
Can I?
Where you live at, AP? How many murders did you guys have last year?
0.
Okay, and we know you're from Memphis, Brown Sugar.
400.
So now Brown Sugar. If even if we do want to disagree with AP, even if we do want to call her a mammy, and all this crap, all this other stuff, right?
No, Aunt Jemima is good. I'm Aunt Jemima.
Okay, Aunt Jemima, right? Even if we do want to call her that and say that she's unrealistic about some women, she's not understanding the nuances and talking about taxes and don't really matter because they're gonna take the tax or something. Doesn't the sheer fact that when you live in a place where there aren't any son sisters or son men, but we're talking about son sisters now, where there's no son sisters, you don't have these problems. Can you at least admit that that's a fact? That if you remove son sisters from a place, shit just immediately gets safer, cleaner, better, more prosperous?
No, because you got the white women. They love these niggas too. And they gonna step up to the plate.
Oh God.
I'm talking about these mud sharks out here. I'm not talking about the little nice Beckies.
But he just said 0. She said 0 murders. So she has the result. You're speculating.
Yeah.
You're better off saying you didn't know.
You can't fix it. You can't fix it. There's no solutions. Move on up. No solutions. No solutions.
Okay.
Yeah,
real quick. Angel looked like she's coming for more than just AP. She said some of your panel regulars are unforgivably stupid. Did she come on the panel ever, Angel?
Well, she was on here a few times in the past. She hasn't been on in a long time.
Okay, because that's a lot of shit talking right there.
Hey,
She
man,
said some.
I mean,
She said some.
I mean, she is right. I mean, some of y'all are fucking morons, but it depends on the topic. I mean, like we all can get out of our depths on certain topics. But we don't know. We all have our specialties of our areas of specialties. You know what I'm saying? I'm a moron on some things. That's why, like, when it comes to like guns and how to like all this different shit, I know how to shoot a gun.
Yeah, but most of this argument act is about something that we all learned when we were 12 years old: birth control.
Some people
move on.
that.
No more. Move on, because you know what? You can't fix this mentality. Like this is no solutions, and this is going to continue to be a problem. Hopefully,
and if somebody's going to take the money anyway, I'll be over for my 40.
Yeah,
we're unforgivably stupid.
That ain't even no money though. It's folks getting like 6, 8. It's folks getting $1,000, paying $2,000, $3,000.
That's what you don't get. 40 from you, 40 from your neighbor, 40 from this person, 40 from that person. Adds up quick, honey.
Facts.
I'm not your honey, bro. Like, chill. Like, I don't even know you, dude. Like, for real.
Wait. I kind of look. I see both sides of y'all argument. I'm gonna tell you why. My mom, my dad. My mom she had 2 kids already.
Quickly too, man. Quickly.
Yeah. She had 2 kids already, right? Long story short, they dad, he died. She met my dad. Me and my brother came along after them. 2 vastly different scenarios between my little brother and my older 2 brothers. So I see both sides, and that's why I'm like, it's a gray area right here.
And also, too, since I've been accused of caping for some men, let me give some advice to the some men out there. Make sure you choose wisely who you share your DNA with, because a lot of these women are just stupid and they're a waste of DNA. Be very wise.
You fucking hate women, Dan. You crazy as hell.
This
like, I
is more important than the speech.
I never shit on my
Y'all both speaking facts.
gender.
That's all I'm saying. Y'all both speaking
I don't
facts.
get.
And I didn't call you honey in an affectionate term. I was using it as a young term because I think you're young and dumb.
Okay, I think you older and stanky. Okay, and whatever. Fuck, who cares? I'm not young and dumb. I know exactly what I'm talking about. I seen this stuff with my eyes. I seen it with my own eyes. How stuff can be. How life can just happen. How you.
Life can just happen, but it doesn't happen 6 times.
Octon did stories on women who had big ass families and husbands get gunned down. Octon did stories on men who had 5 children and wife get gunned down. So life happens.
That's a difference.
No, it ain't difference. They still lay down, had kids 5 times.
To lay down and have 6 kids with different men is different than having.
How you know?
It's different.
You don't know. You don't know though. She could have low self-esteem.
What's the next topic we're doing now?
No shit. 3-scoop lobotomy. Wow.
Sad. It's sad because, girl, like I said, dude, man, boy, whatever. Since you don't want to be labeled as a woman, obviously, because you hate women.
Aunt your mama.
So I mean, whatever. All I'm saying is, life can happen. Life can freaking happen where that government assistance, you may need it. You don't know why you don't know if she was a prostitute. You don't know if she was.
Life can happen. Next.
I'm trying not to call you a bitch because I want to. So I'm trying not to.
If it makes you feel better.
Okay, bitch. Cause that's what you acting like. You get on my fucking nerves. You think you're so smart, but you're not. You're, like I said, you probably set a twins away from needing food stamps. You probably set a triplets away from needing Section 8. So please be careful, because if the next nigga you lay down with bust one in you and you get pregnant with triplets, I guarantee
everyone is Section 8 from a triplet. Do you know how much it costs to raise 3 fucking babies?
You know, your daughter something. You can't be hard, dude. Anyway, I guarantee you that you're going to need some SNAP or Section 8. If you lay down and get pregnant with a set of triplets, I guarantee you, you're going to be in that line saying, I need help. He even said it.
You married, Brown Sugar?
Yeah, I'm married.
Okay, that's good. So
he's a lucky man.
He is very lucky. He's going to be lucky in a few hours, too.
She on honey. She on go.
Listen, man. Listen, man.
Shout out to Miguel.
Good scrap, ladies.
I'm just, man. Oh my God, y'all are trip. Y'all are trip. Let me. This story just popped up. How ironic, man. Let's see what's going on.
The family of a 15-year-old murdered in Baltimore County last month is begging for someone to come forward so a killer can be caught. They had a viewing for Lamar Leslie Allen today. WJZ is live. Jessica Albert was at the viewing, and Jessica, you were able to.
Damn, got my cousin.
Yeah, Nikki, it's been 11 days since Lamar Leslie Allen was murdered, and I spoke to his family tonight. They told me that they really want people to feel and understand and see how heartbroken they are to hopefully prevent someone else's child from getting murdered.
I'm empty. He was my only son.
The family of 15-year-old Lamar Leslie Allen are preparing to lay him to rest.
I won't get to get his permit. I won't get to buy him a car.
So you have women. You have, obviously, this is mama, grandma, I guess a daughter, auntie. So it's nothing but women here. And listen, man, I gotta give Brown Sugar a break, because The reason it's all women here is not all because of these women. The men are not. It's a lot of the men's fault that they're not. That there's no men. There's not one man standing here.
Yeah, because they accept less. If you lay down with a guy and he ain't going to be there tomorrow, why the hell not? He ain't going to be there.
No, but Bill, Wyoming, man, the pickings are slim in these communities, man. It ain't a lot to work with, man. And I'm a son, man, and I know I'm supposed to be manosphere and black man can't do nothing wrong, but the pickings is slim, Jack. The pickings is slim. You got these sisters.
That's why the passport bros are making a fucking killing.
Yeah. Oh my gosh. Men can get up and walk away. Women can get up and walk away. She decide. A lot of women can get up and just say, I don't want to be a mama. I'm gonna leave my kids. Just like men can say, I don't want to be there for my kids. I'm gonna leave. It's just more men doing it than women.
Well, women have
AP
more
in the back. I had to get that one in.
I do. I agree a little bit with Brown Sugar too, but what AP said that's a major point is that women are the gatekeepers of sex. If the legs don't open, nothing happens.
Exactly.
So there has to be some accountability for that part, because unless he grapes, then it's not going to happen. that's the
and
thing
that happens a lot too.
Okay. Well, we know that the majority of people born are not born from rape. Let's cut that.
Exactly.
Let's cut that out. But here's the thing.
Let me say this real quick. I could have. Everybody loves to say that. No one in this panel and no one in this world was present the day that was conceived. So how you know you're not a product of rape and your mama just never pressed charges?
I'm talking about
and for a woman,
and
for a woman to say that, she's full of shit.
No, it's not. That's the
Stop
truth.
caping. Stop caping.
No, that's the truth. Come on now, keep it 100. How you know? No, come on now. No one. Come on now. Let's keep.
So now
I'm not dropping
men rapists. Oh my god.
No, all I'm saying is no one was there the day of conceived.
No, yes,
how you not? How you know? How you? No one, like I said, nobody in this world was there the day that they parents lay down. So how you know that you're not a product of rape and your mother never said anything?
Women will go to no ends to find an excuse for their irresponsible behavior.
I gotta say that was kind of a ridiculous.
That was way out there, Brown Sugar. Like,
but that's come on now, you tripping on that one.
How I'm tripping. That's just the honest truth.
No, I feel you on that. Sometimes what's done is done. You trying to save your kid. I felt you on that aspect. I even feel you somewhat on the taxes because they ship money all over the place. I somewhat felt your point on that. Right. But whether or not we were there at conception, that's a little. Come on.
That's way out there. But I'm still with you, girl. I'm still with you.
Y'all really don't see that.
Hold on, let me let Petite.
Okay.
Let me let Petite Delight.
Okay. Wow. Okay.
What's up, Petite Delight?
Hi. How you doing? You can hear
how
me
are
fine?
you? How are you?
I'm fine. I guess it's a heated conversation. I'm kind of. I see both sides, but I'm feeling Brown Sugar because as a Black woman, I feel like we getting a bad rep here. It's a vicious cycle. Like we grow up in the same environment of with Black men, and you said it earlier. The pick is very slim. Black women tend to be a bit more race loyal. And you don't know what you don't know. Like, if you grow up and you don't have a father figure, you're going to learn by trial and error. Now I'm not making excuses, but that's like the reality. You don't know what you don't know. And that's partially why the standards are low. Now, what's good and what I do like is that a lot of Black women are starting to, wake up and have those hard conversations. You're seeing a push for more interracial dating and stuff. And I think we're heading in the right direction of, increasing our standards. But I just, to me,
Can
when
I
I
ask you a
listen,
question? Can I just stop you right there? You equated interracial dating with raising your standards, and that's fine. I'm not offended by that.
Yeah.
But what does that say, about a community when interracial dating is rare? Because when gliders talk about, or white people talk about interracial dating, they talk about that shit is lowering the standards. That shit is the worst possible thing you can do. Is, you know what I'm saying? Is get into a long term relationship with a son, especially a son fella. If you're a son woman, those women, those boys are mostly raised by single women who those boys that are part of the low standard, that if you go to the white men, you go to the high standard. Being the fact that the woman is the only one on the job, yes, the other person didn't show up, but the woman is on the job. Do you think that the woman, it's her fault that the black men are turning out so poor on average as mates and as providers, as leaders?
I don't put it all like I don't put it on the black woman. I feel like the black men are more culpable. Like if you're not showing up, I put more to blame on the absent parent, whether it's a man or a woman. That's just me.
Okay, so the black man is the problem. Now if the black man is the one that's causing a lot of these problems, what do you feel about like every year, every 2 months, some black dude is posted up in the national stage as the biggest victim in the planet?
I mean, I don't I didn't really think about that. Trying to process it.
Because every few months we get a new black male victim, and this is the worst thing that ever happened. And look what they do to black men. They can't even commit crime in peace.
Well, this is the part where I feel like with black women and I think that's where AP and like some of the listeners of that the frustration with black women is from, because like as the gatekeeper and just not being totally honest about things is perpetuating that the victim mentality with the black
Because
men.
y'all are the ones that push that black male victimhood, and y'all the ones that profit from that black male victimhood the most in the black community. All the leaders of BLM were black women. All the mayors of these major cities are black women. The police chiefs of a lot of these major cities are black women. The most notable black politicians in this era are black women. Back in the day, you had a lot of notable black male politicians, but this era is all black women or women of color. Cori Bush, what's James Brown looking like? Maxine Water. Shirley,
James Brown looking like.
What's the other one? Shirley Jackson Lee.
Yeah.
Jackson.
But can I add something to the point? I think I know where you're going with this. I don't think that black women are looking like some of them. Yeah, it's a profit, but just basing it off of my friends, it's really you have faith in the black man. You know what I mean? You really believe that. It takes a while. Like for me, dealing with the just dealing with the public, and I'm not bashing just black men. I think that's the part that black women have to own up, is that we kind of promote that victim mentality. But if you ask me, I feel like we all need to do better. But I really feel like it's the fact that you really believe it. What you see on TV, it takes a little bit of self-reflection and just observing your areas to realize it's not that we can do better.
So you're seeing that the reason that none of these guys, Floyd, Brooks, none of these guys will be household names without black women leading the charge with these movements and all this protesting and shit. That y'all are the galvanizing force in all of this stuff.
Ben Crump and a black woman.
Hold on, but Ben Crump is a lawyer. Ben Crump comes in to scoop up all the money. It's
Al
like a
Sharpton, not a
stripper.
black woman.
No, hold on. It's like a stripper. When the stripper, all the dudes throw the money on the stage, at the end, the stripper doesn't pick each dollar up. At the end, she comes, scoops all the money up, and that's what Al Sharpton and Ben Crump do. But the nuts and bolts of all that other shit at the ground level is black women caping for criminal black men
Like
while they're
being
doing
mammies.
wrong. While they're doing wrong.
Okay. Yeah, and that's bad. Yeah.
And here's
That's
something else.
terrible.
I don't want to be biblical about this, but the woman is a garden, right? I'm a guy. I could have 6 buckets of dirt, and all I got is seeds. So if I put a seed in each bucket, the only one that's going to produce fruit is the bucket that has the nutrients, the whatever that seed requires. That's the woman. If you just throw your seed everywhere, you're going to have fuck ups like this out running around.
And I agree. I agree. I mean, I
the
think,
weeds will take the garden.
yeah, I think women need to, it's some area we need to work on. But it's just like when I listen to, certain people, it comes across as very judgmental, or it's like black women are, like nobody's understanding from the black woman's perspective, and that the intent is good. It's we have good intent. You really want to believe your
The
son
road to hell is paved with good intentions.
and I understand where you're coming from with that too. That's why I like Ox Channel. I agree.
Okay, because we.
But how much education does it take? Well, this is the 21st century. We all know how babies are made. Birth control has been around for over 100 years. I mean, goddamn, what does it take?
Everybody
We got a computer with the world's knowledge in the palm of our hand.
Like it's coming across as judgmental.
We still gonna have a problem with women
It's the
having
order of family.
no
That's
birth control.
all it is to it. It's the order of family is destroyed. That's all there is to it.
It's pretty basic. Like if the black women would start to say, I mean, and you're never gonna end all this shit, but if they just decided that, hey, having a family, let's just start there, is the priority, not just, oh, I can do it on my own, not just I made a mistake. They should, it's kind of have to be a conscious effort from like childhood. Like I teach my daughters, get married, be a good woman, take care of yourself, all that type of shit early, so that we not, we can't keep saying like you got to be honest. Like I've even dealt with in my times, I've dealt with a single mother, but goddamn, the bro got 6 of them and 4, 5 baby daddies. That's a different kind of energy than.
Did she say it though?
But I mean, like, okay, but this is the thing we black women do know about birth. He just said it himself that there's black leaders and everything. So, like, give black women credit for accomplishing things. Like, she's making it seem like we just like baby mama having babies. You're all irresponsible.
I mean,
why do you need good?
That doesn't
Wait. That does mean something, okay? Like, because
why do you need
it's like
for that? I hear no other people asking for credit just because they wash their behinds. Why do you need credit for that?
What is your problem with black women? You're saying
there was no problem.
Okay, then have the same smoke for the black men. Why is it? Where does it start? Where does single parenthood?
I come for both sides. The problem, like I say, with black men is, if you love yourself, you be careful with the woman you lay down with. And that's the issue I have with black men, is they don't really care about themselves. They'll be careful about who they lay down with. And as for a woman, like I said, I blame women because for 9 months, we're the ones carrying the burden. So if you're stupid enough to let somebody nut up in you and you be stuck with it for a whole 9 months to 18 years, then you are the dummy of the two.
No, don't.
That don't even make any sense. That's so stupid, AP. Come on now.
How is it stupid? Please explain.
AP, hold on. Let's say AP. Let's say you got married. You get married, and you and your husband.
Well, we're not talking about married women.
Wait a minute.
Come on, man.
Wait a minute. Let's say. Listen.
None of these people
Can you
got
let me
wedding
finish?
rings.
Let me finish. Let's say you get married, right? You get married. You and your husband agree. Y'all gonna have 4 children. Time go by. Let's say he meets something at work, and leave
We're
you.
not talking about
Wait a
married women.
minute.
You
Wait
know
a
we're not
minute.
talking about the same thing. So why do you keep bringing it up? Just like you brought up the rape. It doesn't make any sense what you're saying. We're not talking about married women. Married women out here having a whole bunch of kids by 5 or 6 different men. You need to come off your BS. That's what you're doing. So stop saying it's the same. It's not the same.
I think
AP, you didn't let me finish. You didn't let me finish. I'm trying to give you a scenario.
Your scenario is BS, and you know
No,
it.
it's not.
Let's start
You
off
won't
with
let
a
me
single
finish because you
mom.
know that shit
Let's
real.
start
That's
off with
what
a
it
single
is.
mom.
You won't
Let's
let me
start off with
finish
a
because you
single
know
mom.
it's real. You
No,
you
let's
know
start off with a
you know
single
a
mom.
man can walk away with or without a ring. You know that, right?
Do you know that women push
Women
75%
drop their
of
kids off
divorce?
all the time, ma'am. You can kill it in the womb. What are you talking about? It's the
You
same
evil.
thing. Like I said, the
You
burden is
evil
on
as hell.
both.
That's what it is. Just evil.
Women file for 75% of divorces, so women are leaving.
Let me
And
play
get
this.
taxes
Let me play
from
this video.
and
yeah.
get
Let me
money
play
from
this
the
video
government.
That
right
must be
quick.
your
Let me play
dad
the
or
video.
something.
And most of
Let me
the people who are homeless out on the street who can't get anything, then.
let me
So
play
let's
this
Let
keep
them
video
it
leave your
right
real.
house
quick.
then, since you caping for so much.
Video.
Let me play this
Every
video
day,
right quick.
16-year-old Martasia tells her mom, God will provide.
Now you finally see what God can do.
And that this road she travels down now will provide for her and her 5 daughters.
Probably a
Every
13-year-old
week,
took out
Alicia
that window.
Carter delivers
Hold
mail
on,
to
Bill. Wow, man, you gotta stop doing that, man. The people, it's 400 people that can't hear the video when you
I'm
do
sorry,
that,
I'm
man.
pissed off. I said
she
it's probably a
travels down
13-year-old that broke out the window.
Okay.
will provide for her and her 5 daughters. Every week, Alicia Carter delivers mail to homes in Maryland's Prince George's County. Homes in one of the nation's wealthiest Black communities. The kind of home Alicia Carter dreams of. Because right now, this mail carrier doesn't even have one.
I was so shocked to find out you were a mail carrier.
Yeah.
And you were homeless. What do you want people to know?
Now, what do you think about that, AP? Do you have a heart? This woman's working and she's still homeless.
That's a good ass job, though. I don't
She
know.
got 5 daughters. Do you have a? Do you have a? Does this pull at your heartstrings, AP? I don't know. I think she's. I don't know if she's in. If she's. You muted AP, but
I know
she
a
dropped.
couple male
She
carriers.
Not
dropped.
in the slightest. She made her choices. Okay, God damn it.
Nah, she feel like they all should have been killed in the womb, and she is a burden of society. Like that's how she feel.
With her homeless working ass. She done made her
Yeah,
choice.
yeah, it's her fault.
Uh-huh.
I
Yeah,
don't know though. I know male
What do you
carriers and
want people to know
Mail carriers make good
about
money.
that?
yeah.
Yeah, if you're homeless, it's $65,000 a year. You're doing something wrong.
I can't cape for this woman at all. I can't even try. I don't know.
Bro, they have
Okay, but
retirement, they have health care.
Okay, hold on. Let me
This
play.
mail carrier doesn't even have one.
I was so shocked to find out you were a mail carrier.
Yeah.
And you were homeless. What do you want people to know about that?
To have a job, a good job at that, and then still be homeless was like, what am I doing wrong?
Just keep working, not giving up. From Alicia's mouth to God's ears.
Alicia, why didn't you want to tell anybody at the post office that you were homeless?
I'm more independent. I really don't like more like handouts or someone feeling pity for me.
I mean, look, she don't like handouts and people having pity for her. She independent, man. I mean, like, and this is a lot of these
Strong,
sisters.
independent. Don't look like them kids are starving.
Is she full time?
Does she say what happened? I don't know.
That's what I'm trying to figure out. I'm trying to see what
Someone
happened.
feeling pity for me.
A commitment to her family that will take this unwavering mom and mail carrier down a surprising route to recovery.
Fortune comes in many things, and mostly they're people.
How are you?
With random acts of kindness that will help get her there.
She ain't even
There are
wearing
more than
uniform. Something
13
wrong with this picture.
million single parents in the U.S. 80%.
No, they do that out here too.
A lot of economists are calling this recession a she session because it's hit women across the spectrum much more so than men.
This pandemic has ravaged already poverty-stricken cities like Baltimore, hitting people of color, particularly Black single moms like Alicia, the hardest.
Women of color are much more likely to be holding an in-person job, especially in the service sector that's been hit more severely by COVID-19. I really bristle at the idea that people say women are opting out of the labor market. They're not opting out, they're being pushed out.
Alicia lost her job when the pandemic hit. Then the family lost their rental house. So this hotel became their home. Then when the money ran out,
You all lived in the car together?
We would all sit in one seat. She would sit in the middle. Paige would sit by the door. I sit by the door, and the twins would lay on our lap.
How did you survive that?
It really didn't, not say bother. It hurt me more. So as long as we all was together, they was happy.
My question is, what kind of community can you live in where you can have 5 girls and a woman sleeping in the car and the community don't handle that? Because what I think what's going to happen, I haven't seen this video, some white people going to come along and give her some shit.
Facts. There it is, facts.
If you work at the post office, you can afford to live somewhere.
Well, we don't know how long she's been working there.
And then I ain't gonna lie, her teeth missing. So I don't know if she was on drugs back in the day and got in some debt. I don't know what's going on.
This is, I believe it's due to a lack of workers already, and they just let this woman get this job. Who knows?
At the end of the day, people don't fight horniness. That's why you got all these kids.
Yeah, pussy plus dick equal a fuck, man.
Mm-hmm.
Absolutely.
As long as we all was together, they was happy.
for single mother Angel Marino, a certified medical assistant in Detroit, she had no choice but to keep reporting to her job at a hospital.
I can't afford not to work.
We've been following her story since the pandemic began. In December, she talked with my colleague, Rebecca Jarvis.
How have you been managing all of this? Oh my goodness. It's just been very difficult since the pandemic began in March. And thank God I have a team, people I work with, my manager, my supervisor. They are very resourceful.
Even before the pandemic, finances were tight for Angel and her 3 children, ages 10, 7, and 6. She never wants them to be homeless like she was as a child after her mother died.
And I want my kids to have stability.
Childcare has been one of her biggest problems to solve. In the spring, her children were in a free daycare for essential workers, a lifeline funded for a time by philanthropies.
Childcare is not a family issue, it's a business issue. Childcare is a piece of critical infrastructure. It's like roads and bridges that help working parents get to work. And it's especially important that we get single moms back into the workforce because you can't work an in-person job if you don't have childcare.
Her children finally entered an in-person learning pod at their school, but it had to close in December. COVID cases spiked again.
The choice of work and kids, it shouldn't be a choice. Like I shouldn't have to, I want to be the best mom I can be.
But Angel has a hard-won resilience.
We can do it though. I was born for this. Like I was born to like cross mountains.
So I'm on my way in. It's Thursday.
2 months later, Angel proved that was true.
If there's a mountain, I'm gonna get over it. You gotta speak positivity.
Angel not only held on to her job, she even got a raise. But the trickiest part, her kids. Luckily, she found a remote school program at the local Y.
I think they'll be proud of me when we all look back on this in the future. That like, Mom, we've been through a lot together. My kids are resilient.
The Y, combined with the program at their school reopening, has been a vital lifeline for single working moms like Angel.
I'm optimistic, and I would tell all the single moms out there, don't be afraid. Don't live in fear. You can take one day at a time.
So tell me this, you guys wouldn't give a few dollars out of your check to make sure that these kids have a place to stay and they got groceries in their refrigerator?
For how long?
Willingly.
Yeah, I definitely would, because I'm not gonna hold you. That daycare shit expensive as a motherfucker. Like
I would.
That's why I only had 3 kids. That's all I could afford.
I mean, I do. I give. You know what I'm saying?
And they gonna
I
take
don't have
out
a
anyway.
Corvette either because I couldn't afford
Unwillingly
that.
is what I'm saying.
You know
Unwillingly,
what I'm
I
saying?
give.
They gonna
I
take
don't
out
complain.
anyway.
Yeah, I would give.
Yeah, this is a confirmation bias kind of story, but I mean, of course I would if it was my family member, but yeah, I mean, you know.
No, what I'm saying is if the answer is no, then it's no. I mean, it don't have to. Don't.
Yeah, if you don't want to do it, you don't want to do
You
it.
don't have to do it. Like, I mean,
You
I'm
don't.
just saying.
I mean, you ain't got no choice. They're gonna take it out. But I'm just saying, like, you know.
Okay, what if you could decide what your money was going to go to? Would you mind have a problem with saying, all right, you could send it. The money you taking out anyway, you can send it to these people.
My only scenario: her working husband died on the job.
Widow pay, pretty much.
She would have got a big paycheck then.
She wouldn't need nothing else.
Nah, but you know, it's kind of funny about that. Like welfare in a lot of other countries is temporary. Like you can't get it for years and years. So it's an incentive for you to get your shit straight. And then like I'm more down for that. I'll give willingly if it was temporary. And you have to, you know.
Remember that village we talked about where they were hacking that guy up? If a woman came home to their hut pregnant, and there wasn't a man marrying them with a goat and a fucking cow with a bell on it, if she came home again pregnant, that woman was either dead or gone.
God damn, Bill.
Exactly. So I'm glad we in America so we can help women so they won't be dead and gone.
America,
Or they
greatest
could
country
not
on this
fuck
planet.
everybody.
Wow.
Yeah, hey, listen,
wow.
man, listen,
So
man.
judgmental.
A lot of people
Better yet,
don't
screw
wanna
all you want. Just do it safely.
Yeah, a lot of people don't want to pay for your kids, no matter how sad the story is. You know what I'm saying?
Has been a vital lifeline for single working moms like Angel.
I'm optimistic, and I would tell all the single moms out there, don't be afraid. Don't live in fear. You can take one day at a time.
There are very tangible things we can do right now to keep women in the labor force, to keep single moms afloat with their families, because we know this is temporary. It just blows my mind right now that we have a very solvable problem in front of us and just lack the political will to address it.
For Alicia Carter and her daughters left living in that car, the road to success was humbling.
We would wear each other's shoes. We would wear each other's clothes. We would wear the same clothes. Like, we would have to, like, I don't know. It was a lot. Had to go to school and then have friends that be like, oh, if you ever need anything, but you didn't really want to say anything because you didn't want them to, like, make fun of you or, it's okay. I don't know.
But Martasia.
And it is tough going to a Sun school when you ain't got the right shoes.
Oh boy.
Oh yes, it is.
Hell, man.
10 years from now, Ayana fixed my life. That whole family.
Oh wow.
I never. That's why I never wore name brand shoes, so they will never pressure me.
Wow. Yeah.
Because my mother told me, she said I could buy you whatever you want, but I advise you not to wear name brand shoes to school, because once you start wearing name brand shoes, they're gonna expect you had every pair of new Jordans that come out.
Yo, if you notice, the chicks that keep it basic got the best swag, yo.
Yeah. Yeah. You got.
They were pretty enough to get away with it.
Exactly. Yeah. You gotta be cute too. If you ain't cute, you can't get away with that. But
I got away with it. I was
Classmates
pretty.
didn't make fun of her. They rallied around her. Eventually, Alicia told a friend about her situation, and that friend found a safe haven located in the midst of Baltimore's toughest neighborhoods, Sarah's Hope, a shelter known for helping single mothers.
Got to spend a lot of quality time together, get to learn each other better, emotional, physically, and mentally.
What's your favorite thing about your mom?
She's always there for us.
Family and fortitude. Things money just can't buy. A resilience that resonated with Linda Wilson.
You're the one that rides up and down here all the time? Oh my gosh.
Remember that neighbor we met back on Alicia's route?
When I was 20, I was a little lost child like many of us are.
Linda, too, was once homeless, but helped by a total stranger. Now, she's paying it forward.
Just to help you.
Thank you. Oh my God.
I've been there. We can grab joy anywhere we can.
When you go through a struggle together with your family, it makes you stronger.
Happy birthday! Every dark place always has a light, something that just brings light to you.
Don't underestimate yourself.
Proving that sometimes struggles can be serendipitous. Alicia used her time in the shelter to job hunt, landing her position with the Postal Service in September. By
There's
the end
our
of
answer.
the year, she was ready to say goodbye to 2020.
Yeah, I told you she hadn't been there that long.
Deliver her family a post-Christmas present. Welcome to the Carter family's new home, made possible with assistance from the shelter.
So what is next for this beautiful family?
Happy times. Home cooked meals. More tacos.
More tacos.
Yeah,
I want to come over.
The whole family now savoring the sweet sounds of that spiritual promise.
That looks like a really nice neighborhood.
Hi, everyone.
Yeah, man. And on that note, man, we're gonna get out of here, man. Peace out, man. See you guys.
Rolling down, everybody.
Peace to everybody.
All
All right.
Peace.
Hey. All right then.
All right.
Start some